exhaustive about everything plausible, that there may have been several clone sets of Adam and Eve's, and that, you know, maybe there's maybe genetically diverse sets of Adam and Eve's. But anyway, yeah. Why does everything have to be crammed into canon? Why does all reality have to be crammed into canon? Or, oh, it's not real.
Well, we're not going to talk about theology in this particular hangout. I made arrangements with Brandy that he only wants to talk about science. He said we cannot talk about theology, and I said that's fine. We're going to keep it strictly to science when he gets here. Even though he's young Earth creationist, so he's going to promote young Earth creationist model by a scientific standpoint.
What's wrong?
He wants me to edit the event, and I've edited as much as I will, because he did make a comment that my story about natural selection was to him implied was a fairy tale, not evolution, but natural selection, and I want to make that very clear. And he says that adaptation does occur, but he said my story about natural selection was a fairy tale, and I'd like to know, why he doesn't.
No. So Steve, he's actually going to make an affirmative defense for creation science.
I believe so.
Awesome.
I believe he says he can explain why evolution is religion, why evolution is not scientific, basically, and he can make a case for creationism.
Sweet.
I don't want to put words in his mouth. I've dealt with him for quite some time. I thought he was a woman. My apologies. With a name like Brandy, I obviously that was not a hard mistake to make.
I thought he was hot.
Sorry, I didn't know.
I guess he's like 6 foot or something. But anyways, Brandy, if you're listening, I'm giving you the link. We are waiting for you. We have Viva, we have St. Tommy, we got Rational, we got Isaiah, we got MK, we got Blake. So we have a pretty decent panel going on so far.
Thank you.
Rational, he has a background in biology. Viva has a background in sciences. Tommy's just Tommy, but we love him.
Tommy Hall, where?
Oh, no. We're not doing Tommy Hall.
Yeah, I know. Excuse me.
Although Moses Prade yesterday was saying, Steve, I'd really like to see you, take Tommy Hall on 101. I'm like, have you seen my videos? How many times Tommy Hall calls in? We talk all the time.
You all been around the block, mutual contemplation.
Yeah, I don't know what he thinks is going to be any different if I just go one-on-one versus Tommy. That's not my style. So we're still waiting.
No lack of courage. No lack of courage, or yeah.
Yeah, Tommy's always welcome to my hangouts. I get along with him on a personal level. I think he's funny. Hell, I even left Neff in my hangouts. I don't even kick him out.
Oh God, can't say
that's patient, and that's cool. If you're not nauseated by our good neighbors, that seems cool.
Lucky you.
Lucky you. Yeah.
Oh my God, I would love to get Armored Christian.
Yeah, so if you can get Armored Christian in here one day, I just watched his little video, and I assume that was Armored Christian's video, or did he just?
It was his.
Okay. He's an inept dumbass.
Anybody seen Dynasty's deity lately? Anybody seen Dynasty's deity? Darwin's deity?
I think he's taking a little bit of a break because he got blood hurt.
Good for him.
No, I talked to him this morning. In Nadia's hangout, and I called him out on interrupting people and shit.
I can't. I don't know if I can talk to that guy.
Well, if you can dig through his earwax and earplugs, you might be able to get to that mind.
I have nothing against him. I just wanted to drive the point home to him that I know what your strategy is. You interrupt people, you dominate the conversation, and I'm not going for that. I didn't even try to argue any points with him.
I asked him what his goals were, and his mouth was stopped. Yep. He doesn't know what.
Just for clarification, in case Brandy is listening, I want to clarify one more time. He's now saying that adaptation is not a fairy tale. He said, but he also says adaptation is not evolution, which I would agree with him. Adaptation is not evolution; it's due to evolution. But he did make a very specific comment on my post, which is a very high-rated post on this video by Natural Selection, which was stated clearly, and I'm not going to move that claim because he did say it was a Natural Selection was a fairy tale, according to my.
Why doesn't he just get in the hangout?
I don't know. He's like, you have to remove that. I'm like, no, I'm not removing that from the event because that is a claim you made. I posted it just like you wrote it. that it was a fairy tale, as you said.
That's kind of a.
He's trying to say he was relating it to evolution, because evolution is a fairy tale, but it was not, because he said that was a nice story, but give me something that's not a fairy tale. And my story had nothing to do with evolution. My story was adaptation by natural selection for first graders.
That's kind of insulting a little bit, Shit, man. To de-endorse somebody's very rational and most honest and intricate opinions as first grade is a little bit, that's kind of like calling their shoes.
No. That's just what I call it, Tommy. I call it the story. I wrote this a long time ago. I call it adaptation by natural selection for first graders, because it's a very simple story that I came up with of how to explain natural selection to people that just don't get it.
Yeah,
they don't want
and I put it on the side there if anybody wants to read it.
I thought he called you a first grader or something.
No. I call the story adaptation by natural selection.
I'm glad he didn't call it a leprechaun's tale. Rather
they don't want to get it. So.
Pixie tale? No, what was it? A fairy tale? Yeah.
But obviously he took some issue with it, because, I don't know what the...
So he doesn't hold faith in it, is what he's saying.
I do not know. I'm not going to misrepresent him in case he's listening. I want him to defend his own statements. Maybe he does accept natural selection, and he meant to just imply that evolution is a fairy tale. That's fine, but that's not what he stated. I have evidence that's not what he stated.
That's a simplistic fucking thing to say.
I'm not going to misrepresent it.
Have you ever changed somebody's mind?
Hey, Rational, have you ever talked to Josiah? Josiah McLean.
No.
Oh.
Have you ever changed anyone's mind in this Google chat? Yeah?
Yes, actually, I have 2 successes. Well, one and a half. CJ Dub is a success. He is a diehard Christian who now accepts evolution. And
okay, great.
Who is a younger creationist who said last night that he's seriously thinking about giving up younger creationism, because we've explained to him why it's not possible on multiple occasions. He's actually thought about it. He's done his research. He's seen the claims that we've disproved, and he said, okay, that one he shouldn't, Hovind should not use. That one Hovind should not use. You're right, that one Hovind should not use. And we've kind of done the domino thing. So I think he's well on his way to giving up younger creationism.
Cool.
So yes, to answer your question.
Good job.
Hey, count me in.
Go
to and you've helped me, man. You've helped me see that evolution theories are cogent, reasonable, and plausible more clearly. And that has helped me. So count me on your list a little bit there.
Thank you, good sir.
Cool.
I do what I can from a layman's perspective.
Sincerely posed.
It's funny.
Well, I come from a native background, so.
Yeah, you have people like, Rational Mind, who obviously knows biology exceptionally well. You have Fiona, who has a PhD, and these people are, know what the hell they're talking about. But I think myself being a layperson, maybe I seem to have a way to explain some of these concepts very, very basically to people that are just functionally, scientifically illiterate, that maybe they don't sometimes.
Emotionally,
they're sort of technical.
Some of them.
Not all of them, but some. Fiona's not that technical. But
yes.
Well, I lost some good friends to trying to tell them the truth because they were stuck in religion. So it's not something I do to people I know, but people I don't know, I don't mind giving them reality, It's, but yeah, when you get cornered or whatever, they look at you with a dumb look and they don't have an answer, then they're offended, and all we can do is walk away or ignore you. That's it. So how do you deal with that? I mean, what are you supposed to do?
So this guy, this Brandy, is a young Earth creationist, right? Young Earth creationist, meaning the Earth is less than 7,000 years old, right?
Correct. He says he has no camera. I don't know if he means. He says I'll type no camera, and I'm like, well, all you need is a mic. You don't need a camera. But I guess he is on his way in if he says I'll type. But I really don't want to have that thing back and forth if he has to type. But I'll take what I can get.
He's an American.
Yeah, he's a Texan, I believe. Right. By the way, yes, I know I sound sniffly and congested today. I apologize in advance. As most of you know, I've got a week now without a cigarette, so I'm just going through the end stages of quitter's flu and withdrawal. So if I sound like shit, deal with it. I don't care. I still not.
You know what fixes that withdrawal, right? You know what fixes that?
A hand job?
No, heroin. Heroin fixes that.
Oh yeah. I thought about switching to crack, but then again, I just figured it'd probably be just as bad. So whatever. I took up water instead. So I'm basically drinking like 44 ounces of water all day long. Yes, be proud of me. I mean, shit. I mean, literally, I've gone a week without a smoke. For me, that's amazing because I smoked for 25 plus years. Hey, Mr. Balthazar.
Who?
Hello. All right, I'm still waiting for Brandy to get in here. Make sure we leave a spot.
Brandon the Armored Christian?
No, he's not the Armored Christian. But I tell you what, if you ever get Armored Christian in here, I'll be happy to make room for him.
No, Balthazar, are you still a evolution kind of skeptic? You still are, right?
I've never been skeptic to evolution in my life.
I thought you were. I thought some of our...
Oh, no.
Wow. No, Balthazar accepts evolution. He just comes from more of an intelligent, designed but theological argument. But he does accept evolution occurs, yes.
No, I was... I got a whole new view on evolution after reading James Shapiro. I think he was the first who pointed out some kind of... he called it wait a minute, genetic engineering. He have also called it natural intelligent design, and it has nothing to do with Michael B. He's not in that camp. Actually, they avoid him. Actually. But he makes the best point, and he only makes point out of observed facts in evolution. So.
Well, Fiona was making she made a very good case that Dembski and Behe all accept common descent. But they look at it from an intelligent point of view, but they actually do all accept evolutionary theory, and they accept common descent.
Yeah.
They kind of have to. I mean, they just come from the position, well, we believe that God did it all, which is, I mean, it's a position to take. I'm not against that position to take, but they still accept the fundamental facts of evolutionary theory and common descent, which most people will say no, they don't. And it's like, yeah, they do. They've written that they do.
Yeah. The problem.
I mean, would you agree, Balthazar? You cannot have intelligent design without evolution and common descent. It would be a non sequitur, correct? Now, I mean intelligent design nowadays, not the original version, which was just a straight conversion of creationism into science, basically. They're trying to get into the scientific arena by calling it science. That's all they did. They just took the term creationist and changed it to intelligent design. Nowadays, it means a little bit different because they've now made it more of a theological thing than a scientific thing.
Is intelligent design... At the end, doesn't it boil down to like incredulousness, where it's like, I can't imagine that this happens without somebody starting the process? Is that still what it kind of boils down to, or am I'm straw manning it, or aren't I?
Not necessarily. I think there is a God of the gaps argument to be made there. That is a God of the gaps. I don't know if it's incredulity per se. I don't know if they're saying, I just can't believe it could happen this way without an intelligence. That would be incredulity. I think it's more that the evidence shows that we cannot explain this any further by natural scientific mechanism. Therefore, we must default to some kind of non-natural mechanism, and the most likely non-natural mechanism would be an intelligence. I think that's what the argument they would be making. Balthazar, correct me on that.
The best point made from the intelligent design camp. I mean, Michael B. This irreducible complexity is just rubbish, I think. But Stephen Meyer, you have the fingerprint. I don't know. I don't remember what. I haven't read his book, but it's on YouTube, and he makes interesting strategic move, or in pointing to Darwin's, how he explained or justified or gave an explanation, and Darwin himself used the best inference in what we know today. So when Stephen Myers makes his point about specified specified information in the DNA, he says, yeah, I'm doing the same as Darwin, so we have to take the best inference what we know about this system today, and that is intelligence. So that is his way. I like that. It's a good
Which is
argument.
kind of what I said, right? I mean, so I didn't misrepresent your position and the intelligent design position. What you said is kind of exactly what I was saying.
Okay, sorry. I was my power went out, so I just came in again. I didn't hear that. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. What you described is basically what I was saying. Why am I being muted here, Blake?
Yeah,
Blake,
I
you
was
okay,
also
man?
muted.
Somebody's sound was bleeding through.
Yeah, I thought that they were just checking to see who that was. But I would say, no, I don't think it's yours. I think it's probably Balthazar's, but I'm not positive.
Oh,
But
okay.
what I was saying was that in order to be an intelligent design person, I think you do have to have a little more fundamental understanding of the basics of the topic. If you just say evolution doesn't exist, I automatically put you on the category of somebody who never even graduated high school. That's just, to me, is akin to saying gravity doesn't exist. It's just a non sequitur to me. They're not demonstrating to me they know enough about the topic to really discuss it. And I'm speaking as a layperson. But I mean, they say I disagree with evolutionary theory. Big difference. That's fine. That's a whole different ballgame right there. That's cool. But if they just say evolution doesn't exist, and they don't know what the word evolution means, then.
Sure, but they're always motivated by religion, and if they're motivated by religion, they don't want to accept the evidence. So what do you do then?
Well, I'm not even accepting the evidence, accepting of the terminology even. You can't just refute something by wishing away the terminology. That's not how anything is done. I mean, that's like saying I've solved hard solipsism because I'm defining hard solipsism to be whatever it is I want it to be, and therefore I exist, nothing else exists, and I've just proven that because I've defined it to be anything I want it to be. That's not how you go about doing anything in life. So when they say evolution doesn't exist, they're basically redefining evolution as something it's not.
Right. So it's up to you when you engage with these people to start defining terms before you really get to the argument. See what you guys agree and disagree on. You have to do that.
I completely agree with you, Viva. I generally try to do that most of the time. You've seen me, but you've seen the fact that I'm very consistent in my definitions. I don't vary that much. But if someone wants to use a different definition, I will consider it. And if I think we can go down and work with that as a working definition, and just for basically just to move on with the conversation, I don't have a problem with that. I don't.
Well, that's why I kind of want the next step in the intelligent design creationism movement to be actually a defense of their art. That's what I want to start seeing. That's what would interest me, right? Persuasive premises for their conclusion. That's what I want to start seeing versus I want to put holes in the balloon of I'd start liking to see affirmative defense for that position.
If we're going to have that kind of discussion, we'll have it with Brandon and a few other people that I know, and maybe Balthazar, that do promote the intelligent design position. And I would submit, for the sake of arguendo, that the evolution part of it would be a mutual understanding. We wouldn't have to discuss basic terms. We just, for the sake of argument, say evolution exists, common descent exists, and then work upon the teleological aspect of it, of function, purpose, fallacy of design, that kind of thing. But that's a whole different hangout. I'm still working with him to get him in there. Brandy cannot figure out Google Plus for some strange reason. I didn't know this was that complicated.
Yeah, he may have never used it before, so.
I know, and I'm working with him. I told him you just click the link, and if he wants to chat, he hits a little blue box in the corner.
There's some how-tos on YouTube that they're like a couple of minutes long if he needs to look through it.
Because he was like, yeah, I'll definitely accept your challenge. And I'm like, well, it's not really a challenge. I just want you to come state your position, and we can critique your arguments. No, you're fine, Ralph. He's not here yet, so.
Even the term design is not really the proper analogy, right? Because, okay, there's no sense of using that word design where you can't really get you can't go to a designer, right? There's no case that we use that word where we can't like factually with reasonable certainty say this is the designer or the design process, right? So that's like that's like the kind of gaping hole at the end of that argument that like nobody kind of talks about. there's
Well, that's why it's a lot of a word game. I mean, when you use the word design, obviously that's going to imply a designer. If you use the word create, that's going to imply a creator, right? And there's a lot of things about the English language that's like that. It lends to equivocation and it leads to a lot of other things that I find to be disingenuous when people try to use it that way. If I use the word create, I'm not necessarily meaning a creator. If I say volcanoes create, basalt or lava rock and stuff like that, am I using it to say that the volcano actually got down and designed and created this lava rock that came out and metamorphic rock and igneous or whatever the hell? I'm not saying that, right? Or if I say that stars create heavier elements, I'm not saying that the star was a creator, correct? So there's a colloquial use of the word, and then it's how other people use it as well. I think that needs to be distinguished because a great syllogism for that, and I don't remember who used it, but they said a feather is light, light cannot be dark, therefore feathers cannot be dark.
Yeah, it's not the proper, not context isn't the word. It's
equivocation of the word light.
Yeah, exactly.
Think of the English language.
It's got
that's what we have to be careful of. Correct.
I also don't like the word design. So I would design should be kept out of it. I would just, when I talk about this, and it has more to do with abiogenesis or how this process was kicked off, it's more information processing systems. That is how I would just, design. It's more like morphology or structure and so on, but to me it's more. It's hard to find the words. I think I've understood this is not the part of the discussion, but I would start if one should have a meaningful discussion about these things. At least my point, because mostly it's not very. I mean, I don't know if. I don't think I get it through at all, but that would be to first define intelligence. That would be the most important thing to do. So
okay, that's a good. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. So I think you can actually define intelligence without intelligent mind or a mindful agent or mental capacity. So you can and there is even on Wikipedia some definition of intelligence. In a general sense, don't imply a mind. Perhaps mind is too general, but not intentional. How to describe that? To me, intelligence could be defined as a system capable of solving problems. Come up with solutions from the environment.
I would go with that definition if you allow artificial intelligence in that as well, because obviously a computer can do that.
Yes,
and that's a type of intelligence, but it's an artificial intelligence. I'm fine. Yes. I'm okay with that. Yes.
Yes, and that is the best point you can make. I mean, because that's where we see the same. Type of information processing systems is in artificial intelligence. So And these are also specified information. What is that? I mean, what is specified? For me, specified, it is functional, and it is, you cannot describe this property by laws of physics, because they are, laws of physics are universal. But when you come to specified, it's reacting on one specific environment, and there are no laws of physics to you cannot apply any come up with any laws of physics. You can explain every structure in nature by laws of physics and mathematical algorithm. But this functional part of it, that I think is.
Well, you just say you just said you just say that you can describe every aspect with mathematics.
Every structure. I mean, you can.
I would have to disagree with that, but
yeah,
hang on one second.
no,
We'll continue with that. He says, wait. Brandy says he wouldn't let me in. There was no blue box, no chat option. I don't see him trying to get. I didn't see him come in here at all. Did you?
Nope.
So I don't know what he's talking about.
Is it full? No, it's not full. Is it? No.
No.
Is he clicking on the link?
Probably an XG. I think it.
No, what I meant is, I think Thomson was the first who came up. He was mathematicians in the 18th century, I think. I've got a lot of it on it, but at least he started with trying to explain every shape or structure in living organisms by mathematical equations. And
I think Lightning's got an echo. By the way, hi Lightning, how are you? Yeah, you got an echo there. Just one second, Balthazar, and we'll continue on your discussion there. I just reposted the link again for Brandy. Moses, I need to make room, so I got to keep the slot open, my friend. And you don't really contribute much, anyways.
I'm floating away here. Thank you for your hospitality, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, Tommy, I love you, brother. No problem, man.
And thank you, Steve. Good to see y'all.
Yes, sir.
Bye,
I've explained to Brandy how to click the link, click the little box, and it lets you in. If anybody else has any maybe guide to how to get into Google Hangout, I didn't really think it was that complicated, but
I don't. Yeah.
I don't know if he's listening, although I can give him the event page again.
I don't know what to suggest. Have you used Join Me? Join Me. It's a free application. It's basically a remote desktop sharing application where you can basically like get remote access to his computer and maybe join it for him. It's
for
pretty
for Google Hangout.
Yeah, I don't know what else to do. I mean, it's pretty anonymous, and you just kind of you all put a code in. You start the join me, right? You tell him to join it. It gives a code. Have you used like GoToMeeting? It's like a free version.
Yes.
I don't know what else to suggest.
Hang on, I'm trying to figure this out for him. All right. Well, while he works on that, excuse me, I really didn't want to go down the whole intelligent design discussion. But if you really guys want to, I'm okay with it.
I'm good with evolution too. I'm not. I just really wanted to hear what he had to say. He sounded. He's a science student, right? He's in college, right?
I have no idea his scientific background. I did go to his Google Plus page. The only thing I really gleaned from it is that he was using very outdated and antiquated claims, such as like Gentry's polonium halos. He was using ad hoc mathematical probabilities, the typical type things. And so I don't know what his scientific background would be if he doesn't understand that even Gentry's polonium halos have long since been refuted. Even Gentry himself, he resubmitted it and took it back and basically said, well, you know what, God just made it look like this, which is obviously not what any scientist would ever do. So even he knew that his paper and his quote unquote study was nonsense. I don't know if you guys remember back then. That was a while ago when Gentry promoted that whole polonium halo thing. It's basically they determined that, one, he couldn't have determined it was polonium. Two, that it was probably argon or xenon, a decay of xenon that eventually produced the polonium, and that became like the halo. Because he basically said that this had to happen within 3 minutes rather than billions of years. Enlightened. You're getting an echo again.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I'm just turn your. What you can do is you can turn your settings down.
Oh yeah, hold on. That better?
Testing 1 2 3. Nope. Or you can try using headphones.
Echo.
I'm not hearing it now. I could get headphones.
Testing 1 2 3. Major reverb. Alright, I'm just going to mute you for right now to get the headphones. Somebody will have to drop it. Brandy could figure this out. Oh, he's.
Who's enlightened? Oh, okay.
He said he wanted to be on the panel.
Okay.
But if I have to drop anybody, I'm going to drop Moses, obviously.
I can also. I can drop. That's not a problem.
I invited every creationist on my friends list.
All right. Well, thank you, Balthazar. I obviously I'd much rather have a creationist who at least wants to be able to defend their position rather than like Moses, who obviously never does.
I invited everyone, including Josiah.
Oh, really? Why would you do that to me, man?
Why didn't Moses?
I thought we were friends.
I like JoJo. JoJo's fun.
I do too. He's
Venom
a little
Fanga.
chew toy.
Yeah.
Okay, Brandy Nicole has said, let's do this here. Is there a reason why you cannot explain it here? I'm like, no. Wait a minute. I've been waiting for an hour. I explained to him a Google Hangout. He said, yes, I accept your challenge, and now he's backing off because he can't figure this out. This is what I mean by creationist people.
I think he's
Will make these claims,
It
and I
wasn't
have
difficult for me to
documentation
join.
of this.
Sorry,
I'll
no.
see the Hangout link.
Yeah, be an excuse. Yeah.
All right. I would.
Well, so what's happening when he clicks the link? What is happening?
I'm going to ask him right now.
He's not even clicking the link, I bet.
Okay, yeah. I mean, maybe check if he's got some kind of firewall or antivirus program on his laptop. Maybe disable those. But I mean, you click the link, it should pop up.
I even said, go to
How's
my channel. You can see the Hangouts I've had prior to get an idea of what they're like. So he's well familiar with what Google Hangouts is, because all he has to do is go to my channel.
How's everyone else today?
Good.
Pretty good. It's awfully warm and toasty here.
It's cold as hell here.
Where are you?
Carson City, Nevada.
Oh, really? Oh, that's
Nice
weird.
and cold up here.
So where's the creationist? They can't get in the room?
Yeah,
Nope.
this is the video that I'm discussing with. I'm going to post it right here for you in the site chat. If you have the site chat open. That's the video. It is. It's actually one of Stated Clearly's videos called "What Is Natural Selection." I've just explained to him one more time, and in there's two threads going on. One is I just found my dumbest comment of the week. And the other one is the adaptation of my natural selection for first graders. But he basically just said, let's do this here. Is there a reason you cannot explain it here? I've been explaining these things for 3 years on these videos. That is why I decided to do these hangouts quite some time ago, is because I get tired of writing the same shit over and over and over again to people that do not want to listen. So I'm like, if you have a position and you think you can argue it, why don't you come to an hangout? And I mean, we've got
Exactly,
the
a live
whole
debate
Google
is-
Plus community at our fingertips, pretty much. I mean, the only one I can't get a hold of that I would love to would be R and Raw, but the rest of the community, we generally know. So, you would shit if Aaron Raw came in here. Come on.
Is that a he or a she, Brandy?
I'd be a little fangirl.
I do. I would be too. Aaron, oh my God, it's Aaron Raw, yes. But anyways.
So what do they mean it's not evolution, it's only speciation? What the hell is evolution?
Good question, man.
It's that whole micro macro thing they do.
Yeah, they don't seem
No,
to
no, no, no.
grasp
There's no
that species. Go ahead.
No. It's the same thing, but on different levels. There's no meaningful distinction to call it micro and macro.
I know. Yep, I know that.
Yeah, I don't know how you can have. How can you have speciation though without evolution? Explain to me how that process would even work.
Well,
give me an
no,
example of allopatric. Give me an example of allopatric or peripatric or, or sympatric speciation without evolution. I don't know what I don't know how that would even be.
Well, in the strictest biological sense. Well, in the strictest biological sense, evolution is just a change in allele frequencies to produce genetic variation.
And so speciation obviously requires a change of allelic frequency. So you cannot have speciation without a change of allelic frequency.
Yeah, they say
So when
confusing stuff because they don't know what the words mean most of the time.
Yeah, so when somebody says that's not evolution, that's speciation, that doesn't really make any sense to me.
So is archaeology a plot from Satan? Is that what it is? Because it never seems to support creationism.
I talked to Josiah,
I guess.
and he said every field of science is run by Satan, which is why evolution is taught
I mean,
major universities.
Even the creation science?
I don't even know. We asked him about the Christian scientist and didn't get an answer on that.
Christian science is an oxymoron.
No, Christian scientist. Not Christian science.
Hang on. He just said, I went back. There's an option to rotate my camera only. No other options. Anybody know what he's talking about?
Nope.
Tell him to just disable the camera. Click the turn it off. Is he on a Mac or a PC?
Yeah, turn off auto rotate.
If he's on a Mac, he's basically, it's going to try to use his camera. So he just needs to basically turn it off if he wants to turn it off, type thing. But
do at the top.
I don't know why this is so hard.
It's not. He's just fucking around.
Yeah, that's what he doesn't want to do. Well,
So he doesn't want to come in because these cameras on?
No, he just doesn't want to do it. But then just say you don't want to do it.
We can talk to Joe. I want him to watch my video I made. It was just for him.
Well, he made a very strong position. He should be more than willing to join this debate.
Let's get Darwin's deity then to be our guest lecturer then.
Oh God.
Or Dante 666.
Man, get G-Man. He's hired in Darwin.
No.
I invited
G-Man. I don't want to
G-Man.
deal with G-Man today. I don't want to deal with Nephilim. I don't want to deal with Tommy Hall.
Yeah, I don't like Nephilim. I don't like Nephilim.
Please,
I don't
don't bring Nephilim.
Nephilim's just a bad person.
Yeah, I don't enjoy him. I just don't. He'll be like, this is. I know this is an ad hominem attack, but his speech pattern is like his dentures are. It just drives me crazy. And then he'll do a paragraph and then say one more thing, and then say another paragraph, and then say one more thing, and then say another paragraph. I can't.
Sporty, you're not letting me finish, Sporty. You're interrupting me. Please let me finish. I have another hour in my comment here. There, Sporty. Please let me finish. Moderator, please let me finish.
And then he'll end it in, you see, evolutionists.
Yeah.
Why is evolutionist such a derogatory term? It's like Isaiah, you dirty gravitationalist, you.
Or you dirty general relativist.
His hangouts used to be just his hangouts just used to be a trip. It's just him doing a filibuster basically.
Yeah, no, he does his monologues. I mean, he basically is just one person that reads shit and then doesn't understand what he reads and misquotes everything.
Or blatantly lies, like he did with me.
It's as bad as someone going to a gym for 15 minutes, like a couple of weeks, and then suddenly they think they're a weightlifter for the Olympics.
But it's obvious he spends time on the subject, so it's like, dude,
No, he doesn't.
You could be. It's like you could channel this more positively. I don't know.
He doesn't.
Yeah, hang on. I'm gonna make some room in here, Moses. I'm sorry. I'm gonna dump you, Moses, buddy, my friend, because I just don't think you're gonna add anything to the conversation. And he's probably not. He's just packing peanuts right now. So, Sydney's fine. Sydney just came in, but I got to leave at least one spot open if you just figure this shit out. Hey, buddy.
Who'd you need a spot for?
Brandy, he's still trying to figure this shit out. I don't know why it's that complicated. I've never had anybody but creationists not be able to figure out Google Plus. After they specifically say yes, and they work out details with me. What?
I mean, do you have some way to send him a PM or an email? I mean, it's essentially click on a link.
Yeah, no, I put the Google link on the video, and I put it in the comment box, and I put it on my edit page.
Yeah, but like when you go to your page, it just shows the event, and it won't show that link because it's hidden. You have to like click on see more messages or something. Like, do you have an email for him or a PM where you can send him a message, and in the message it says, "Here is a link, numbnuts," because you don't know
I
how
have
to
the
open
video.
up
I have the video I've been talking to him on. If you put it in a comment, it shows up as a link.
Oh, you responded to his video, the one where he said, "That's not evolution, that's speciation."
Yes. Well, that wasn't the same guy, but that's the thread. Yes. If you look in that thread, that's not evolution, that's speciation. Brandy Nicole is typing underneath of it, and he says, "How about?" And I could figure this one out. How about you set it up in a typing format and let's get on with it, or just invite your pals to watch it here.
Yeah, can you reply to him? Because if you reply to him directly, like Google Plus will send him a message with that reply in it.
I don't know, Cliff. I don't know why he's having such problems with this.
He seems to be a bit of a knob, but I mean that's par for the course, I think.
He has your email, Annie.
You can see where I posted the link quite a few times. Hey, Reds, how you doing, man?
What's up? Just woke up.
Man. Oh, nice. And he says, change the format and send the link. Quit lying. Nobody is waiting. I'm like, nah, wow, you accuse me of being a liar when I have a full panel here. I've got, how many people here watching? I think it was 7 or 8 last time I looked. But I'm lying now.
Steve, he doesn't want to be on here.
I completely agree. He doesn't want to do it. But he just sent me, quit lying, nobody is waiting.
Wow.
He says, and send the damn link. I went to the link you sent. My options were rotate camera. Is there another way of making you understand?
Who's the fucktard this time, if I may ask?
His name's Brandy Nicole.
And what's this fucktard asserting?
That
evolution is a fairy tale.
Yeah, and the natural selection doesn't exist.
Hmm.
But he said, now claiming that there's nobody in the hangout, you can't work the link.
What does that mean? Natural selection doesn't exist.
That's one of the reasons why I wanted to explain that, because he had written under my comment that when I explained natural selection very easily, he said that's a nice fairy tale, and I'm like, why is natural selection a fairy tale? I've understood that people have said evolution is. Obviously, I think it's ridiculously stupid, but I know where that claim comes from. But
so he
claim that natural
doesn't
selection
believe animals die?
I have no idea how that. I really don't get it, Cliff. But anyways, can you post on this? You know the thread that it's on.
Yeah, I just replied to him directly.
Who are you trying to reach out to?
His name is Brandy Nicole.
That is not a guy's name.
No, he's his girlfriend. He said that's the video that we're discussing it on to get him in here. The thread is called "I just found my next dumbest comment of the week." That's not evolution. That's speciation. If you guys want to go to that video, it's a very good video that I highly recommend by Stated Clearly. I'm sure he wouldn't mind the publicity. I hope not, at least. And maybe comment to Brandy Nicole that we are waiting for him, that I'm not making this up.
There's a lot of Brandy Nicoles around there. Which one?
Here's the issue. Every time you post a link, there is a chance that that YouTube could flag it as spam. So you're gonna have to do some sort of thing with the link, like replace the dots with an actual typed out dot, so YouTube doesn't block it as spam. So tell him, all right, dude, I'm going to give you the link one more time, but the dots are going to be replaced with the actual word dot. Replace the word dot with an actual dot and get your fucking ass in here, you piece of shit.
There you go.
Good way. I like your style.
Oh, you should see me at funerals.
I'd love to give it the benefit of the doubt. I really would.
Okay, let me try something like this.
I think that's the first time, though, I've ever heard someone say natural selection doesn't exist. That's pretty radical.
I just ready to post on his profile page. He sounds an idiot. How old is he?
I'm guessing. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, what's natural selection?
How old is this Brandy fella? Do we know?
Probably some early 20s know-it-all.
Yeah, he sounds dumb. So check his Gmail profile.
Also, I'm going to go onto that link and try to find a YouTube channel associated with the comments. Once you do, when you go to his discussions page, I would post a link there. Of course, it's probably going to get marked as spam again, but tell him to go to his channel and click on the "Some Comments Need Approval" button and find it there. It'll be located there, and then after he does that and he clicks it, he can get his fucking ass in here.
Okay, I'll make some space.
Very, very good.
His argument would make sense if he said, like, natural selection was unscientific or it's unfalsifiable. But no, he says it doesn't exist.
Gonna be interesting.
I told him to go to his channel, go under the comments need approval, post, and the link is posted there. And I'm also going to post it on his discussion board, and I'm going to post it on the G Plus page. There's no possible way he's going to say that he didn't get the link.
It's a woman, right?
No, I guess his girlfriend is named Brandy. I did not know that. I mean, if I just assume if I see the name Brandy, it's a girl, of course. So whatever. I'm misogynistic. Whatever. Hate me.
Yeah, it's a woman apparently. What it says.
Okay, I just posted the link in his discussions tab on his YouTube channel. So if someone says if someone says go to his channel, at this point we bombarded the fuck out of him with this link. There's no reason for him not to find it.
Yeah, I see. 21 seconds ago.
All right, we'll see what he responds because yeah, it's on his YouTube actual channel discussion page. So And I've invited him, by the actual invite as well. So I don't know what else he can say.
He denied natural selection, yeah?
Well, that's okay. Well, I'll let you be the I'll let you guys be the panel on it. Some of you guys have already brought it. I've already showed them. But let me real quick show you what originally happened. This is an ongoing thing, but okay. So you guys have read my natural selection for first graders, right? My little story about how natural selection works, and what he wrote in comment to that. This is a part of the comment, but he basically said, and that's a fun little bug story and all, but can you give me an example of something that's not a fairy tale? Now, he might have thought that my story was dealing with, specifically evolution and not natural selection. That's fine. That's a legitimate excuse. He fucked up. If, however, he's saying that natural selection is a fairy tale, give me an example of something that's not. That means he's applying the conjunction or negation that what I wrote is a fairy tale, then he's basically saying natural selection doesn't occur. Would you agree? I mean, agree the way I'm reading it, not that natural selection doesn't occur.
I don't agree with what he's wrote.
So, I mean, but what I'm saying is, do you see how I can think that he's telling me, based upon what he wrote, that my story of natural selection is a fairy tale, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what he said.
I don't know how else to take it either.
Yeah,
but now he's backpedaling. He's like, well, that's not what he said. He's like, of course adaptation happens. I'd be stupid not to think that or something. And I'm like, well,
on occasion it happens. Wow. Okay, so then basically he's going to have to name the mechanism that makes it work sometimes and not makes it work sometimes.
PFM, pure fucking magic.
Bit like the whole micro bullshit.
Well, just give him the out, Steve, and say, hey, when you said that, were you just doing a drive-by comment with no intention of you're just being snarky, or do you really believe it? I mean, it's time to.
No. That's I kind of did. I mean, I've gone back and forth with this person for quite some time. This is not just something that happened in one day. He's been on my comments for a very long time, saying very stupid things, and I finally got I got sick of explaining to him very basic shit. And finally today, I'm like, look just take us to a Google Hangout. He's like, fine, absolutely, as long as we stick to science. I'm like, oh, hells yes.
So basically what
it's completely scientific to call.
I mean, I looked at this guy. I went to his thing. See, I see your comments here, and look, your comments actually posted with the link there, so it wasn't marked as spam, at least for me. Then I go to this guy's channel on his discussion page. There's my comment right there. Now, of course, it might only be visible to me, but I see your comments visible with links included, so it's like, 21 comments with links on the wall, 21 comments with links. Click it now. Quit fucking around. 21 comments with links.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think he's being disingenuous at this point. I think we've all agreed upon that.
Yeah, I think so.
And he's backing off what he said, because, I mean, one of his comments is, I saw what you wrote, you damn liar. I never said it didn't exist. Change that or screw off. I said adaptation happens, but it's no way associated with your religious faith and evolving. I'm like,
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, anybody wants to read this thread, they can see. Please see, I've capitulated all I can, and I've explained it all I can.
Like a pigeon taking a shit on the board and then running away.
I was like, it doesn't
matter at this point, because I mean, this is just another demonstration of how creationists do play pigeon chess. I mean, it really actually is.
Yep.
Can I just ask, when you were talking to this guy, and of course I'm just asking for your personal feelings on the matter, which is not scientific, but who cares? Did you feel like he was really willing to come into a room and have a conversation with us, or is he just pulling his leg?
No, I've talked to Ben. I probably go back a year. I don't know, somewhere in my ballpark, and we had gone back and forth about an hour before I listed the event, and I said, look it. I go, I'm going to list the event in about 30 minutes. I want to make sure that this is, contingent upon, what you said. And he's like, yes, as long as we stick to science and not theology. I said, I'm fine with that. I said, well, I'm going to invite a bunch of people, certain people I like as a panel, if I can get, Fiona, Sam the Scientist, Rational, or somebody with some scientific knowledge in biology. He's like, that's fine. Then I said, fine, I'll make the event. I'll give you the event, and I did. And he said, well, you're lying. That's not what I said. I didn't say natural selection didn't happen or adaptation didn't happen. I'm like, you did say that my story was a fairy tale, but I will change it to natural selection rather than adaptation. Although I'm not quite understanding if you know what either or are, but I posted the event. I've given him numerous links to the Google Hangout, and he's just basically saying the link doesn't work. It just gives him an option for his camera. He wants to have a discussion on the video instead of the Google Hangout. He's called me a liar, saying that nobody's here waiting for him. There's no panel. There's no viewers. I mean, this is about as disingenuous as you can possibly get, which to me is a bigger win than actually if he came in here and I explained to him, why his claims are incorrect. I think this is a bigger win in my opinion, because you guys can see this happening in real time on the video, how he's backing out.
And honestly, now with the panel being full, since I'm more into like space and cosmology and not really into biology, although I could probably still call bullshit on it, if I need to drop out and make room, just say so.
Okay, well actually, I would probably have Dionysus drop out first because I know he really doesn't like evolution very much. Is that cool, Rustin?
Yeah, what's that?
Is that cool if I have you drop to make room for this guy when he comes in? Because I know this is evolution, not really your big thing.
Yeah, I can drop out.
I mean, I love you a lot. And if it's like theology or like a Paris precept thing, then you just be optimal for you. But I just know this is not really your thing.
All right, no worries.
Thank you, sir. I know so many people, but anyways.
Why do it
popular bastard, you?
I know. I'm just a nice guy. I try to get along with everybody. The only person I refuse to get along with, and I'm not trying to be mean, but I will never get along with Neff. It'll never happen.
Oh no, you're not nice. The only reason you and me are friends is because you're just as terrible as I am. You just say the less than I do.
If that was only the case, man. No, you are far more vicious than I could ever hope to be, Reds.
See, here's the thing. I think if we had our dinner and we had a few babies, for a meal, you would definitely sit down and join me.
Well, as long as I get the tenderloins out of it, and
there you go.
The liver. I'm down for that.
Yeah. See, sit down to a nice healthy meal of babies. The classic atheist meal, because atheists eat babies.
White wine or red?
You know what? Fuck it. We'll have both.
There you go. See, that's how you have a fine meal.
Yes. Yeah, both. So yeah, I think you're just as terrible as I am. You just say the word fuck a little bit less than I do.
It depends. I've been known to use explicitives. Yeah.
Yes. I'm thinking about like having a shirt made with like the Red's Rhetoric logo, and then underneath it says "Brought to you by the F word."
Well, you capitulated though one time when you didn't you a little bit when Josiah said, didn't he tell you no cursing when you did your precept thing with him?
Yeah, and I was like, no, absolutely
not. He was like, fuck that.
Yeah, I have a habit where it's like when a person invites me to have a hangout, but they put that little qualifier at the end, like you can't cuss at all, and you have to be respectful of everyone. I'm like, fuck that. That's my whole style. You're basically telling me to go in as a zombie and not really be passionate about the things that I'm talking about, and that's the only way I actually can get involved in the conversation, and you're asking me not to do that.
Basically, they want you to give them respect without expecting you to have any return.
No, I don't expect to get respect in return. That's mistake number one, dear friend. I expect to get shit. I throw shit forward. I expect to get shit back. The only thing is that I'm kind of like a pitcher from Major League Baseball. They're kind of like a guy with a broken arm.
I might have another fish on the hook though. Somebody else that I've corresponded with for a while. His name's Samuel King. He's actually a young Earth creationist as well that I go way back with. He's just asked if I was finished. I'm like, no, we haven't really started yet because this guy refused to join us now. But if Samuel King, if you're listening, because I think you are, come on in, take your best shot. I would be happy to engage you as well.
You know, Brandon, he's particularly strong against evolution, but he goes from ID.
Yeah, no. Brandon is very, very intelligent. Brandon is very articulate. He does take the ID position, which is not the route that I wanted to go.
And
big deal. Anybody can be articulate when they're typing.
Intelligent design, or basically that's the theory you go to when you have an abysmal career in science.
Or if you want to steal state tax dollars.
Oh, yeah,
I don't
basically.
even think I'd be around.
I
Another
think
20, 30 years, I just don't see it happening. How could it survive anymore? Even the DI is falling apart.
Well, the thing is that ID, when it comes to like an actual field, like for example, you have the fucking Discovery Institute, and then you have, you know, the Center for Creation Research or some shit like that. And you know, these buildings don't actually produce any like science. They don't produce anything whatsoever. They just take people's money. They rely on donations. Even then, though, they are a lot more profitable than I would ever imagine. Like, wow. So if you have a crappy career, but you still have PhD in your name, then yeah, go for it.
It's like, I don't expect to go to Disneyland to get educated. I go there to have fun.
Pretty much. So then they make the, you know, what's that, like, the theme park where they're building this gigantic ark, and then they have this museum where they have like dinosaurs and humans all coexisting.
It's the Creation Museum in Harrisburg, Kentucky.
Oh god! Remind me never to go there.
They keep saying the
I
same
want to
thing.
go there.
What the hell does that mean?
Well, they're expected to pull like $18 million in their first year or something like that. Some ridiculously high amount. But because that they didn't get their tax break from it, because Ken Hammond basically said, if you want to work here, you have to be a young Earth creationist. Young Earth creationist. So
Christian young Earth creationist.
Christian young Earth creationist. So he was not eligible for the tax breaks. And I think if that place makes that kind of money a year, the society has literally reached the end.
See, I disagree though, because there's the train wreck element.
It's like you can't look at it, but you can't look away at the same time.
These people are making a shitload of money, so apparently we have officially hit rock bottom when you get to that part of Kentucky.
Yes, and it also affects people on an academic and institutional level. It's not something you just look away from and just ignore it and it'll go away on its own. That's not how it works.
Yep. And apparently it even got, you know, the attention of Bill Nye, and you're like, wow, even Bill Nye sees them as a big enough threat to actually go in there and completely demolish their entire system of belief, and then it's like...
Yeah, imagine if they got, like, expert biologists to go on that panel, or the debate.
Well, you know what's the funniest thing is with the Ark encounter, let me ask anybody a question. Does the damn thing float?
No.
Well, even better is that he had to use reinforced steel to make it.
Did Noah and his family know about Bayer lines and weight capacities?
Well, that argument doesn't really follow, because you know the argument against that is, well, divine revelation.
Let me see, because there's a picture floating around on the net that says that he needs $100 million, modern machinery, lumber mills. He's needing, like, you know, all this huge labor team, and never once thought to himself, you know, I don't think a 500-year-old man from the Bronze Age could actually do this shit.
Yeah, are we the only people that see a problem with that he had to use all this modern construction, you know?
Well,
if he would have created it exactly like it did in the Bible, with, you know, basically him and a couple other people getting the gopher wood, getting the pitch, and putting this shit all together and make it float worthy, I would have been far more impressed. That's
the other most impressive part about this is the building itself will not support itself. They had to reinforce it with steel.
Yep. So
he doesn't see a problem with the functionality here.
Pretty much by them building the Ark encounter, what they're actually doing as a result of that very thing that they're trying to build is they're shooting themselves in the foot. They're basically demonstrating how completely stupid of a concept this is, and that it can't be done.
No. They
But
just
the
want to prove that it can
creationists,
be
they don't
built.
think that way, man. They don't have the mental acuity to realize
They,
that they're
they
basically
never
fucking
once went,
themselves.
huh, I
They just
wonder.
want
The,
to keep possession.
the
That's all.
disconnect.
Things that make you go, hmm.
Made it
The
flow.
things that make you go, huh.
Well, we have a new name for them, Rebs. We're starting a new thing. I think it's probably been around, but we're just going to call them derps from now on.
Yeah.
That's the new thing. Fiona likes it. I like it. She calls them herps. I call them derps, because like herp to derps. But derps, herps are derps.
The herp was heavy in
that's
that
the new
room
thing.
last night.
Yeah, but Fiona likes herp. I don't know. I think derp is better. So.
So we're gonna.
but
The
that's new
herp was heavy in that room last night, so we're gonna talk about the derps.
Yeah, it's Herpsburg, Kentucky.
Well, maybe we have to. Let's see. What would be a good distinguishing thing between a herp and a derp?
Well, the herp is what they were talking about, and the derp is the person themselves.
No.
There you go. Okay, so
herp is
a herp is the context, and a derp is the purpose of making the argument or context. Oh, thank goodness. Samuel King.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, my friend? A real honest-to-goodness creationist who always says he can defend his positions. So thank you for arriving, because our other person, Brandy, chickened out after I negotiated this with him for several hours, documented on record on my event page and on video that he just couldn't figure out how to use Google+. And so, Samuel, you're ahead of him because I know you know how to use Google+. So you're at least one step above the average derp, okay?
Well, I've sort of only just figured it out, really. I don't ever use it, other than for this type of thing.
Well, okay, so if herp is the context
Go ahead.
And the derp is the person, then what's herpy derp?
That's the product of the person.
Yeah, that's the product.
The product of making. The process of making the herp.
Oh no! Oh god! No!
It's the active engagement of the mental process that people can utilize to come up with the dumbest reasoning and statements of all time.
All right, everyone, be sure to slip on your amendments.
No. We already have a word for that. It's called apologetics.
Oh, snap!
Just remember, guys, before we actually begin, please slip on your oven mitts so that we can get some, hand-to-face impact protection.
Yes, and so we don't bite our nails either.
I like it raw. I have to feel flesh against flesh. Occasionally I'll ask to borrow somebody else's hand. It's not for anything sexual.
Well, aren't you a badass?
I can't triple palm myself because I only have two. So occasionally Cliff will lend his hand, and
All right, sounds good. You badass.
Yeah, I'm a black. Yeah, I'm a black belt. I can take hits to the face all day.
You can take it on the chin.
I could take it to the chin even. I could chin myself.
I bet you can.
The face palm.
All right, Samuel. What? I'm trying to remember. What were some of your arguments that you brought up before? There's been quite a few. I'm just going to call you King.
Why don't you just bring up your favorite? What do you think is your most unassailable?
What my favorite argument?
What do you think is the most unassailable evidence for a young Earth?
I have to think about that one. Well, to me, yeah. To me, the Bible, yeah, obviously.
How about we phrase this, okay? Because I mean, even Brandy, before he chickened out, he wanted to make this scientific, basically empirically based. So, what you think empirically based would be the greatest evidence? Either A, that supports a young Earth model, or B, it falsifies evolutionary theory. Take your pick. I don't really think
does it really matter? Because whatever I bring up, you're gonna disagree with anyway. So
no. It's not a matter of disagreeing. Probably, but I mean, we do more than disagree. We actually give evidence of why it's incorrect. So as asked,
well, give me evidence as to how does dinosaur blood stain.
No. We're not. No. You're making the claim. You're making the positive claims. We're not.
I can actually jump on that though, because there is no dinosaur
Of course you
blood.
Can. Of course you can. There's an answer. There's an answer for everything.
You gotta listen to me. There was no dinosaur blood. You're starting off with a false premise. There was remnants of dinosaur blood.
Okay, so what was in there? What was in there?
Heme.
Red, I think you've done a video on this before, haven't you?
We have done a video on this before.
Yes,
we had a Google Hangout where we had the actual paper, the actual scientific paper explaining what exactly it was. Guess, and I'll give you a guess here. Guess what it wasn't.
Doesn't matter.
It wasn't 6,000 years old.
Well, it wasn't blood.
There you go.
Wasn't
Exactly what Van said.
Okay. So what was it? Was heme? You say so? What's heme? What is heme?
Heme is a protein found in hemoglobin.
Okay. So tell me, how does heme last inside bones for millions of years?
Before you even go that far,
I'm sorry.
Do you know how long heme should last?
Yeah, what did I say heme?
Do you have any reason to guess why heme should last?
I have. I can guess maybe.
I can answer that.
Maybe at a push 10,000 years, but come on, millions of years.
Hold on.
Wait.
How do you
what's
get to
the
that
basis
conclusion?
for this? Based upon what
based on logic. Come on, this is
logic.
No.
That'd be chemistry, not logic.
You can't pull logic. We're talking chemistry here. We're talking science here.
Oh, you're talking science. Okay, so
have a significantly higher half-life.
You're talking the same science that
Let's not change the subject. Stick with this one.
All right. Okay.
All right. So
we don't want to go there. We don't want to go there.
No.
We'll go there afterwards. We'll go there next.
We're going to address one claim at a time, very specifically. The claim is you made. We're going to have enlightened, aggressive, and explain why
something you want to
was found and why we have no idea how long it can be last in any kind of situation, because this is all based upon things we just may not know. We might not understand the fossilization process.
Okay,
so,
I can answer that.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, do I have the floor?
You do.
Go for it.
Okay, so why is there no dinosaur blood? How come we would expect this in a fossilization? Well, it's simple. When a body decays, it releases energy. The energy is a form of heat, and the heat itself would cause the blood to evaporate away. It happens with any modern species that decays. Not necessarily scavenged, but you would say, well, wouldn't the dinosaurs be buried during the Ice Age or something like that, or they would have all been destroyed by the silt deposits from the meteorite that killed the dinosaurs. Excuse me, the asteroid.
Okay.
So many number of things.
But excuse me, sir. You haven't answered my question. My question was, how does heme last for millions of years?
Why would it not? Is the actual refutation? I mean, what principles do you subscribe that it wouldn't?
So first we need to set first that a fossil is not the actual bone itself. It's just a replica of the bone, because the minerals take over the bone. They recalcify it. They turn it into something completely different than the bone itself. It's not calcium anymore. It's something else entirely. So,
right. I mean, obviously, a fossil is replaced by minerals. There's no bone left.
Okay, you still haven't answered my question. How does heme last in the fossil for millions of years?
Well, the paper, correct me if I'm wrong, Enlightened, I have read the paper. She explains it by the fact there was ferrous particulates based upon the extra ion, ferrous ion in the heme that over time built up around and acted as a barrier to preserve the protein, correct?
It created a natural preservative.
A natural preservative, yes. So Samuel, I mean, that was what she wrote. That is what her peers said makes sense. What she said, is not incorrect. So on what expertise are you basing her paper to be incorrect on her conclusions?
Well, that sounds like an ad hoc explanation. If it can protect the blood or the hema, then why can't it protect the other elements of the body when it was being fossilized? Why can't we have a fully preserved intact dinosaur body?
Well, the reason is size and volume.
Size and volume, so it only works with liquids, so it doesn't work with solid
No,
things like bones or something like that.
You're going to have to speak at about 40 words a minute less if you want me to understand you.
Very sorry about that. It's not something that can just accomplish within the space of 6,000 years. It would take millions of years for the blood to turn into a different material altogether.
No.
It's incompatible with young Earth.
I'd just say no. You have to give a reason for saying no. So it's like.
Well, I do agree it's incompatible with young Earth. That I do agree with, but I'm not following where this is going down because
I'm not either.
I think King is pretty well. I mean, he's been explained by the paper. He asked the question, "How is it possible?" We've given him, Dr. Schweitzer's work, our understanding of it. I don't know what he can do to refute that, but it is an answer to his question. How did it preserve this? Because of the iron that was in the heme, correct?
Well, it was basically able to turn into a natural preservative.
Correct.
Also, different parts of the body decay at different rates. It could have easily leaked out of the body and seeped into the ground.
I have no idea what that means. I'm enlightened. I'm really stupid.
I'm very confused about the nature of the question here. It's a very specific question about like the compatibility of young Earth or the viability of young Earth.
Okay. I kind of go where he's going from now. So King, I think what he's saying is that basically what you've just asked goes against the entire young Earth creationist model. It doesn't support the viability of the young Earth creationist model. It's basically a argument to incredulity that because you don't understand why it got preserved, you don't understand how it did, and you don't believe it, that somehow it couldn't have happened. But that's not an argument.
I actually have 2 points here. I think Saul mentioned earlier that's quite a good point that if these fossils or these remains are only 4,000 to 6,000 years old, why aren't we finding them with actual sort of meat and blood and DNA? When we've got blood, we've got like mammoth like steaks basically from 40,000 years ago with blood, with possibly DNA and actual sort of flesh. You can see and you can see the redness, and it's like
like for mammoths, right? They're like 40,000-year-old mammoths.
Yeah. So why don't we have that for dinosaurs if they're only 4,000 to 6,000 years old, the same age as these mammoth fossils are supposedly?
Yeah,
so the refutation would be that if they are only 6,000 years old, we should not just be able to see a certain preservation of the heme. We should be able to see also preservation of maybe more flesh, a bone, and not everything would become mineralized. Correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there would actually be viable liquid, something that's pourable, something that's intact as it is, not frozen or turned into something else entirely.
Okay. Are there any other young Earth creationists here? Or am I the only one?
Well, if young Earth is possible, then if we were to unearth a dinosaur, then I should be able to split its leg open, and I would have fresh blood pouring out of it.
If you'd like to see an extremely in-depth refutation of this, you can look in the side chat.
Yeah, and I think Jade actually mentioned that. I think she's actually more correct. I think what the paper actually said was that Mary Schweitzer found existence of the breakdown products from heme.
Yes.
And rather than actual
it's heme compounds.
Heme compounds. Thank you, Jade West.
We had a hangout on this, and basically the fluid or the chemical or the solution, as they call it, to actually find these things can make what they contact look like they're plastic, look like they have these threaded membranes that soften plastic and stuff like that. But it's actually stuff they had to add into it. So, for example, if I have this magical chemical that turns concrete into Play-Doh, does that mean originally that concrete was soft? No, it's the same fallacy.
The fallacy.
Yeah, what it is it's elements of heme. It's not heme itself. It's heme elements of heme compounds that were found.
Heme breakdown.
Yeah, heme breakdown.
There are breakdown products that were brought to the surface due to this solution, and this solution had the side effect of making it more plastic than it actually is.
Yeah,
I think fundamentally these soft tissue or blood or whatever arguments boil down to having two options to explain it. Either the remains are young, and that means our dating methods for those remains are wrong, or the dating methods are correct, and we don't know enough about tissue preservation. And I would say that we know a lot more about radioactive decay, geology, those sort of things to determine the age of remains than we do about tissue preservation in ancient fossils.
Yeah, we don't date these
so what you say is
many ways.
Yeah, I would say it's much more plausible that we don't know enough about tissue preservation than it is that all the dating methods are wrong.
So we could say it's a little bit more parsimonious to say that perhaps there are holes in our understanding of fossilization and various types of methods of fossilization, rather than jump all the way to saying, well, our entire understanding of radiometrics is wrong. Because I mean that's like completely throwing out the baby with the bathwater, to say the least. But that's what younger creationists are attempting to do, basically. They're not looking at the anomaly and saying, let's explain the anomaly, basically, parsimoniously. They're saying, here's an anomaly, you're all fucking wrong.
Well, what was really great about this thing was we found something anomalous, and then we looked into it, and we found a perfectly scientific explanation for it.
Yeah,
that's the great thing about this. Is we love finding things we can't understand, because then we can learn more.
Yep, but this type of thing is completely pounced on by the creationists to try and prove something. I'm like, no, it doesn't prove anything. So basically, what you guys have done this entire time is formed the biggest straw man imaginable with the heme breakdown that was found, and you're trying to say what with it exactly?
I mean, she even said the creationists have, quote, hijacked her research.
Yeah, she's not very fond of that, and she's a Christian.
Yeah, go figure. So you know you done did fucked up when you're like, stop giving me a bad name, and she's a Christian.
Fucking hell.
Would you like to make a new claim other than using that one? Because I think we've refuted that one to death.
I don't think you have, in fact.
Okay, what's your complaint?
What would you like to see more then?
Jeez, where would you want to start? I got many.
Just pick one. No,
first one.
Please, one thing at a time.
Pick one at random, and I'll try to hold back the laughter. Go.
You see now, how can you debate with someone who has?
He just said make an argument.
Never mind him. Just give us the claim.
All together, come on. I couldn't do it. So
Just make your argument. I mean, come on.
King,
because everything, if no matter what you give us here, if we give a bad explanation, believe me, the other guys in the room are going to laugh the other person who gave the bad explanation down.
Right. I was pronouncing it heme. Okay, they looked at me like I'm an idiot, and I knew it was heme. So I mean, we cut. If people still do correct each other, okay. So it's not like anybody has an agenda here. So King, once again, give us an actual reason why you don't think that argument has been refuted.
Yeah. I have to find the facts, and if what you're saying is that the actual paper, because everything that I quoted was from the paper itself. If you're saying that the actual paper is wrong about what the paper is reporting, then tell me what's wrong with the paper.
There's multiple things wrong with the paper.
Well, say
it.
One.
Go ahead.
One at a time. One claim at a time. Go ahead.
I'll mute and listen.
Okay, I'll have to start with the foundation. Presuppositions. But that would be the foundation.
Stop right there. That's not basically you're making the straw man that, or you're making a fallacy that says, because this doesn't agree with my bullshit, therefore it's false. Maybe it is just the case. Now I'm just going to throw a wild idea out there. Maybe your bullshit is bullshit. All right, it's not that the information that on what the paper regarding this is on. Maybe it's not that information. Maybe the information is actually correct, and actually you're the one with the false baseline. So can you keep it to the paper itself? Keep it on the topic. Don't bring up presuppositional arguments. Otherwise, we're just going to have a field day.
Right. I mean, you're not going to sit there and say the entire precept that science goes by is false. That's a whole different argument that we could do another time. So we're not talking about the precept. We're not talking about philosophy.
Well, and I can actually respond back fairly quickly. The only philosophy that's involved.
But we're not going to. We're not going to respond because that's irrelevant. Basically, the idea is that if you have something that argues against the paper using actual science, not philosophy of the presuppositional argument, then please share it. But keep it within the paper itself, what the paper actually shows, from the scientists that actually found this compound, who actually found this plasticity within it after they released it with the compound.
Okay, so you'd like to try again and not go from a precept point of view, King?
Yeah, because that's philosophy of science, not the actual scientific method itself. That's a different can of worms. That's why I interrupted.
Okay, so your argument.
I meant the other King, not you, Wolf.
All right, hang on. So you what you're saying is we're not going there because if we go there, then we are going to be talking on philosophy and not
yeah, it's a completely different subject. If you want to talk about
hang on, wait, just hang on.
If I want to talk about cars and I start talking about how roads are made, don't you think?
Oh wait, can I just ask a question? My question is, are you saying that you don't want to go there because if we do go there, then we're talking about philosophy and not science? Is that what you're saying?
No, what we're doing
necessarily.
We're talking something that's completely irrelevant.
I think what should be stated is, King, if you wanted to discuss the precepts of science, then that should have been your argument to begin with, not the 65 million year old fossils, because now you're going from one thing to another. We asked you what you thought the greatest argument, for to support young Earth creationism or to refute evolutionary theory, and you started talking about the T-Rex fossils. You did not start talking about the precepts that we take in science. So now you're changing the topic. Do you not see that?
I don't think I am changing the topic because every single thing that we bring up tonight is going to boil down to precepts.
Yeah,
but why did you bring up the fossil? You should have started with the precepts we have then.
You brought to one specific evidence, and we're talking about this evidence. You did not take it to the baseline. You can disagree all you want, but that is changing the subject.
Okay, well, what are there rules to this debate? That
yeah,
only
stay on
things
topic.
That we can...
I think that's the only one. Stay on topic.
I think everybody has to kind of agree and take a panel check. I'd like to get a panel check. Do you think he's changing the topic? And if that was the topic he wanted to address, he should have talked about the precepts we have in science rather than pick a very specific thing like the T-Rex fossil. Do you think he's changing the subject? Panel check.
Yes.
He's definitely shifting or pushing the burden of proof.
Yep, shifting the goalpost. It's
topic.
No. He's committing a double standard. The young Earth creationist has presuppositions.
Oh yeah, yes, I no question about that. But I mean, he's not asserting that his presuppositions were less.
Yeah, we're not talking about presuppositions. You brought it to dinosaur fossils. Then you said you found problems, and we only talked about the dinosaur fossils. We didn't talk about any presuppositions. So bring it back to what we were actually talking about: the dinosaur fossil. What was wrong with what we said based on what we said about the dinosaur fossil, based on the actual paper?
And my answer to that is presuppositions.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, so basically what you're saying is you have no scientific reason to deny what was said.
You're confusing science with religion.
What?
Evolution is not a religion.
No. Mr. King, we're not talking about two different ways of looking at the same thing. We're talking about a fundamental divide of how claims are examined.
See, here's the thing. What you did, Isaiah. You managed to not Isaiah. Samuel. See, you managed to switch it from focusing on the evidence to presuppositionalism. I mean, you can't have your cake and eat it too. That's just not how it works. All right, you don't talk about the scientific data, then talk about like the foundation by which we interpret it. I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's two different subjects. So you should really start with precept rather than the scientific data, because that's a whole different can of worms altogether.
We went to the paper itself, and the paper itself was basically explaining in detail exactly what that stretchy elastic material was, and it was the end result. This was a side effect of the compound that they were using to retrieve the heme breakdown product. This is from the paper itself. What about that, and only that, do you disagree with? Because that's what you said. You said you found a problem with it, so what is the fucking problem?
Very well.
Well, the problem is we're both looking at the same evidence, but we both have different presuppositions.
Okay, then what do you gather from the evidence itself that differs from ours, and how do you arrive to that conclusion?
Very well, that's fine.
Well, because of our different presuppositions, we have a problem with dating that.
You already read the
discussion
you're shifting the topic and not actually going to comment on it, and so I'm trying to to form your goalpost shifting to try and bring it back to the original subject. Basically, you're refusing to talk about the evidence now, and you're going to talk about some underlying baseline for all scientific method.
Don't confuse science with presuppositions, or with your presuppositions, because you could as I say, we're both looking at the same evidence, but we're coming with different presuppositions. So what you're saying is that the evidence, your view of the evidence is science, but my view of the evidence is just religion or something stupid.
No. My view of the science basically states that there was no. All right, I'm gonna make a truth claim here, and you tell me whether or not you disagree with this, and this can actually be verified from the evidence itself. There was no dinosaur blood. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Well, I trust you. I mean, I trust you. You said there was no blood, there was heme, so I trust you.
There was compounds formed from heme. It wasn't directly heme. I was mistaken. It was heme compounds, correct?
Yeah, heme compounds, heme breakdown products. So, but there was no, liquid or plastic dinosaur blood. There was
even dried.
None.
Well, I trust you. I trust you. If you say that, if you say it was just heme compounds, then I got no reason to think you're lying.
Did you read the paper?
I did. I read the only thing I read was I read a few articles in the newspapers about it, but I haven't read Mary Schwartz's paper. No.
Well, because that's what the paper was actually about, that's what the argument was about. What was this breakdown product? And we said, well, how was there this in the fossils? And we're like, well, it's actually not this, it's actually this. And then all of a sudden we brought up presuppositions. I have a theory on why you went down that road, but I'm not going to say it just out of respect. Yes, even Red's rhetoric has respect sometimes, not often.
What? No.
Come on, Steve. I know that was low. Sometimes.
You like the low blows.
Yeah, I like the low blows.
How about we accept this then?
The low blows.
For you. You need to get out more. You need to go watch a rocket launch or something.
Yeah, I do. I haven't had a rocket launch in like a week. It's been way too long.
I know it's a phallic thing to you. It really is, isn't it?
I kind of need to get my. If you can just IV drip rocket launch into my veins, that'll be good. But unfortunately, we can't do that because as I've just been informed, rocket launch isn't a fluid.
Yeah, I think liquid oxygen would be, but
yeah, but that would be bad.
That would be real bad.
That'd be cool.
Let me jump back in here and back on topic for just a second, though.
Okay.
And let me tell you, you just brought out as your best piece of evidence something that you're actually extraordinarily unfamiliar with.
No, that wasn't my best piece of evidence. I wouldn't say that I have a specific best piece of evidence.
Well, that was the one when we asked you for your best piece of evidence. Right. That was the one you chose.
Well, the thing is, I mean, there are so many different evidences that
go on to another one.
How can you call one the best?
No, I agree. I agree. We're agreeing with you that we're not trying to quantify which is the best evidence. We're just making it colloquially speaking. What do you want to bring out that you think is one of the more better?
What I still want to really bring this point home is the one you chose. You actually know extraordinarily little about.
Okay, right, but you know what? Do you know why? Do you know why?
No.
Because you don't care about what it says?
No, because evolution is such a stupid religion. You don't even have to. You don't really need to be very clued up to debunk it.
Before you go any further,
you went full throttle batshit.
Hold on, Steve. Before you go any further, define religion.
Religion's believing in something where there's no scientific proof for.
All right, then. Really? Then that case.
That's a remarkably cool
definition.
I've never heard that definition before.
I mean, I've heard that definition for the word faith.
I agree with you. Oh, I would go with that. I'll go with that one. I'll just hang on a second.
Yeah, you know, we can't
Hang on a
trust
second. What you gonna say?
what I was
Yeah,
going
I
to say
like
is
that. I
that
like that
it's
one.
it's a misbranding of the definition then, because evolution does
Okay, hang
follow a
on.
scientific method. That's how
Alright.
that's how we were able to find out so many things about it. It was through the scientific method.
Yeah.
I like that definition that you said. No, faith, and that's okay. So I see evolution as a religion because you need faith in order to believe in evolution. There's no scientific proof. There's no science for evolution. It's faith.
Okay.
It's only
Hold
faith.
on. When you're talking about you have to have faith.
Pause right there.
When you say faith, you're saying things without scientific proof. That's the definition we're going with here. Okay. So that's just fractally wrong.
Well, it depends.
Can I just ask why is evolution taught, and I've been asking this to creationists for so long, as others have, is why is evolution pretty much fundamentally tied in with biology across all academia and all scientific institutions that focus in that? Why? If it's not a science, what is it, in the curriculum of science?
Well, I mean, there are, certain types of evolution are science.
No.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you're talking about micro evolution, then yeah, sure, we can go
You do
with that.
realize micro added up over time leads to macro. You do realize that, right? By admitting that there's microevolution, you're pretty much admitting that there's macroevolution as well. Because
and if you're not. And if you're not admitting that, that means you're saying that you can walk to the end of your driveway, but you can't walk to the end of the block.
Yeah. Well,
because it's too far.
The way I see it, because of my
Walk a mile, you have to
presuppositions.
take baby steps.
Because of my presuppositions, the way I see it is that microevolution is a fact, but then when you start talking about macroevolution, that's when you leave science and you go to religion.
Can I have the room for just a sec?
Go ahead.
I'm just going to make a conclusion based on what I'm hearing. Basically, what you're saying, and Steve, permission to go full Red's rhetoric on this, because
you may go full res rhetoric as soon as I just say one quick thing is that speciation is demonstrable and speciation is macroevolution. If you
has
don't
been
think
seen
so,
in the lab and in the wild.
So if you don't think so, then you don't. Then all you're doing is redefining the word to something else, because speciation, by definition, is considered macroevolution. Go ahead, Reds. Go full Reds.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is fuck the observations, fuck the science, and fuck what the peer review paper has actually shown us, and that it can't be disproved in any way, shape, or form, and supported by a metric shit ton of evidence. You're basically saying that because I presuppose it to not be true, therefore it is not true, and there is no scientific paper that you can show me. There is no piece of evidence that you can show me. There is nothing whatsoever that you can show me, because I will automatically assume it is incorrect. Is that what you're saying?
Well, because it's your religion, you have to assume it's correct. Because
no, I don't, because it's not a fucking religion. Please answer the question from your point of view. I asked you a question, not about what I am. I asked you where you are. So basically you're saying, fuck the observations, fuck the evidence, fuck what the peer review paper is actually shown to be correct based on a metric fuck ton of evidence. You're basically saying, fuck all that. I am going to just assume it is all incorrect based on no evidence whatsoever. Is that what you're saying? Yes or no? And please don't shift the goalpost.
Depends on whose evidence you're talking about. Because if it's evidence from an evolutionist, then it's going to come with those presuppositions. If it's evidence from a creation scientist, it's going to come with different presuppositions. Are you trying to?
I got permission to go full res rhetoric on this, so everyone hold up.
You do. Go ahead.
Now, okay, so basically, I didn't say evidence from whoever. Let's hypothetically say we have a guy, Joe Schmo, who doesn't have any beliefs whatsoever, as retarded as a concept as that is, just bear with me here. And he was to just go out and find evidence, and he will agree with whatever the evidence supports. You can call this entity the peer review method, or the peer review process, where people have to back up the shit that they're saying, and they have proven time and time again that they can actually back up the shit that they're saying and make testable and repeatable correct predictions based on the evidence that they were actually getting. So basically, learning about it, learning what reality actually has to say on the matter. You're basically saying that if reality does not agree with your horse shit, that reality must therefore be wrong.
Depends on whose reality are you talking about. Are you talking?
Oh no,
You
reality
talking
is
about?
reality.
All right, you talking about Joe Schmo who hasn't got a presupposition. Everyone has a presupposition.
I gave you
everyone
that
has
caveat.
an opinion.
I gave you that. I told you already that, you know, just ignoring just ignoring the fact that would be a really retarded concept, because I know everyone has presuppositions. The thing that I'm basically going for is that if we had this robot that didn't give a shit and went out there and found all this evidence and would draw his conclusion directly from the evidence, which we do have a mechanism that does that, you're basically saying that mechanism must be wrong, even though it doesn't have a horse in the race.
Okay, well, bring the robot who doesn't give a shit, and let's see what he says. Because
we are seeing what he says. What he's saying is that evolution is a fact, and that this 6,000-year-old bullshit is just that bullshit. It's a fairy tale. It's a hoax. It's a fraud. It's made by a bunch of goat fuckers that didn't know the moon wasn't a light source. What more?
Okay, so where's this robot then? Do you have proof of this robot, or is he just part of your religion?
Peer review method, where people have to back up their shit with actual science. They have to back it up, and it needs to withstand scrutiny. The only reason, you know, Einstein's theory of general relativity is holding up, the only reason we still accept it is because it's never been disproven. It comes through every single time in making predictions. That is why, if we're having a conversation through satellite, that's what's preventing you from turning down the wrong street with satellite GPS. That's what's preventing the clocks from going wrong. This is what's preventing this conversation from going fucking haywire in the matrix that is the internet, you know, satellite based. That is basically what science is. It's always come through. And the same can be said for evolution.
You know what science is? Science is observable, repeatable.
Okay.
Right? Science is.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Man, I think you got this one. I know exactly where you're going with it.
Repeatable, observable, and it's the search for truth, right? Okay.
No. Search for truth.
I've never seen a crocoduck, my friend.
That's. Oh God! You did not just go crocoduck.
I've never seen a crocoduck, my friend.
Did you just go crocoduck?
The crocoduck is a misunderstanding of evolution.
It's not a misunderstanding. It's an outright lie. If you were to find a crocoduck, that would disprove evolution.
But if you believe in evolution,
hold on, stop. Let's go back to science. First off, science does not tell you what is truth. That's not his point. Science is to make predictable models about reality.
Do you like Ray Comfort by any chance? You sound like him. You sound exactly like him.
And if we're
let's go even deeper into the scientific method. First off, it must be testable, right? Okay, we agree with that. It must be observable. What do you mean by observable? Does that mean you have to see it with your own two eyes?
You see, when you ask an evolutionist.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you right now.
I'm talking.
No, just tell me how you would answer that. Does observable mean you have to see it with your own two eyes?
I was busy answering it. But
we started with for an evolutionist, which is irrelevant. I want to know what you think.
I think that you have to see it with your own two eyes, obviously.
Well, then you're an idiot.
Wow.
Otherwise, it's not science.
You're an idiot.
So have you ever seen a that's the problem right there, dude. You're basically saying that if it doesn't agree with what I've seen, which is, you know, and the only thing you've laid eyes on is the fucking Bible, then yeah, you're an idiot.
Have you seen an X-ray machine? Have you seen an MRI machine? Have you seen a microscope?
I've seen all of these things, yeah,
okay.
but I've never seen...
Those you're able to see things that you're not able to see with your own two eyes.
Yes, and may I chime in here?
If I get a CT scan or a CAT scan or whatever, and they're able to look inside my body and see a tumor that's growing like in my brain or in my lung, with my luck, it'll probably be in a really uncomfortable spot. But let's say they found this tumor with this machine. They
like
didn't.
the back of a
They didn't
Volkswagen
slice
Bug?
the open. They didn't look at it with their own eyes. They looked at it through a machine that has been, peer reviewed to actually give back reliable results. Isn't that funny? And they found this tumor. Does that tumor not exist simply because they didn't look at it with their own eyes?
But they did look at it. They did see it with their own eyes.
No, the machine did.
The machine did.
They don't have to see what the machine saw.
Okay, so where have
Can
we
you tell me?
seen?
Wait.
Where have we
me?
seen?
Can I have a turn?
So basically, what you're saying is, yes, actually, Red, you do have cancer. Get that shit checked out, right? Yep, silence. You can go ahead.
By your definition, Mr. King, if observable science is the only science, then forensic science doesn't exist and astronomy doesn't exist because those you cannot see because they happened in the past. So we just close down every CSI department and every police department in the world? Should we shut down every observatory around the world? Should we shut down NASA?
Well, not only that. I mean, you've gotten rid of obviously cosmology. You've gotten rid of plate tectonics. You've got rid of geology. You've got rid of any kind of physics. Well, I mean, there's no quantum. You cannot have quantum chromodynamics. You can't have chromodynamics. You can't have even gauge theory.
So basically, the fact that we're having this conversation right now is impossible.
Yes, because it's going to happen in the past. And since we can't observe this conversation with our own eyes, only verbalize it, then we're not having this conversation.
And we have these same tools. We have these same tools in biology. Again, I linked a paper here, and it's about a whole genome sequence for birds.
No,
and
I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. What I'm saying is, with forensic science, you did not observe the murder, but we still have to figure out how it was done. By your definition of observable science, we should let every murderer go free because we did not see him kill that person.
You see, I don't know. This is some twisted atheist logic. You see, if we see evidence,
it's not atheist logic.
We're taking what you've said. We're taking what you said and bringing it to its conclusion. The conclusion would be, hey yo Joe, you still got the keys to the prison? All right, let's start doing this shit.
I must say, in the immortal words of Matt Dillahunty, yeah, that logic shit, it's a bitch.
Yeah, basically what you're saying is that, unless I see it with my own eyes, it's, I can't trust it. When we have tools and equipment that are able to see things, obviously you can't. We're not going to trust them because reasons.
And it hasn't finished God.
Yeah, that logic stuff. It's a real pain in the ass, isn't it? Just to refrain that mouthful quotes.
What I'm saying is, the point is, forensic science, astronomy, cosmology, all require us, are all sciences that observe the past.
And Sam, do you know what those kinds of science?
You said observe.
Wait, yes, those are called observational sciences for that reason.
So there you go. So there is an observation because you said observation.
Yeah, but you can't observe a murder in the. Yeah, but if you didn't observe a murder, did it happen?
Observational science is actually
if you have evidence, if you've seen the evidence with your eyes.
Bingo.
You've seen the evidence
here.
We've seen evidence of something.
Evidence.
Okay,
and guess what? The evidence does exist out there for everyone to see, and it's in the peer review material that we were actually quoting from. And when you bring up something like, for example, dino blood, and we're going to the actual paper itself, we know a couple things right off the bat. One, you don't want to talk about it anymore because, in my opinion, it's been so viciously shoved up your ass that's now very uncomfortable to talk about. Two, when it comes to the actual paper, you didn't actually read the damn thing because if you actually had read the damn thing, you wouldn't have brought it up to begin with. And three, when we actually did correct you, you basically are saying that that's not the evidence you actually wanted to bring up.
Well,
we can up something about presuppositions.
First of all, if you want to continue discussing it, we can, because I'm not satisfied by the answer you gave me. So I'm quite happy to continue discussing the dinosaur meme or whatever you call it. Second of all, if you see evidence that Joe Schmo killed someone else, then that doesn't mean that evolution is true, because the evidence that you're looking at that's proving evolution for you is looked at with your presuppositions.
It's not looked at with a presupposition. The numbers do not lie. Okay, how about this? I've been arguing a lot with flat earthers, okay? And I've been giving them mathematical proofs based on actual observations that I have done that calculates the circumference of the earth. Because I have not gone up in a fucking machine, or I have a bias to believe that the earth is not a flat disk, does that mean I am wrong?
Well, flat earthers are just
they're morons. Believe me, you're not going to find
they're just one step beyond young Earth creationists.
Yeah, they're one step beyond younger creationists. I will actually grant that, because they're even more stupid than that, because they believe some pretty horrendous shit. Now, when it comes to that, I'm looking at the evidence. And if the evidence does not back up my horseshit, you're basically accusing me of being so intellectually dishonest that I would still believe that the Earth is round, even though the evidence doesn't support for it.
Well, as I keep saying all the time,
Are you? Are you calling me?
Can I address this? Because I think I can get to clarify here. Sam, listen to me very carefully here, and I'll give you this distinct difference between your precepts and a scientist's precept. If the scientists can demonstrate that the precepts that they're using is wrong, example, Rational Mind or MMA artists who both work in biology, if either one of them could demonstrate that the precepts are incorrect, that uniformitarianism is incorrect, or that evolutionary theory is wrong, they would do so. They would be put to death. Rational Mind would be the most famous fucking person in the world if he was able to do that. So why would he not? No, let me finish. That's the difference. Your precept is immutable. You would never change or admit that you have the possibility of being wrong. That's a very dishonest position to take.
So basically, you're accusing the scientific method, all the scientists out there, to basically being as dishonest as you are. And so this is a classic creationist tactic that when the evidence does not agree with you, pretty much goes straight to conspiracy theories.
Well, I don't think a presupposition is a conspiracy theory. Do you?
In the way that you're framing it, absolutely.
I have a question.
All right. Listen, a guy may want, or did you know that Albert Einstein really wanted the universe to be static, but he was proved wrong and was ultimately, forced to accept it because the facts just simply didn't agree with him. You had the discovery of Hubble's constant and the discovery of, the proportion between the redshift and the distance of galaxies. You pretty much.
Right, okay, not a big fan of quantum either.
Yeah. So basically, Einstein had to admit he was wrong, and so have a lot of scientists, and that is what the peer review process is. Because even if that original scientist still doesn't agree with what the peer review process has found, we still go with the peer review process because it's the one that is least biased.
Okay, but when you
back up your horseshit.
Right. Let me say something. When you're talking about the peer review process, how many creationists versus how many evolutionists do you have amongst those peers?
Well, there are many scientists who say they are creationists. However, it's amusing that none of these scientists who have PhDs ever publish any papers on creationism.
None.
Oh, and I think there's a reason for that.
There is, because there's no science there.
Yeah, there's no science behind it.
I have a question. Here's the thing. Why do we have to take the presuppositions that you approve of? Why do we have to take them seriously?
Look at the side chat there. I posted a very short list of the presuppositions of science, which are the principle of parsimony. They use the absolute minimum number of presuppositions possible.
So if these are wrong, I mean, why would
you see what you guys do?
You have a problem with those.
You guys confuse science with religion.
No, we don't.
No. Science is not a fucking religion. Science
I didn't say. Whoa! Hang on. I did not say science is religion. I said you guys confuse science with religion.
What we have been talking about this entire time
is science.
You guys, so you're the one actually
That's what you think.
here.
You think that's science. You think it's
No,
science, but it's
no,
actually
I
it's
know
religion.
that's science.
That's my point.
No,
That's
I
my
know
point.
that's science.
Hold on,
That
hold on,
is
Red.
my
Hold on,
point.
Red.
What you're doing is you're demonstrating that you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about when it comes to scientific method. You're invoking this conspiracy theory that the reason that there aren't any creationist scientists or because no one agrees with the crap that they're publishing is because there's this overwhelming conspiracy against God. It's all tools of man. No, that's not how the fuck it works.
Okay.
Basically what it is because there's no actual science there.
Okay, so then did you watch that documentary No Intelligence Allowed? Did you watch
Yes,
that?
I have. Yes, I have seen it.
Yeah,
It was
so
incredibly dishonest.
Yeah, and it was the biggest piece of shit I have ever seen.
Why was it
It's usually
dishonest?
it's usually about 9 to 10 or 11 on the Rotten Tomatoes. Meter.
Well,
It's
I'll tell you
considered
what.
one of the
Here, let's
worst
go with this.
documentaries of all time.
What do you think is the best point they made in that movie?
Yeah.
The best point that they made in the movie is that if someone does have any creationist leanings, they will be expelled.
Except that's blatantly false.
But it's not blatantly
It
false.
is blatantly false. Let's go with the people who are in that movie. Let's go with the guys who said they were kicked out. Who is the astronomer that was denied tenure? Let me pull it up.
You know, because when you actually dig deeper into this movie and you actually find out who these people were, it wasn't because they were creationists. When you actually look at the reason why they didn't have the outcome that they wished they did,
let me
Guillermo Gonzalez.
It's because they
Guillermo
were
Gonzalez.
full of shit.
I'll tell you what. Let me
Guillermo
put this to
Gonzalez.
rest.
That's the guy who says he was denied tenure because he's a creationist.
But he's not a creationist. He just published a.
He is a creationist. He works for the Discovery Institute.
Yeah, but at that time,
there's a blatant lie. He works for the Discovery Institute. He's a creationist.
Yeah, well, at that time, he got kicked out because he published the article from Stephen Meyer. That's why he was fired.
No, you're thinking of someone else. Yeah, you're thinking of someone else. I'm talking about Guillermo Gonzalez, who is a astronomer who is denied tenure.
Listen, it doesn't matter what I say. When you're talking about
something wrong, of course it doesn't matter what the fuck you're saying.
But
we're talking about Guillermo Gonzalez, and you're bringing up fucking someone else.
Everything I say is going to be wrong because it's your religion, it's your belief.
We are giving you.
That's the
when
thing.
I'm talking about Guillermo Gonzalez, and you're talking about someone else. You cannot claim this because it's my religion. It's because you're fucking wrong.
You are pretty much getting rid of even the possibility that you can be wrong because you're simply presupposing that you're right when we, on the other hand, are actually going to the evidence and seeing what it itself is saying. Everything I said today in regards to Dino Blood is from the actual fucking paper, which you claim to have, which you are the one that actually brought up. Then you were talking about, what about this movie? Well, we brought up the movie, and we actually found out why these people were given the abysmal record that they were given is because the shit that they were publishing was full of shit. It was misinformation, and they were trying to pass off as fact.
Evolution is your religion.
No.
Evolution is a fact, my friend.
Prove it. Prove it.
We're so disgalloping here, and I don't like disgalloping. I don't like.
Okay, let me focus in on no intelligence allowed, expelled. Guillermo Gonzalez, he was denied tenure. Why was he denied tenure? It's not actually a very uncommon thing to be denied tenure. 4 out of the 12 people who were who were eligible for tenure in the previous 10 years were not granted tenure. So it's not exactly a given. Number 2, he hadn't published. Publish or die. You ever heard that?
Publish or die.
No.
You've never heard? Okay, well, of course not. You're scientifically illiterate.
Yeah.
You might want to explain it to him.
Yeah.
If you don't publish, you're not proving your worth.
So why didn't he publish then?
Good question. Really good question.
So basically, you're blaming it on this huge fucking conspiracy, but you're not actually blaming the person that actually might be the cause of it, which is themselves. If you don't publish, then what the fuck are you doing? You're pretty much just wasted space at that point.
The rule that there is one way around that avoiding publishing is if you're a prolific teacher and your students publish.
The academics, yeah.
And he wasn't even good at that.
The rule of thumb in academics,
he was in a research position, and didn't do research.
Basically,
he wasn't in a teaching position.
Basically, the science does the science or the peer review process, or basically the scientific community as a whole, do they have a bias against creationism? No, they don't. Do they have a bias?
So.
Hang on.
Yeah, I believe they do.
Hang on. I understand you think that, no matter how incorrect we pretty much have shown you to be. I understand that. Let me finish, though. So you're thinking that there's this huge bias against creationists. No, there's not.
Yeah,
I
think there is.
Okay, for fuck's sake. I'm going to say that one more time, and I'm going to mute you because I know you're going to interrupt. You're thinking there's this huge bias against creationists. There is not. Basically, when it comes to the sciences, they have a bias against horseshit information and people who do not publish, who don't actually back up the shit that they say. That is basically what you're conflating here. You're conflating the fact that they don't like bullshit information with, oh, they just don't like creationism. No, they just don't like bullshit information. They don't like people who haven't actually proven themselves to know what the fuck they're talking about.
How do you know that creation story is correct and not another one? So they're all bullshit equally.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to get into the discussion of if creationism is bullshit or not. I mean, I want to stick with the evidence, and I think
not creationism. I never made the claim that creationism.
Yeah, no,
just the information that's coming out of their fucking mouth is bullshit.
Right, no, but Blake kind of did. No,
oh yeah, well, of course
Blake kind of did.
But let me ask you a question. When they had the premiere of Expelled, when they had the premiere of Expelled, they refused to allow Richard Dawkins to attend. He was in the movie, and they refused. They blocked him from attending. He bought his ticket.
And they
now, why would they do that?
They misrepresent what he said too classically. He gave the possibility of panspermia being correct, and he said, and Ben Stein dishonest ass like from Bueller, that retard friggin' said that, Richard Dawkins believed that ancient aliens made us. They actually tried.
It was a hatchet job.
Yeah. There's a link in the right-hand side that goes over this movie.
If you go to a bullshit source, you're going to get bullshit answers. And if Expelled is the best thing you got to supposedly prove that there is this gigantic conspiracy, holy shit!
I mean, yeah, he shoehorned that dishonesty in there. And
whenever you watch an interview,
that's it.
Yeah, whenever you watch an interview, pay attention to the cuts.
Yes.
And see when in the sentence does a cut happen. And in that movie, they're particularly blatant. You'll notice that in most interviews you will watch on TV, the cuts are very specific. The cuts will happen when one person is talking, they'll cut to that person. When the next person starts talking, or when they finish answering the question, they'll cut to the other person. When you cut back and forth between the two in the middle of sentences, that's usually a really, really good indicator that there was a cut made, and probably something was changed.
Yeah, they call it a Frankenstein cut.
Yeah. So basically, you have a hatchet job of a movie that's trying to point out some sort of conspiracy that obviously doesn't exist. Honestly, I put them on the same totem pole level as 9/11 truthers and Loose Change, that abysmal pile of shit. So
God, I haven't seen that.
It's kind of the equivalent to that in my book.
It was made to make money.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I know when they even said that. Even the people that made Loose Change were like, yeah, we just made this for the fuck of it, but whatever.
Yeah, whatever. You know, it's so easy.
Why be honest, kind of thing. You know,
yeah, one of the guys who was involved in making it actually got freaked out by so many people believed it and started repudiating it.
Yeah, so many people believe this shit, and so of course they're going to buy into it without actually doing any sort of research on it whatsoever. And then, you know, when it actually comes out, people, you know, will be like, hang on, let me go ahead and actually research it. Okay, let's see, you fucked up here, a little more here, a lot here. You know, you basically go down the checklist.
Are you able to see the side chat, Samuel?
While you do that, can we take a quick kind of poll here? Because I mean, his first thing that he wanted to come up with was the T-Rex bones. Okay, the blood. Yeah. So that has been thoroughly refuted. Does everybody agree with that? Okay, and I think Sam agrees at this point. There was no
pretty much.
The next thing he went to was about presuppositions. I think we demonstrated that if somebody could demonstrate the presuppositions to be incorrect or to falsify things, that would be accepted and actually, you know, be awesome actually in some ways because it would open up a whole new realm of things to study. But there's nothing in science that says we have to stick with these presuppositions. There's no law that says uniformitarianism has to exist, or even the Copernican principle, or any of these suppositions we go by. Correct?
Mm-hmm. I would like
thoroughly refuted.
I'm actually going to go to McDonald's and get something that's really bad for my health. But before I do, I'm just going to let a question hang in the air. Samuel, do you think that science is a democratic process?
Well, I think the obvious answer is no.
Sammy boy.
So
is science a democratic process? I guess
somebody
we
muted
lost
him.
I guess we lost him because he's still mute.
And I'm not able to unmute him.
Is he AFK?
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Sorry,
There you
go. Someone must have muted me because I never muted myself.
Yeah, that was me because he kept interrupting. Now, question: do you think that science is a democratic process?
No, I don't think it is.
Okay, good. Then you pretty much are shooting yourself in the foot. I'm gonna go to McDonald's now.
Oh, lucky bugger.
Okay, wait. Before you go, can I ask you a question?
Oh, by all means, go right ahead.
I've heard his stuff.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If I could give you evidence that God exists, would you worship him?
Oh, absolutely not. Fuck that guy in the ear sideways with a rake.
Well, not the. Not,
okay, hang on. Hang
on. If you're trying to tell me the Christian God, no, not that one.
Yeah,
okay,
seriously, fuck that guy in the ear with a rake sideways, wrapped in barbed wire and drenched in battery acid.
I'll tell you what. I've got a question for this question's for all of you. Is there any one of you guys there that says yes, or do all of you say no?
Well, I would ask for clarification. I would say, first off, which God? And second off, I would say I might believe, but that's a different question from worship.
Yeah, I would believe he exists, but I wouldn't worship the fucker. I'd tell him to go fuck himself.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I would ask him a lot of questions if I could.
Don't worry. If God does exist on Judgment Day, I will give him plenty of time to explain himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you notice? Have you noticed that not one of you answered my question with a straight yes or no? A straight yes or no. That's all I want.
I think I did answer your question with a straight yes or no. Okay, fine. Granted, I did say no. I said fuck no and fuck that guy sideways in the ear with a rake, wrapped in barbed wire and drenched in battery acid.
I'll tell you what. It got a little bit
and I'll do it again. I will say no.
I'm saying yeah. All right. What's the next bit?
I mean, what does that have to do with anything, though? Because I would believe that this guy does exist. However, I would still think that God, if it is the God that I'm thinking that you're thinking of, then he's an asshole and I won't worship him.
Doesn't matter. We're not discussing theology in this hangout.
No.
I'm not going to allow that right now, so we're going to change it to something else. I want to keep it to the science. I said that very specifically. So, Samuel, can you please rephrase to some other proportion of science?
Well, actually, I would like to ask you a question, Samuel. Can you see the side chat?
No.
Are you on a PC or on a phone?
Just on the phone.
Okay.
Well, there's your problem then.
Yeah.
So basically, I'm gonna go, if you really want the question answered, even though it's not scientific in any way, shape, or form, I would say this: no, I would not worship him. That's different from believe in him. I would believe that he does exist. I would believe that all this shit fucking happened because he said so and breathed it into life, or whatever the fuck you guys say. I would still not worship him. I'm gonna go to McDonald's now.
Okay, so you see, it's got nothing to do with evidence.
No. You're an atheist too. In regard to all the other religions in the world, you're an atheist.
Not just hear what I said. Did you not just hear what I said? You're basically strawmanning my position like a motherfucker now, which is incredibly dishonest.
No, I just
go to Macca's and enjoy yourself, man.
You won't worship God even if you knew that He was real.
Well, yeah, even because he is a dickhead. I have my own feelings on that.
No, regardless.
Samuel, hold on. That's relevant. Do you know what the fuck that's called, Samuel? Do you know what that's called?
Sam,
do you know what that's called?
Sam, if Allah was proved, would you worship Allah?
Well, it's the same God, pretty much.
Vishnu then, whatever.
Yeah, Vishnu.
It's besides the point. Who gives a fuck about any other religion? It's called apatheism. You don't have to give a fuck about any religion or anything to actually whisper or acknowledge that it's a fact, even if it was true. Who gives a damn?
In that case, I would be. In that case, I would be an apatheist, and I wouldn't give a fuck because that's basically how it would be. I would not worship the guy, but that is irrelevant to the fact of the matter. If it is the fact that God, snapped his fingers and there was all this shit around us, I want to know about it. I want to know that that's the way it actually happened. And if you have nothing to show that that's the way it actually happened, and that evolution of Mars and that the Earth is only 6,000 years old, I expect you to bring it up and back it up, regardless whether or not I would actually worship the fucker at the end of the day. I'm going to go to McDonald's now.
Any god worthy of worship wouldn't care if it got it.
So what if I'm right and you're wrong, and there is such a thing as a hell?
Go Red, say it.
Well, I would be there happy in the knowledge that I was more moral than your god, yeah?
What point are you trying to make, Samuel?
Samuel, if I go to hell, they're going to kick me out for selling ice cream.
What point you're trying to make?
Well, the point I'm not making any point. I'm just asking a question. My question is, what if I am right and there is a hell? Then
I guess.
What if the hell?
Guys, stop! This is Pascal's wager, and again, I am not going down this theological bullshit road. Okay, we're going to keep it as science, and I'm not going to deal with Pascal's wager. If he wants to talk about theology...
No, but the logic of what he's saying can easily be refuted as well.
I know, I can refute Pascal's wager. We all can.
Okay. Just one more thing, and I swear to fuck I'm going to go to lunch this time, and then be back
to McDonald's
this conversation.
If you give me food...
If there was a pit of fire, I would do a cannonball while giving the bird to your fucking god.
Yeah, but just say it. Just say it. Just say it is the hell that the Bible talks of, and it's a place of burning and pain and suffering.
That's what
right?
you believe. Yeah. That's what you believe.
Are you going to come back after McDonald's?
Yeah, I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back. It's called Solidarity of the Damned.
I agree with Steve on this one, mate.
Look it up, dude. Samuel, seriously, look it up. It's called Solidarity
never agrees
of
with me
the
on
Damned.
anything, so...
Solidarity of the
agree with Steve on this one, mate. The religious aspect, we can stitch out till fucking kingdom come, mate, and we will not be able to solve this issue. Even if we did have any belief in that stuff, we wouldn't be able to answer any of the questions. And so
I don't think they even really believe
no,
it.
I'm not asking very difficult questions. I'm asking a very, very easy question.
Well, then let me give you a very, very easy statement. Any god worthy of worship wouldn't care if he got it.
No, but that's not the answer. That's not. You're not answering my question. My question was, what if I am right and there is a hell?
Just we've actually answered the very same answer that you would give if the Hindus are right. What would you do?
Blake, stop.
Yeah.
What that's called is called Pascal's wager. You can go look it up at your own time and research what Pascal's wager is. Okay, that is your answer. Now we're going to go back.
I'm not interested in Pascal's wager or anything. I'm interested in.
Well, then obviously you don't answer. You might want to answer your question. Your question is answered by Pascal's wager. Are you familiar with it?
No. I'm just answer my question
first. Have you heard of Pascal's wager?
I will answer your question if you answer mine first. Because
I did answer your question.
You still haven't answered my question. My question.
Let me hear your question. Quiet.
My question is, just say I'm right, and there is a heaven and a hell. Do any of you think that you will go to heaven?
No, but neither will you. So
no. You see, just answer my question. Is there anyone there that thinks, yeah, I'm going to heaven?
His criteria, no, but on moral grounds, yes, we would be in because we do things out of kindness, not to please someone, but because we want to.
But according to theology, we're all sinful, we all blah blah blah, so yeah.
And then we won't, so yeah.
I mean, it really boils down to it, and we have answered your question. I don't know why you don't believe us. We've answered your question many, many times.
A change of subject. Fuck.
Yeah.
Sideways.
All right.
So
everything scientifically he's come up with so far.
You had a follow-on question. Come on.
No.
I don't think he did have a follow-up question.
Where is Samuel from?
From South Africa.
I recognize the accent, yeah. Cape Town, good.
Sam,
From
do
Cape
you
Town.
want to move on to like what some of the precepts are of science? I'm fine with that if you want to, move on to that. Or my big thing is, have you been thoroughly refuted? Do you think from your scientific claims? Because if not, we can definitely do a cursory review. You didn't read the paper that you thought was the evidence that supported your position.
Okay, so educate me on the paper because I haven't read it. So you say that you say no, hang on, wait.
Stop.
So you say it
We're
was
not
the
going to do
iron.
that, Samuel. We're not going to do that because you did not read the paper, and that therefore is not a topic that you are familiar with. Please give us a topic you are familiar with that you can discuss, and that is evidence to support a young Earth, please.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. But just explain to me again. Just explain to me again how does that meme last for millions of years? You said it was a preservative. You said
the iron is able to generate a natural preservative.
The iron,
and it wasn't blood, it wasn't hemoglobin, it was heme, which is an element of hemoglobin, and it wasn't heme, it was elements that were left over from the breakdown of heme.
Okay, so elements broken down from heme can be reserved from iron in the blood. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, there's much more to it than that. That's the basics.
Yeah, the iron, I believe, came from... Iron didn't come from the blood. I believe iron came from an extra ion that is found naturally on the heme.
And I've got a really long article here that goes into every detail of this that I put in the external chat just for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jade is very good at explaining this as well. I don't think you have the background to understand
Jade rocks.
Say on it, but Jade is exceptionally good at explaining this particular thing.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'll look into that definitely because
that's all we want you to do.
I'll look into it, but I don't think it's possible. I really don't think it's possible that meme can last millions of years.
You don't even know what heme is. You don't know what the element support is.
Do you understand how irrational it sounds for someone who doesn't know what heme is, what the ion is? Even the basics. You say what your opinion matters over these experts in their field. Do you understand how irrational that sounds to any rationally human being? That your opinion?
Well, I mean, I've heard it's not really my opinion, because obviously it's irrational if I'm giving you my opinion. But I have heard the opinions of creation scientists, and
there are no such things.
They're not scientists.
You see,
right? Where is their refutation? I've read many of these creationist papers that they have refutations of various things. And I can refute every single one of them with the human chromosome number 2, with the Gulab gene. All the stuff they come up with, anybody with a basic biological education can refute this shit. Some of it's a little more technical.
Let me clarify what I just said. There are creationists who are scientists, but there is no such thing as creation science.
Yeah, it's none.
Yeah, there's no way to test creationism. There's no way to test ID or whatever. You just have intuition. That's it. That's not good enough for science. We can test evolution. We can do DNA testing.
Okay, so you're saying it's
Sam.
Could you say that again?
Sam, you're in Cape Town. You have a wonderful university there called Stellenbosch. Go look it up. There are people out there. Elizabeth Wasserman, great professor. Go and have a chat to them. You're right around the corner from them. Go and have a chat to these people. These are not creation scientists as you refer to them, which of course doesn't exist. Go and have a chat to them. Don't confuse theology with
Did you just say spontaneous generation?
You're reading too much crap.
No, I never said spontaneous generation.
No, I was saying, wouldn't spontaneous generation of if we were to see a fucking cat just pop out of fucking thin air, as say Genesis would have us predict, wouldn't that be?
If we were to see that, science would be turned on its ear. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Generation that would fully formed. Almost like
formed cat.
Yes.
Like that. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
That would turn science on its ear.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Please, by all means, show us.
Pastor's law of biogenesis specifically only dealt with spontaneous generation, saying that things do not form, fully existing out of the air. It had nothing to do with abiogenesis or life and non-life.
Yeah, that's where they thought rats and insects came from for a long time.
Right, flies came from rotten meat because they're just fully formed.
That's what abiogenesis is. It's spontaneous generation.
No, it's not. No, I mean, look into it again because you're incorrect. You're fractally
I have
wrong.
looked into it. I have looked into it.
You're looking into it wrong because you are fractally wrong.
I'll tell you what, I'm not wrong. Abiogenesis is spontaneous generation.
No, it's not.
It's not. Holy crap, dude.
No,
You're so wrong.
Abiogenesis. Hold on. Abiogenesis. Hold on. Abiogenesis is the introduction of a first self-replicating molecule, not life form, fully formed.
Okay, and what happens?
By the way, wait. Listen. Brandy I think is listening. I think he's too stupid to figure out how to get into the Hangout, but he might be able to have at least one working brain cell to figure out how to listen. And he posted this, which is exactly what kind of King is talking about. He says, if evolution is true, 4 billion years ago, some rocks got wet and made some soup, and soup came to life. Okay, but this goes directly a difference between, one, spontaneous generation and biogenesis. Two, a misconception of evolutionary theory, because to have evolution, you must have what's called alleles, which are variations of a gene. And if you think rocks have genes, then there's a huge problem to begin with right there.
Okay, so you say abiogenesis is not spontaneous generation.
That's
because
correct.
It's because it's not the origin of life. It's the origin of a molecule. Correct?
Well, no. Actually, that's not exactly what I said at all.
Okay, what did you say?
Abiogenesis, the beginning of life, as we conject right now, was started with a single self-replicating molecule.
David Attenborough did a really good documentary on the very first cell of life. You should watch it.
Okay, so tell me.
The very first life form, as near as we can, our best conjecture at this time, not even to the level of theory, it's just a hypothesis, is a self-replicating molecule. That over time got more and more complex until.
Okay, well, just hang on. You're going too fast. Okay, I'm a creationist, so you have to go really, really slowly. Okay.
Classic Ray Comfort quote.
Abiogenesis is not spontaneous generation because it only describes how a molecule can be formed from nothing.
Dude, I put it on.
Okay, hold on, Wolf. Hold on,
real quick. I put it on the side.
No, I gotta jump in here, Wolf. Spontaneous generation. You're talking about a cat jumping out of thin air.
No. So okay, yeah, exactly.
No,
yeah.
And that's not what abiogenesis
a cat popping. No, a single cell. Let's make it simpler. A single cell popping out of thin air. That's spontaneous generation.
That would ruin it as well. No, that would ruin it as well.
And what's the difference between spontaneous generation and abiogenesis?
A single cell popping into being would disprove that hypothesis. It has to start much.
How do you go from nothing to a single cell?
Well, there's a lot of steps along the stretch of the self-replicating molecule.
No. You're giving me fairy tales. You're giving me fairy tales.
Sam, let me try and explain it.
You're the experts. You're the experts in science. You're the
experts. I'm a layman.
This is not a fairy tale.
I'm a layman.
All right.
I'm
a layman. Okay, so one layman to another layman. How do you go from zero life to a single cell?
Sam, let me try and explain this really quickly. Spontaneous generation is a very outdated idea that things literally sprang into existence. So rats and worms, that sort of thing, sprang into existence from nothing, or from rotten meat or stuff like that. That's nothing to do with abiogenesis. Abiogenesis.
No, you're not. You see, you're giving me long stories.
No, that's like a sentence.
I didn't ask for it. Look, I'm a layman. Don't give me long stories. Tell me, how do you go from no life to a cell?
Okay, Samuel, I think it's better to let him talk.
For example, abiogenesis, the general idea we have at the moment is that a self-replicating molecule, either RNA, possibly some kind of protein, but more likely RNA, comes enclosed in a lipid membrane. And lots of these steps we've already got, by the way. So as I say them, we have evidence for all these things that I'm saying, okay? So self-replicating molecule, lipid membrane surrounding it. Then after that you have protection. It can grow, it can replicate. The entire quote-unquote cell can replicate. And then you have some primitive proteins, some primitive metabolism starting to get going. And all this thing is taking place over millions of years, and it's happening It's nothing to do with spring into existence. These are all molecules that are slowly forming together and slowly interacting between each other. Things like that. I mean, I can send you a good book on this called Protocells from MIT Press. It's very recent. It's got, I think it's about 800 pages, including literally thousands of references of studies into this sort of thing, and it's incredible how complicated it is. And I'm not going to say that we have it all figured out. We have a lot of it figured out, and it's certainly more plausible than spontaneous generation or any.
Okay, so all right. Is it my turn to talk now?
Well, no.
Can you link that book actually?
Yeah, because
hang on. Brandy just found the event page. It took him how many hours now? 2 hours, I believe, to find the event page that we linked to a million times. He just made a message. So we might have to have somebody drop so he can come in if that's possible. Isaiah, do you want to drop out? Isaiah, do you mind? Isaiah.
I don't think he's there.
All right, I'm gonna bump Isaiah. He has another count anyways, because I think he's just packing peanut right now. And then that way, if the
there are a lot of really interesting hypotheses on abiogenesis right now. None of them have got a real preeminence, although there are several really interesting ones.
Right, and we could talk about RNA hypothesis and things like that. I don't mind that.
Ooh, the mail. What are you doing?
Okay, I just went to go get it.
Hang on, I think abiogenesis is a different topic altogether than evolution. I prefer not to go down that route because it's not something I'm that heavy in. Molecular chemistry is not my area that I've read much about.
Well, obviously,
I do understand the RNA hypothesis. I do understand basic, things like how RNA can do catalyzation of peptide bonds in ribosomes and in prokaryotes. If you want to discuss that, I'm fine with that. But again, let's make sure that this is a topic that you even know something about even more than I do, because I know very little about molecular chemistry. So if you know about molecular chemistry, we have people here that probably do. Rational, for example. Is that what you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about molecular chemistry, early polymerization things from RNA?
Listen, Steve. I think I've already said to you I'm a layman, so we should talk about layman things.
Okay, so these are very complex topics. Then you're going down. Why don't we go reel it back a little bit?
No, but if it's such a complex topic, then obviously a layman should be able to ask a few questions, right?
Sure. Certainly, absolutely, yes, yeah.
Okay, so when I asked you guys why is abiogenesis not spontaneous generation, the answer I got was, well, at the moment we think that this and this and this. We presume it's this and this. We don't know for sure. You didn't give me any. Yeah.
Well, you weren't listening then.
Listen very carefully. Spontaneous generation was the idea that certain things form.
No. I know. Sorry.
No. I'm going to finish this.
Generation is. I know what spontaneous generation is.
No, apparently you don't.
Then how are you conflating with abiogenesis?
Because
where in abiogenesis do complex organisms form fully in abiogenesis? Where does this occur in the hypothesis?
All right, spontaneous generation has been disproven. We know that spontaneous generation is a fairy tale.
Yes.
No, we don't.
Okay. I beg your pardon?
Oh,
did
sorry.
Did someone say no? We don't.
Carry on.
Oh, okay. So, abiogenesis, in my opinion, is a fairy tale just as much as spontaneous generation, unless you are able to tell me, no, it is not a fairy tale, because we know 100% that a single cell organism popped into life from nothing, and this is exactly the science of how it happened. Can anyone do that?
That's would be spontaneous generation, which we know is disproved.
Fractal error in there.
Which you described as magic, actually.
Science doesn't deal with certainties.
Yeah, you see, here's the thing. You've just created a straw man, and you tried to present that to us as if we have to defend that. We don't. And
Yeah,
that's
and
not
Literally just
science
said,
doesn't deal
prove
with
to me
certainties.
abiogenesis by proving spontaneous generation to me. That's literally what you just said.
No, I can't. We can't give you that answer because science doesn't deal in certainties. So if you don't have a certainty on anything, then you have a belief. And this is why I keep telling you, it's your belief,
No,
it's your
no.
religion. It's not science, and you're
No.
confusing science with
No,
religion.
no. If I just told you science doesn't deal with certainties, and you say, well, since science doesn't deal with certainties, that's not science.
Well, that's because you've changed.
No, you're a
You've
fucking
changed.
moron. Wow.
You've changed the definition of what science is, because the definition of science is knowledge. It is knowledge acquired. It's knowledge acquired through truth. It is knowledge acquired.
Samuel, let me clarify this for you. Let me explain this to Samuel quick. Science is not epistemology. Science is an explanation of observed phenomenon. Do you understand the difference between an explanation, a model that is
Okay, wait, hang on. Whoa,
that has
sorry, I'm
predictive
writing this
abilities
down. I'm writing
over
this down.
epistemology.
Just wait.
Lol.
Hello.
I just as a person that just came back from McDonald's, let me just ask, what's the topic currently?
He's suggesting that science is actually epistemologically related. That science deals only in facts, truths, and things that are 100%, rather than provisional facts, provisional truths, and has a degree of uncertainty.
Okay, I'm gonna go bash my face against the wall. I'll be right back.
Would you please? Can I borrow a hand too?
Matt Dillahunty put it perfectly.
Okay, so when you were busy defining science for me, you said science is observed phenomenon. So tell me, where in abiogenesis do we get the observed phenomenon of nothing and then all of a sudden a single cell organism?
Well, not
Two things. Two things. Let me do it real quick. Then you guys can. Two things, because I have to go pee. Two things. One, nobody says it's nothing. That is no theory out there that says that. And two, the observation comes in with the experiments that we do to replicate these similar things and show that this mechanism is not only plausible, but it does a theory to practice, it's called.
And
it does exist.
And then on top of that,
that removes hypothesis to theory.
To a single-celled organism. It goes from nothing to a single self-replicating molecule, which is a
and
big
it's not even nothing, so I can't even use the word nothing. But
yeah, correct.
But that's what science does. When we say observation, I mean, what it means in our day and age, today, we are doing experiments to show how this is possible. That's where the observation comes in. It does not mean we go back 4 billion years and observe something that's taking place.
What
that
experimental...
That is a dumb Ken Hovind way of thinking of science when no scientist in the world thinks that way.
No, there's two different types of science. There's observational science and there's historical science. So this
incorrect.
No,
Sam,
this
there's
abiogenesis is historical science because we can't
it's not
view it.
at all.
It happened in the past.
Written by a bunch of
It happened in the past, so we can't observe
No,
it.
it
It
didn't.
happened
That's a lie.
billions and billions and billions of years
No,
ago.
it didn't happen.
Citation, please.
I'm calling you a liar now. We're not going to tell you why you're lying.
That is because here's the thing. I don't know how much you're willing to break the ninth commandment, but please do it in a way that's a little bit less obvious.
Can we can we submit this for the Golden Crocoduck Award? Does King Crocoduck still do those?
No, he retired.
It wasn't King broken the ninth commandment how many times?
Potholder doesn't do it. And Potholder retired.
Yeah,
okay,
so the Golden Crocoduck Award. The Golden Crocoduck Award was awarded to the person who had the biggest breaking of the ninth commandment for the creationist cause. And the thing is that is the breaking of the ninth commandment right there. In case you don't know what that is, that revolves around lying.
Yeah.
What about bearing false witness?
Yeah.
Okay. So what? So you guys don't break any commandments, no?
Well, we don't.
What we're telling you is that there's no such thing as historical science. That's some creationist bullshit. What there is, there's observational science and there's experimental science. Okay? Observational science would be like astronomy. We cannot take a black hole, stick it in a jar, and observe it. You do testing on it. We can't experiment on it. We can't take a star and put it in a jar and observe it.
It's religion. It's not science.
That's a lie as well.
You keep
that's a lie as well. Stop lying.
You keep confusing science with religion. You say it's
you still haven't given us a worthwhile definition of religion.
Dude, you're projecting.
Yeah, you still haven't given us a worthwhile definition of religion. Why don't you give us a worthwhile definition of religion?
Having faith in something where there's no scientific
Has to have a
evidence. It's
deity in
faith.
there.
Oh, okay, well, we've got plenty of scientific evidence.
We've been giving
tell me,
now.
so
A religion has
over
to have a
hours. Everything you
deity.
brought up, we have shot down with scientific evidence.
So, do you
Alright, so tell me something. You've given me nothing for how life just popped out of nothing.
Well, first off,
let's
because
move,
it did. We don't claim it did.
All right, whatever. Let's move on. Let's move on to the next
No, I'm
subject.
not going to move on. We don't claim that is. You are lying.
You're doing what's called a straw man and a lying.
No, you telling me I've got the science. I've got the science. And then, you go and redefine what science is.
You don't understand the science. If you
how are we redefining it when all of us have a consensus here of what science is, and all of us have had scientific courses?
Because you're all atheists. You're all atheists.
No. Oh, no.
And you have to believe in evolution.
No, we don't.
You have to believe in evolution.
No, what planet are you living on?
Okay,
why are they related?
No reason.
But you're the science atheist. You're the science atheist. You do not understand the science.
My friend, don't tell me I don't understand.
What you're doing is a no true Scotsman fallacy.
Because you, my friend, don't know what science is. You confuse.
Shut up for a sec. That is a no true Scotsman fallacy. Okay? You do realize what a fucking fallacy is, right? If you're making a fallacy, it's a fallacy by definition. And if you're claiming that's not a fallacy, then that's breaking the 9th commandment.
Okay, so tell me, where's the science? You claim to have the science, so where's the science of how life came from
We've kind of shown you this.
No one tells you that life came from nothing. How many times do you have to repeat this very simple fucking point?
That's the straw man line. Wait, guys. Sam, that's the straw man line you're promoting. I want a citation where it says anywhere in a scientific publication that abiogenesis is the understanding hypothesis that life came from absolutely nothing.
My friend, abiogenesis is spontaneous generation. This is a fact, whether you like it or not. You don't want to believe. You don't want to believe it's a fact.
I guess we found your first problem, Samuel, is that you actually don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. Congratulations.
Well, we've known this for a while, unfortunately.
Samuel, the fact that we just literally explained to you what spontaneous generation is, and then explained to you what abiogenesis is, and you're still conflating, to me, either demonstrates one of two things. You are extremely dishonest, or you're just too stupid to understand it.
Okay, I'll tell you what, let's do this.
Samuel, I like you.
You've just deliberately discontinued.
To be the second.
Okay, all right, I think I can. Okay, let me just. All right, so let me try and prove my case here to prove that I'm not a liar, right?
Sure.
Let's. Can someone? I want someone to do me a favor, yeah?
You're gonna have me make a rose.
Okay, go to the dictionary and can someone give me the dictionary definition for abiogenesis?
Negative.
Life from non-life.
That is not going to work because
spontaneous generation. Come on, no! You called me a liar. You called me a liar.
No.
I've got it. Life from non-life.
Lawmanning is lying.
Yeah, here's the thing. Dictionaries are not scientific journals. You
cannot make a scientific definition from a colloquial
You get them from a journal.
Correct.
Dictionaries do not deal with like science on a regular basis. All right, just only dealing with culture. So you need to get an education before you start rambling on about this.
Let me ask you a very simple question, Samuel, and please don't try to deviate from it. I'm really hoping you'll give me an answer here.
No. Hang on. Wait. You didn't finish. You didn't finish what we were talking about. I asked for a dictionary definition of abiogenesis.
I've given you one.
Yeah,
life from non-life.
It's pretty clear that.
Because let me tell you what I've just Googled.
It is the case.
I've just Googled abiogenesis, right? The noun.
If you are
original evolution of life or
there's
living
no
organisms from inorganic or inanimate substances.
I want you to answer
another term.
Basic.
You guys are just talking over each other now.
At its most basic.
All right, Red. Hold on. You're gonna have to let him talk.
Samuel.
Red, you're gonna have to let him go.
At its most basic fundamental level, Samuel, aren't you made of atoms which aren't alive?
I want Samuel to be able to talk about this, but I want to explain very clearly. He's making another fallacy of a classification error. Just because spontaneous generation dealt with some things becoming from non-life, because a fully formed fly would come out of rotting meat, which was considered life from non-life, does not equate to abiogenesis' molecular version of how life began off from non-life. That is
Can
a
I try to
classic
clarify this
error.
just quickly? I mean,
By all means.
abiogenesis, as you've seen in the definition, is basically life from non-life. That's a very overarching term. So spontaneous generation would be an example of abiogenesis. However, the scientific hypothesis that is currently the consensus among things like that.
Okay, so all right,
It would be a subset that has been proven.
Hang on, let me just say something. Yeah, in my dictionary, it says the original evolution of life or living organisms from inorganic.
What dictionary is that?
Inanimate substances. I just googled that. I just stuck it into Google, right? Another term.
What website came up?
Hang on.
What website came up? Hold on. What website came up?
Well, just don't be rude. Let me just finish.
No, I'm going to be rude until you tell me what website you got it from.
Term. It tells me here another term.
I'm going to be rude until you tell me what website it came from.
Spontaneous generation, but never mind that.
I'm going to be rude until you tell me what website it came from.
Right? Even if you take
I'm going to
this
continue being
definition,
rude until you tell me what website it came from.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's
God,
science. It's scientifically.
You are so full of shit.
No, I'm waiting for you to tell me the website.
Okay, hang on.
Please, citation. Give us a link.
It says here. Let me find the website.
Is it Answers in Genesis?
Define abiogenesis. I just typed in define abiogenesis in Google.
And what website came up?
Let me do it again. Because I've just cancelled it.
Just copy and paste the link.
Do it again. Okay.
He's on his phone. He can't.
Define abiogenesis.
It says define abiogenesis from Merriam-Webster: the origin of life from non-living matter, spontaneous generation, a theory and evolution of early life on Earth.
Spontaneous generation.
Sam, as I just told you, spontaneous generation would be a form of abiogenesis.
Yes, it is a subset.
The scientific hypothesis is not the same as
Yeah,
spontaneous generation.
you would say that because
it's true.
What do you think it is?
Because abiogenesis is scientifically impossible. It's religion.
No,
it's not
isn't.
science.
No, hold on.
It's religion.
It's impossible to prove that.
It's religion.
What do you think it is?
Samuel, hang on. If you have a set of something, we're going to call that abiogenesis, okay? And you have a subset of that, which we'll call spontaneous generation. If spontaneous generation is disproven, that does not mean that the main set of abiogenesis is. Now, however, if abiogenesis is disproven, non-life from life is completely disproven, that would also include all subsets. Do you understand how the nested hierarchy works in that regard?
Do you understand what the law of biogenesis is?
No.
Yes, and it only refers to spontaneous generation, not abiogenesis. As I explained,
forget spontaneous.
Hold on. I'm
Forget
just been
spontaneous.
sitting by and listening to this bullshit for like 15 minutes, and I want you to explain to me how a protocell arising from organic molecules, which arose from basic chemicals, would be equal to a rat coming from cows and wheat.
Well, the dictionary says it's another term for abiogenesis is spontaneous generation. Don't
And
forget.
he just explained that.
Okay, let me tell you what.
Holy crap!
All right, forget. Okay, I tell you what.
Really retarded.
Forget the spontaneous generation thing. Forget the spontaneous generation thing.
Because you've just been throwing it out.
I don't think I have. But anyway, I will have another point against abiogenesis.
Go ahead.
Which is the law of biogenesis. The law of biogenesis states that life cannot come from non-life.
And what is that law based on?
Okay, no.
Did you just pull a law out of your ass?
No. I got this. Say the
already.
Let Wolf take this one because Wolf's been biting at the chomp.
Okay, so you're saying that. So you're saying by life coming from life, you're saying that life has to always be there. Is that what you're saying?
I'm talking about the definition between science and religion, where you think you've got the science, but you've got the religion. There's no scientific. You guys believe. Please, man, it's a joke. It's an absolute joke.
Well, I know your intelligence is a joke, but we're going with what you said, okay? You said law of biogenesis, only life can come from life. Are you saying that life was always here, or what the hell are you talking about?
No, life wasn't always here.
Okay, so if life wasn't always here, then what's your point? You have one?
My point is that you stating that you have the science
Yes, we
of
do.
where life originated from. That's my point.
We
But
have
you
the
don't.
science.
You don't
Yes,
have the
yes,
science.
we do. I'm more than happy to go over the science with you, but when you start
explain
strawmanning the living fuck
explain
out
it
of
to
it,
me.
If I may ask a question, can basic chemicals and a source of energy synthesize organic molecules?
yes, it can.
Well, come on, Red. Let Samael show his ignorance.
Well, I'm a layman. I don't know.
Exactly,
I don't
that's
know.
the problem.
But I tell you what, even if I wasn't a layman, I've heard Dawkins talk on the subject, and when they've asked Dawkins, when they've said to him, can you explain how life was, how life started? There's one thing I like about Dawkins. Yeah, there's one. The one thing I really like about him.
Started. That's
Go ahead and finish that thing, and I'll tell you where you're lying.
Is that Dawkins?
Because I want to respond.
Let me speak here. Dawkins is very honest, and he's honest enough to say, you know what, we don't know. So
We
why?
don't
So
know,
why?
we have a
So
very
why
good
do you guys
idea.
That's
come?
why we
Why
said
do you guys
hypothesis.
come with all
Lots
this?
of evidence.
Pinpoint it.
That's
You
why
come
we
here
say
with all of this
hypothesis. We
fancy
have an
science.
idea. We have an explanation. We don't know if the explanation is correct.
Okay, so why didn't you guys say in the beginning? We don't know.
We
Why
explained
you
that
come with
because
all of this
that's the thing.
science?
Here's the
That's
thing.
included in the word hypothesis.
Dude. You're throwing it on a science scale. You said, do we have science that indicates exactly like 100% how life came about? No, we don't. However, what we do have is a bunch of experiments and a bunch of scientifically based facts that point to how it could have came about. And I'm more than happy to go over the science with you. But the moment you keep strawmanning the ever-living fuck out of it, I'm not going to take you seriously.
Well, tell me about the Big Bang, because you're in
No.
obviously believe in the Big
Change
Bang,
the
yeah?
subject now.
You want
Well,
you want
subject's
okay,
dead.
okay.
The subject's
Samuel,
dead
I'm going to
because
ask you.
Everybody,
your hero Dawkins has already admitted you don't know.
Samuel,
Right,
listen to me very carefully here. I want to go over a few different things here with you before we go any further. One, do you know what a straw man fallacy is?
Yeah, I do. Of course I do.
Okay, I'm going to believe you at your face word. Okay, I'm not going to go when it is. I'm going to accept that you do. Do you know what a gift scalloping is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Will you not do them? Will you agree not to do either one of them? And if you do them, we're going to call you off out of it until you stop. Is that fair?
Yeah, go for it. That's fine.
All right. Good.
All right. Now moving on. If there's ever a conversation, God, these fries are good. If there's ever a conversation
Fuck you.
not
I'm
to have
hungry.
with me,
Shit.
okay. If there was ever a conversation not to have with me, it's anything doing with cosmology. Honestly, that's my fucking field. Don't fuck with me.
Yeah,
there.
nice
So
one.
if
We got an
if it
expert
comes
here.
to Samuel,
That's what I want.
Samuel, if you ever want to have even one iota of a chance of it seeming like you're knowing what the fuck you're talking about, or to trip me up on something, you're going to stick with the origin of life. And
All
I
right,
can
come
go over
here,
the science
come,
with you.
Mr. Expert here. Let me ask a few questions on cosmology.
We have a biology expert in the room.
Hang on.
All right.
For
There you
fuck's
go.
sake, dude, you're switching topics. Okay, here's the thing. You're like a girl that doesn't know where to eat, and she's making up her mind 16 different times in the night. Okay, settle the fuck down. Let's go over what we were talking about previously, which was the origin of life. I said repeatedly that I can go over the science with you in detail. The only thing that I will not tolerate, though, is you strawmanning the living fuck out of it by saying, oh, it's just a theory that it just came from nothing.
So are you claiming to be smarter than Dawkins on the subject?
What I'm claiming is that we actually have. What I'm claiming is that we actually have evidence to support it, and
what's your
I'm also
language?
claiming. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. I'm answering it. Shut the fuck up. What I'm claiming is that some people can be more informed than Dawkins. Dawkins is not the end-all, be-all answer to every fucking thing. I wouldn't go to Dawkins about how to bake a pie. I would go to Ramsey.
He's not a molecular chemist, and he's not a cosmologist.
He's not a cosmologist. He's a biologist. Now, when it comes to
zoologist.
Okay, whatever. Well, I don't care. I don't care for Dawkins. That's the thing. I don't give a shit about him. When it comes to like abiogenesis, I don't go to the people. I don't give a fuck what the people say. I go to the science. I go to what the science says. And so if you want to talk about the science of abiogenesis, I'm more than happy to go over it with you in fucking detail. But you can't keep strawmanning the fuck out of it.
Yeah, I agree with Reds 1,000%. I couldn't agree with him any more than.
Nor can you poison the well.
But do you want, you guys mind if we do jump ship? Jump ship here, jump the shark, whatever you want to call it, and we will switch from evolution to a cosmological argument or whatever he wants to go down that path. I do not mind that. I'm a little bit familiar with the topic as well. I know Reds are exceptionally familiar with it.
That's what I find
I'm
more
sure Rational
interesting.
Mind does, and MMA does as well. They're famous biology. It's not as interesting
This guy's
as
gonna get
either.
fucking buried then.
But I would take 10 to 20 minutes, since we have a long, we usually do these things all day. If you guys want, as a panel, 10 to 20 minutes to discuss whatever he wants to bring up about cosmology and the Big Bang, so Reds could rip him a new asshole, and I can just edit this portion as a separate video, I'm fine with that.
That's actually the stuff
I got my
enjoy
asshole ripper ready to go. Let's do this shit.
What did Vance say?
That's actually the stuff I enjoy the most as well.
Yeah. Okay. I also said that I have my asshole ripper ready to go. Let's do this shit.
Up, babies.
So what star sign are you? You got two assholes.
Go ahead, Samuel King. Put forth your refutation of the Big Bang or your cosmological moral model or whatever you want to go down.
So Big Bang didn't happen. Why or why not? Or is that not what you're saying? Or what else? What do you think happened? Or do you think the universe is expanding? You think the redship's full of shit? What do you got for us?
I want to hear that. Unmute him.
You got to mute yourself, Samuel, because we can't hear anything that you're saying right now. I want to know what problem that you have with the Big Bang as far as a model of explaining what we're actually seeing.
It just it doesn't make sense to a layman how.
Well, in that case, it's wrong then.
How
I really want you to think about what you just said. It doesn't make sense to a layman. Irrelevant. It doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense to a layman.
Yeah, why does that even matter? If it doesn't make sense to, I mean, okay, here's the thing. If I say something extremely complex and it doesn't make sense to you, does that mean that it's not true at all?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Okay, well, let me ask you a question.
Why did you say that? Then why did you say that?
I said it because I'm a layman, so I can't ask you very, very complicated questions. I can only ask you very simple ones.
What's the first one that comes to your mind?
The first one that comes to my mind is, how does everything come from nothing?
That's a wrong question.
That's a wrong question to ask already, right off the bat.
Why is it the wrong question?
Because we don't claim that. The Big Bang Theory doesn't claim that.
So what does the Big Bang Theory claim?
I'll tell you what. Why don't you look it up first and then come back and ask us some questions?
Yeah, I don't know how we go down this path if he doesn't know what the
I told you that we should have stuck with the biology thing because you were, I wouldn't say on a roll there, but you were at least.
Well, okay, listen. I'll tell you what. If I'm so stupid and it's so easy to refute what I'm saying, then why don't you just answer my question?
We just did.
Hang
on. Let me clarify, Samuel. The Big Bang is a model that explains universal inflation. It does not in any way, shape, or form ever state that anything ever came from nothing as an ex nihilo.
Brandy, then.
Yeah, and I just noticed Brandy decided to join us 3 hours into the hangout that he said we didn't have. He claimed that, of course, I didn't have anybody, and I have no viewers. We have a lot of viewers right now. We have a full panel. So I did set this up specifically for Brandy. We're going to wrap this up with Samuel, my friend. I think you need to do some research on basic cosmology before you really go down this path, because if you do not know what the Big Bang theory entails, then Reg is going to rip you an asshole like you've never seen before. I mean, literally,
I can't go. I can't go into detail, but I know the basics. The basics.
Yes, Brandy.
You got the basics wrong. That's what I'm trying to say. Here's the thing. I'm gonna give you some source material to actually go to.
No. Just answer my question. You seem
okay. Then you don't want the fucking source material, so you don't actually want to learn the damn thing.
It seems like you're avoiding my question.
Samuel, ask your question very succinctly. We're going to give you a very laconic and succinct answer to it and be done with this, because obviously I don't think you know nothing about this topic. So what is your question succinctly? Ask it very quickly, please.
The Big Bang states that there was an explosion.
No.
You're
wrong already.
Hang on.
Samuel, please show in any text manual where it describes the Big Bang and the explosion. In any scientific
explain it to an idiot. Then. Explain it to an idiot. Then how did it start? Then
fucking wrong.
We don't know how it started, but what it describes.
No, go read a cosmology book.
Let him say his view, and then
you're very good at avoiding my question.
We answered your question. Your question was malformed. The Big Bang never says the word explosion because that would be a non sequitur.
It's not a fucking explosion. If you can't even ask, you don't have an understanding of the Big Bang at all. If you're going to say that it was a fucking explosion,
well then explain it. Explain it to.
Here's a better question. It was an expansion.
Okay, let's pretend I'm a 2-year-old. Let's pretend I'm a 7-year-old, and you would explain to a little 7-year-old.
Seriously, this is getting sad.
The Big Bang describes the rapid expansion of the universe.
That's the rapid expansion.
Right.
Of the universe. It explains why the things are moving away from each other.
Okay, so it wasn't an explosion. It was just a rapid expansion. Okay, so how do you go from nothing to a rapid expansion?
Hang on. No.
Nothing.
Where does the Big Bang model say nothing? Please show us where it says nothing.
How do you know it wasn't a multiverse? How do you know?
Okay, that's
way too advanced for him here.
Let me restructure the question then. What did we have before the rapid expansion?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We hypothesized a singularity which is reconcilable between quantum mechanics and general relativity. Okay, but anyways, Brandy is here. I would like to shift the topic back to evolution. And I want to yes, Brandy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Before you get off, I wanted you to answer one simple question.
Well, we've been talking to someone else, though, so kindly wait your turn.
Okay, so Samuel, we've answered your questions because they're malformed questions. You're basically like asking, explain special relativity because of mountains and plate tectonics. You have no idea about the basics of the topic.
You are very good. Sorry, Stephen. With no disrespect, I'm just saying, it seems as though you guys are very good at avoiding an answer.
Except we've answered them.
Completely honest.
We've answered the answer is there's no explosion. The answer is it wasn't from nothing. That is the answer. Do you understand that? It wasn't from nothing. It wasn't from nothing.
You're asking a malformed question, okay? Now,
you're like saying, prove to me that 2 + 2 = 5, and you're saying you can't do it.
Malformed question.
Samuel.
How is any of this related to or in the scope of science at all?
I can't really understand.
Maybe you haven't heard.
Wait. I want to move on a little bit.
This is Big Bang topic at all. How does any of it have anything to do with anything in the scope of science?
So cosmology is not science. Is that your claim?
You read like on the side.
You aren't there and don't have physical evidence.
No, we do. We do.
A faith.
No, we
don't. We have evidence.
Wait, guys. I want this a little bit between him and I. This is why we have.
Let me add him, please.
Does he sound like Christian Hillbilly?
Observations.
A little bit.
Demonstratable, repeatable.
Yeah, he does.
He sounds exactly like Christian Hillbilly now.
The dog at the
Let me address this. Let me address
every aspect of your stupid, silly religion. Not one shred of it is anywhere close.
Please let me at him. Please let me at him.
No, Reds, not yet. I let you at Samuel.
It's an atheist religion, Brandy.
I want to go full Steve. I want to go full Steve now.
You say you don't have
Brandy, you've asked your question. This is how a Google Hangout works. This is called a two-way communication. If you do not know how to do a two-way communication and do an interlocutory, then you don't understand Google Hangout. So you have asked your question, Brandy, and we're going to address your
Brandy,
question.
Brandy, one at a time.
Person only. I don't want to sit here and talk to 500 people.
I said that. I agree with you, and that's why I've said I'm discussing with you one-on-one. Let me explain to you basic science here first, okay? When we say things are demonstrable with experimentation and repeatability, that does not mean we have to go back 4,000 years to observe something. What that means is we observe something in our own time, we formulate a model, Okay.
Before you go any further,
Let him answer the fucking question.
what was observed as part of your answer? So tell me.
We observe. Okay. We observe Hubble's constant. We observe that stars are moving away from each other. Is that an observation? Yes or no?
By you?
Scientists.
By science.
Does science observe Hubble's constant? Are you saying Hubble's constant does not exist? Is this your claim?
I'm not saying that at all. All I'm simply saying is
So, do we see a redshift?
stuff that you can't see, you're putting your interpretation on it. That is in no way
the claim.
Steve, can I please just real quick?
Well, one minute, Reds. Please, Reds. I love you like a brother, man.
Can we set some ground rules here, because it seems to be very important. Go ahead, Steve. Try to set some ground rules.
Okay, the ground rules are: you ask a single question at a time, you allow an answer, and then you do a rebuttal. Okay, it's not complicated. His statement was, what does basically the Big Bang or cosmology have to do with science? He does not think it's observed. My rebuttal to him and my question to him was, do we observe redshift? Do we observe Hubble's constant? Do we observe stars moving away from each other? That is the observation we observe, and we make a model to explain that. That model is called the Big Bang. Is that not true?
Well,
yes or no? Go.
No, that's not true.
Holy shit.
What?
No, that's not.
It's not
Samuel, yeah. Let Brandy answer that, because Samuel, that is exactly how it works.
Yeah, well, not entirely, because we
yes,
didn't
entirely.
observe. Hey, hang on. I thought you said that there's going to be one at a time.
Yeah, but
me and Brandy and myself, and if we bring other people in, because if you do not know what a model is, you do not know what a theory is. If you do not know what a theory is, then you have no business trying to refute any of them.
Well, I know what a hypothesis is. And,
I didn't say hypothesis. I said theory.
It's not your turn. You've rattled on your unintelligent ramblings over and over. It's Brandy's turn now. All right.
All right, go, Brandy.
But I will ask one question before we turn it back over to Brandy. King, do you know what the highest thing of confidence anything in science could ever achieve? The actual pinnacle of scientific confidence, the highest anything ever could ever stretch or reach. It's called a scientific theory. Do you know that? It's higher than a law. It's higher than a hypothesis. It's higher than anything else out there.
I completely disagree.
Well, then you don't know
disagree
science.
all you want.
Good thing you're not a scientist.
You disagree all you want, but you're disagreeing with the 100% consensus of every scientist on the entire planet, including creationist science, and I use that word as the misnomer it is. But even creationist science will say that a scientific theory is the highest. If you want proof on that, go to creation.com, and Dr. John Zafati and one of his other friends has basically stated that, yes, a scientific theory is the most confident thing of all sciences. And he's a
No, it's not. It starts off with a hypothesis. Then you need to you need to bring
you're trying to save a sinking ship, okay? It's over.
It's funny. It's funny how you won't let the look.
I thought you're demonstrably wrong.
There's only two creationists here, right?
Theory is at the top.
Brandy,
so it starts
off. Turn now. Jeez, you lost. Get it over with. Get over your stuff.
How can I lose?
Samuel,
you didn't even let me answer the
Samuel,
question.
I don't care about the hierarchy. What do you think is the highest, then? Answer that question, please. What's
Is a
highest?
Law.
No.
No, theory incorporates law.
A law is no theory becomes a law. That's not how it works, ever. A law is an empirical relationship between physical quantities, such as the law of gravity is force equals g m1 m2 divided by r squared. That's the law. That is the formula relationship. The theory of gravity explains observation, also known as general relativity. And if you don't believe me, I'm sure you Reds can tear you up on this to no end, because I know he knows this shit inside and out.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it starts off with a hypothesis, and then you have to bring evidence to prove your hypothesis, and then it becomes a theory. Then once you have a theory, if you can bring enough evidence for your theory, then it becomes a law. In any case, as far as I'm concerned,
first of all, you never.
As far as I'm concerned,
we don't care what you're concerned about.
Hang on.
Isn't it
accept
clear
the
that
claim
Samuel's
of the
just hijacking the
hypothesis.
conversation at this point? Can we bring it back to Brady? Because it's pretty obvious that, Samuel, we don't give a fuck what your understanding is. Your understanding is demonstrably wrong. I would like to go back to Brady because I really want to
I do
him
as well.
asshole now.
I do as well. I agree. I just want to state for the record that we never prove a hypothesis. We accept the claim by rejecting what's called the null hypothesis, and that's based upon significance of your significance of alpha and your p-value. Okay, but other than that, we're going to move on to Brandy here. Brandy, do you know how to unmute your mic?
There's usually a bit of static with Brandy's microphone.
I thought I muted myself.
I can't unmute him because it just doesn't work that way.
Brady, if you move your cursor over the Google Hangout screen.
I think I can. I can do an override. I have controls. Hang on one second.
I don't think you can. Brandy, if you move your cursor over the Hangout screen, you're going to see a bunch of options appear at the top. You're going to see a mic, a camera, some bars that kind of looks like a Wi-Fi signal. Click on the microphone icon, and that will unmute yourself.
Yep, it's at the top.
But again,
it took Brandy 3 hours to figure out.
You have to move your cursor in order for those options to actually appear.
I think he's on a cell phone.
He is on a cell phone. Yes. He told me that.
In which case, you'll just need to touch the screen to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have unmuted him manually. It doesn't work. I maximize his volume, so he has to do it from his touchscreen.
Yeah.
All right. If you're on a cell phone, I just got a text message from Vince. If you're on a cell phone, you have to. There you go.
There we go. All right. Cool. All right. So again, we're going to do this in an interlocutory style. You ask a single question. We explain to you, and then you can rebut that. Okay.
Wait. You said we. What am I having a conversation with 500 people?
No, myself. That's fine. Myself.
Okay, then me, you, not we.
Fine.
Pedantic much?
So your question was, as I understood it, that or a
What
statement.
physical evidence do you rely on? Is what I asked. It's real simple. Either you have some or you don't.
Of the Big Bang?
Any of your religion.
The Big Bang is a model formulated from evidence. The evidence is the recessional velocity of stars. It is Hubble constant. That's the evidence, and the model is formed from that evidence. Does that make sense to you?
You said there's red shifts. You asked if I agree. I said yes, I agree.
That's the evidence.
My interpretation is God did it. Can you prove me wrong? No. Can I prove yours wrong? No. Do you have evidence? No. Do I have evidence? No.
The evidence. Wow, that's the shittiest thing I've ever heard. Brandy.
You have no evidence of anything. You can't just put your interpretation on it and say, oh, well, it's science now.
The evidence is what we observe. Okay, the evidence is the redshift. Now, there's something in science, and I'm going to give you a very basic lesson here. There's something in science called methodological naturalism. Have you ever heard that term, Brandy?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you explain to me how God falls into methodological naturalism, please?
No, can't.
Very good. So, you're not talking science at this point. You're talking theology. I thought you said you wanted to talk science. Your original thing to me, you said, quote,
yes,
I want to talk strictly
physical evidence of the Big Bang. Me and you both know you don't. There's stuff that people watch and put interpretations on. Yes. Does that mean something expanded or exploded and produced everything we see? No, it most certainly does not.
I don't think you have an understanding of
Someone please clarify the Big Bang for him.
Tell me, for instance, why is...
The Big Bang is a regressionary model because we look in space, okay? And we say, oh, looky, all these stars are moving away from each other, and they're moving away in a specific
Okay, well, that's fine and dandy. I look in space and I say the same thing. If I say God, you say nothing.
Son, let him talk.
So now that we're looking at these stars and we see them moving away from each other, we can work backwards and say, okay, if 2 points in space are moving away from each other, then if you do what's called a regressionary model, that means that at a certain time they had to be closer to each other. Would you follow that reasoning? Is that correct? Yes or no? Is that correct? If you look at the velocity between two objects and you know the acceleration, you can determine very easily what position they have at any point in time based on basic kinematics. Would you agree, yes or no?
No, I would not agree, no.
I'm not asking you,
Samuel, it's not about you this time. Shut the fuck up.
Well, there's
So I'm
only two.
asking Brandy
There's
very
only
specifically, can we do this?
there's
Brandy,
only
can we
two.
model? Oh my fucking god, Brandy, can we model based upon an understanding of kinematics and astronomy that if two stars are moving away from each other at a certain radial velocity away from each other, we could say at some point they were closer to each other and determine at what time they were closer? Is that beyond our capability? Yes or no?
Now he's just not talking. I'm not sure what's up.
He's thinking about it, guys.
Nope, he dropped. He dropped.
Will I come back?
Okay, so let me ask Samuel that same question. Then I really want somebody to answer. Samuel, why can we not do that? What prevents us from doing that? Give me a physics reason in kinematics why we cannot do that.
Well, I mean, we can do that, but it only tells us one thing. It only tells us one thing. It only we assume when we see it, we assume that it's expanding. All right, fine. So we have an assumption.
Why is that an assumption? Assumption is nothing that.
Okay, I've waited. All right, I'm about to go off my fucking rocker here.
Let Reds go red rhetoric on his ass.
If you misquote what it actually says one more time, I'm not joking. I am going to lose my shit.
Reg, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you to give us your perceptions and understanding of
Brandy's
anything?
back.
I get rightfully bored with this.
My phone cut out. Sorry about that.
Okay, no worries. So my question to you stands: are we able to determine a regressionary model based upon our observation of universal inflation, basically?
Using physical evidence? No. Using opinion? Yes.
So basically, you're saying kinematics doesn't work. If I have a displacement of two things from position X to position Y, from let's say like a car, and I say I measured this car's position at X at this time. An hour later, the car is at a different displacement, 100 miles, this is 60 miles away, okay, and it is an hour later. I cannot determine that at a certain point that it was at one position and at a later position at a different point, and figure out the actual average velocity between them. I can't do that in kinematics?
That depends, dude. Are you using a rubber ruler? Can you tell me that it's always been the same? No, you can't.
What the hell has that got to do with my question? It wouldn't matter what. It doesn't matter what I would use.
You're trying to make everyone think that because of red shifts and what we observe in space is the way it has always been.
I'm not invoking uniformitarianism right now.
No, you can't do that.
I am not even going by the presupposition of uniformitarianism. I am asking you a simple fucking kinematics question. Can I, if position 2 of the car, can I do a regressive area model and say if it came from this direction?
If you're in a car, yes. If you're in a car, most definitely.
Why is there any fucking difference in a star's radial velocity? Please give me the science, the physics behind this, not
why don't you tell me?
Thing.
Why don't you tell me?
You're the one that made the assertion that it was wrong.
I said if you're not using a rubber fucking ruler is what I said.
He's
talking about a car.
This may be a little shocking to you, but we do have a ruler. It may not be made of rubber, but we do have a fucking ruler. It's called the redshift. And we also have something else. It's called Hubble's constant.
Can you tell me it's all been expanding the same always? You tell me that?
No, it's accelerating.
If you look
so how can you put anything on it?
Hey, Brandy, you may find this really shocking, but did you know that the speed of light is known, and that the further out you look, Dude, I'm answering your question. I would appreciate if you shut the fuck up for a sec, because I've been waiting for a while, and this is my time to shine. When you look at the speed of light, the further back you look, you're actually looking back in time. And guess what we find out? This shit was happening then as it is happening now. So tell me or show me anything that suggests that it wasn't happening back then, because all the evidence we show, even when we have the ability to look back in time, is still supporting that fact.
You see what they do, Brandy, because of their religion. It's blinded
Those
them.
facts. Yeah,
Or
those facts
it's
are
the
tough.
fucking evidence. You do
This
realize
is
we
called
know what the speed of
science,
light
Samuel.
is.
This has nothing to do with theology. We've made it very clear we're not talking about theology.
Explain
I don't give a
light
shit
year
if
to
you're
them.
Buddhist, Baptist, atheist, Christian. I don't care.
Steve, chill. It's the peanut gallery.
We know the speed of light, and we know that the further back we look, like you know, the Hubble Space Telescope did something, or it took a picture known as the Hubble Ultra Deep Field, and every dot, smudge, and speck in that picture was an entire galaxy. And do you know how many light years away all those fucking galaxies are? Every pixel is a whole galaxy extending to 100 to 300,000 light years wide. If that space occupies 1 pixel, how far are we looking? We're looking billions of light years into the past, because by the time that light left, it was billions of years ago, because it took that much time for it to reach us.
Can I ask a
seeing
question?
is that the Big Bang model not only conforms to our close neighborhood, relatively speaking, but it also conforms to way the fuck out there, way the fuck in the past.
So does that mean
Brandy,
we all came?
address his question, please. No, Samuel, shut up. Red's asked a legit question, and I would like to hear Brandy's, response to it.
Is the speed of light changing?
No.
The speed of light is changing?
Speed of light is called a constant. Do you know what a constant means?
Yeah, I know what a constant means.
Okay.
The speed of light is not the same. Absolutely nothing is evolving. Nothing at all. Nothing is getting better. Everything is getting worse.
What does that have to do with evolving? The speed of light is a constant.
You're trying to say all these
been a constant for 1.8 billion years.
What a warhead.
You're acting like the speed of light is remain the same. The speed of light.
Well, this is golden. I love this. This is gonna be my best video. I'm gonna have more hits on this video than any other I've ever had.
Steve,
I know, but
I've got 2 derps in here.
Hang on, Steve. I got a question for you.
Yes.
Here's the thing. I think I'm hearing what I'm hearing. Am I actually hearing what I'm hearing? Because if so, I'm gonna go bash my face against my wall again.
He's actually trying to equate Big Bang cosmology to evolution.
Okay, I'm gonna go bash my face against my wall.
You're doing correctly. He's actually gone off the fucking deep end of derp
Big Bang theory with evolution, then tell me, how did we get here if the Big Bang isn't part of evolution? Tell me.
I would love to.
How did we get baseball?
May I answer that question?
Any way you look at it, science has no place dealing with origins.
Answer that question.
Origins, all right? It is outside the scope, so no matter what.
It's not. That is blatantly false,
Brandy,
and even you know it.
The theory of evolution is based upon the fact that evolution occurs.
Say theory. How about you just say the idea, the opinion?
It's not an idea. It's a scientifically confirmed
hypothesis. How about you shut up and learn something? How about that?
Okay, so let me address this real quick. Okay, first of all, let's define our terms, and we're going to define them scientifically. And if you do not agree with these terms, all I ask is you find a scientific text that says otherwise. Agreed? Good. Now, the evolution is a change of frequency of alleles in a given population of species, gene pool, from one generation to the next generation over time. That is a genetic variant. That is a variation of alleles and genes, they're called. Now, explain to me, in that scientific theory of evolution, based upon what evolution is, how that relates to cosmology. Where are genes? Where are reproduction? Where do these things exist in Big Bang cosmology? Please address that question.
Crickets.
Someone's muted him again. Just like
No,
I was
he's thinking about it.
He knows
Well,
he knows how to unmute.
How does he unmute himself?
No,
He knows how to unmute at this point.
Have any part in evolution at all? Where did the Earth come from if the Big Bang is not responsible?
I've just explained to you evolution requires 2 things.
Big Bang
requires genetic. Brandy, I
Big
just
Bang
explained to you
didn't
that evolution requires reproduction and a change of allelic frequency, or genes we'll call it. We'll make it simple. Requires reproduction and genes. Please tell me where in the universe that stars have genes or reproducing. Please explain biological reproduction in the form of stellar evolution. Please, go ahead. I'd love to hear you do that.
Genes have nothing to do with that. All I'm simply saying
Thank you. Exactly.
Thank you.
Yay. Okay. Maybe he's not as much of a derp as we thought.
You
Yes.
say we right? Yes or no?
The populations evolve.
Say we evolved, right? Yes or no?
What do you mean, define we? Do you mean we as a population? Yes, a population of humans evolved. Yes.
The answer is yes. All right. Where did we come from?
Oh, there's actually a couple answers to that question. I can tell you how.
I'm not asking you, Steve. Answer. Where did we come from?
I want to define the question. Are you asking where our population of Homo sapiens came from?
Yeah.
That we diverged from other populations. The last split was Homo neanderthalis, which they died off like 30 to 40,000 years ago. They diverged from other species. That's called speciation.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I know where he's going with this.
You do know exactly where I'm going, you stupid shit. 4 billion years ago.
That's ironic.
4 billion years ago.
That's Tony's projecting.
Yeah, and when you go back to the very beginning, you stupid shit, that's where it all goes. Eventually, everything ties into everything else. It's called history, dumb fuck. Learn it.
Okay, so we explained to Brandy here what speciation is. I don't think he understands it, but I mean, so he agreed. I think he sort of kind of implicitly agreed.
Fucking history, historical.
Brandy, do you agree, Brandy? Do you agree that speciation occurs? Yes or no?
Someone keeps muting.
For obviously good
reasons. You're muting yourself. If that was the case, it would say that someone's muting you. You're muting yourself, so stop acting like a victim and answer the question, you little bitch.
Do you agree speciation occurs?
4 billion years ago, you have to say whether you like it or not that your granddad was a rock.
No.
No.
Explain that. No, hold on. Explain what that is. Explain what that means. Explain what the fuck that means. Are you talking about panspermia or what? What are you talking about?
Y'all cut me off a minute ago when I kept asking. I said, what did that come from?
You were talking. Oh my god.
I can go over.
What does that mean? What does that mean? It came from a rock.
Top-down model. It's called a reductionism. Okay, we all know what reductionism is.
Mute. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Dude, you suck. Seriously.
So, Neanderthals and apes and tree dwelling.
Brandy, before we do reductivism, okay, and I don't want to do reductivism yet because I want to start from the basics. You're going from A to B to Z, okay? Actually, you're more going A to B to potato, okay? So do you understand, yes or no? Do you agree that speciation occurs? That's a simple yes or no.
A minute ago when I was asking the question.
For obvious reasons, you're not letting him finish. If you actually want an answer to the question, then do us all a favor and shut the fuck up and let him answer.
So go ahead.
Let me ask the question for him since he can't fucking hold a thought and he's asking 16 different questions at once. Is that fair, Steve? So the first question is, and so the first question.
Where did we come from was the first question. He answered it. He said Neanderthals. I said, where did that come from?
No, you are not going to straw me like that. I did not say we came from Neanderthals. We did not evolve from Neanderthals.
Know what the fuck you're talking about. So let's actually.
I said our populations diverged.
Question: where did?
I'm sorry. They emerged.
No, wrong word again. Diverged.
Neanderthals is a species that split off from where we were from.
Use whatever weird terminology you want. You say we came from fucking apes and all kinds of weird.
We're still apes.
Where did those come from?
We're still apes.
You are still an ape.
You are still an ape.
Where did they come from?
Where did the apes come from? You want to go down the list. You can go down to Homo heidelbergensis. You know, there's one of them.
Where did those come from?
Let's go down the list.
Just out of curiosity, are you going to keep asking where they came from until we
will go all the way down
to the single cell molecule? That's the stupidity of this line of reasoning.
Is that what you're planning on asking? Brandy, is that what you're planning on asking?
Yes, that's exactly what he's doing.
Well, I'm asking him that. I mean, is that what you're planning on asking, Brandy?
If you asked me a question where I came from, I wouldn't sit here and disrespect you. I would say, I believe God did it. I'm asking you.
You didn't have parents? You didn't have parents? Hold on. You didn't have parents? You didn't have parents? God created you special?
Yeah, I had parents. And you know what?
He had a mechanism to create you.
Just answer his question.
Two things are happening over here in Texas. Humans are having humans. My guess is it's probably been like that for
Brandy, how about we do this? I really want to continue on this. I'm going to give you, just for the sake of arguendo, God exists, God created everything. I'm going to give you that right off the fucking bat.
We just continued a second ago.
No. I'm going to give you that for arguendo. Do you know what that means? That means for the sake of argument. You just said from the beginning, and I have it written down, that you did not want to discuss theology, and yet you have consistently gone back to God. So you violated your own terms by what you said. You said you wanted to talk about science. Did you not?
You asked me. I didn't make a statement. I said if you were to ask me, I would not.
Then we are capitulating, and I will give you further. I will give you for arguendo that God exists, God created everything. Okay, let's assume that from the outright. I don't care. Let's talk about evolution. Now I'm going to ask you once again: do you agree that speciation occurs? Yes or no?
No. I don't believe that term.
So speciation does not occur. Do you understand what the creationist model is for the Noah's Ark?
Animals come from the same kind of animal? Yes, I most certainly do.
That requires something called speciation, Brandy.
Something else? No.
When you have multiple species coming from a same kind in the creationist model, that is called speciation. That is the creationist model.
They don't even know what a species. You don't even know what a species
That's actually
is.
called hyperspeciation. So you're saying that the creationist model is wrong as well.
Know what speciation is? I don't like the term. I don't use it.
Oh, so you want? Wait. Quote. I don't like the term. So you don't want to talk about science. What is speciation, please? Give me a definition.
Kind is anything that can bring forth. All right.
I didn't say kind. I said speciation.
I said kind.
Give me an example of an allopatric speciation, peripatric, or sympatric speciation. Take your pick. Give me an example and tell me why it doesn't exist.
Or what? This is so funny. Why don't you just go ahead and tell me and finish up where we started a minute?
No, you wanted to have a scientific discussion. I have it written down. You wanted to talk about science. I am talking science. MMA is a biologist. Rational Mind is a biologist. Are my questions malformed? Panel check, please.
No, you keep changing.
The malformed
They're accurate.
because he's a delinquent.
It's malformed. It is malformed, yeah.
They're accurate in creation terms, don't get it, basically.
Okay.
But it's malformed in creation terms, yeah.
No, we're not talking about that. We were talking about science. Again, Samuel, that was a discussion. Science.
Yeah, but
science. You know what science means?
Science.
So in science, I don't even care if you define it in creation terms at this point. Give me a definition of speciation, because the creationist model from creation.com specifically requires both allopatric and sympatric speciation for Noah's Ark to be viable. From creation.com itself, Dr. Jonathan Safadi, who is a creationist, a younger creationist, his model is based upon speciation. So if his model is not viable and evolution's model is not viable, what method are you using to produce species from various kinds from the Ark, if not for speciation? Please tell me.
Speciation, yes. Evolution, no.
I did not. Wow. Was that the most dishonest thing you've ever heard, guys? I did not even mention the word evolution. I said speciation.
Your straw man is very funny.
It's not even that. Like they don't know like speciation and evolution. I mean, it's
right, and I'm demonstrating that they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Samuel, it's clear that you don't understand any of this shit. So please do me a favor, shut the fuck up for just. I'll come. Trust me, we'll come back to you in a sec. Trust me.
Yeah, Rez ain't gonna let you go. You're gonna be his.
I'm gonna attack you on that fucking Big Bang horse shit that you've been trying to push. I will have my fucking day with that. So, but until that time, please shut the fuck up for a sec.
Fellas, I have to apologize for jumping in. I need to go ahead and take off.
Hi, Van. Thank you, my friend. A pleasure as always.
I'll be listening.
Thank you, my friend. Okay, cool.
You did a good job, man.
So what we've established so far is that since speciation does not exist, we cannot have evolution according to him, and we cannot have creationism.
Look,
both models are both heavily rely on speciation. It's just the amount of speciation. It's called hyperspeciation in the creationist model.
You're going to have to explain that a little bit more. I mean, the mere fact that you have a small group of creationists that make a claim or a statement.
I'll explain it. I'll explain it. Let me give you an example, and I'm going to borrow this from Joe Sonstein, who is a master's in biology, or no, in anthropology. And he has a very good. He's a great friend of mine, obviously, and I'm going to borrow this from him whether he likes it or not, because I kind of worked with him on it a little bit. But his argument was the other day to Nephilim that the speciation from the Ark, from the amount of kinds from elephants, had to eventually differentiate into mammoths, the African elephant, the Asian elephant, and to mastodons. Okay, that was from Genesis and Genesis. That was their claim that they all came from the Ark, all came from the same kind. The speciation rate that we came up with was basically one speciation event every other generation, based upon 4 generations for every 100 years. And that's not even including the migratory patterns. That is beyond hyperspeciation, because basically the only way I know of a speciation event to occur in a single or dual 2 generations is what's called polyploidy, whole genome duplication. That does not happen in elephants. It happens in plants. So basically what I'm saying is, in a nutshell, what mechanism would account for the biodiversity we have, if not for various types of speciation, especially allopatric and sympatric, which is the mechanism that Dr. Jonathan Safrati uses.
You make work. If you actually find out what a person could be productive.
So would you like to go ahead and answer that, Brandy? What mechanism are you using if you're not using speciation? Which is the creationist model. They have to use it. If you want me to validate that, I will do that. You can go to creation.com, and he says, no creationist will ever deny speciation exists, basically, is what they say. Well, you're a creationist that does deny that it exists. Please support your position on that.
I didn't say I deny it exists. I simply said I disagree with the term.
That's like weaseling. I asked you very specifically, does speciation exist, yes or no? And you said no, it does not. Did he not?
I said I don't agree with the term, all right? Yes, I'll agree with the term speciation, just so me and you can talk right now, all right? Does that cause something to turn into or more into something else?
When you get creationists that start trying to turn their religion into scientific theory, hypotheses, or whatever, you're making the same mistake as a creationist as a scientist would be making when they try to explain what they observe in creationist terms. Theology and science should be separated 100%. They are mutually exclusive.
And I agree with that. That goes into. We already established we're going by methodological naturalism. We've already established that to be the criteria. So let me again go back to what I'm talking about here. If you acknowledge speciation does exist, and you acknowledge that human beings, Homo sapiens, did diverge from a population of Homo neanderthalis, okay? We are 2 different species, are we not? We are biologically, reproductively isolated from each other. Would you agree?
No.
No. Why would we be different? Why would we be different species if we were not reproductively isolated? Which is one of the core understandings of what a different species is. That's not the only one. There's other things out there, but I mean, I think most people would agree if 2 things are biologically, reproductively isolated, they are by definition 2 different species for the most part. I'm gonna do a check on this with Rational. Wait, Rational. I like your input on that. For the most part,
I believe we're different kinds.
For the most part, Rational, would you please answer the check on that?
It's not true, Steve.
Samuel, shut the fuck up, please.
Samuel, you're gonna have your time. No, your next conversation is gonna be with me. So
no, I'm hiding him from broadcast just right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't do that often, but obviously he just does not want to fucking play by the rules. I'm gonna leave him in here as peanut packing until we want to get back to him, because he's just being an annoying piece of shit right now.
Remember, Steve, I do want my shot at him.
I do. That's why I'm not kicking him out. I want you guys. I don't want him to say that I ejected him. I just hide him from broadcast so you can get back to him in a few minutes.
Thank you.
But I want a biologist to check my data. That I said what I said. My quote that for most purposes, if 2 species are biologically, reproductively isolated, they are considered to be different species. Is that correct or not correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So, Brandy, are you saying that we could reproduce with the Homo neanderthalis? Is that your claim?
Say that again.
Could humans beings, Homo sapiens, reproduce with Neanderthals?
I wouldn't say so, no. I wouldn't. I don't even believe there is such a thing as Neanderthals, to be honest. I think it's the only last-ditch effort to save your dying religion, is what I think.
So so the genome sequencing we have done on Neanderthals, where do we get that DNA from?
Dead bones.
But this was
and that's interesting. That's interesting stuff. Steve. You're really on some interesting stuff here.
Here's Steve. I wanted to ask you this since I missed most of your show. What physical evidence do you have that humans evolved from anything?
Easily. I'll give you that in 10 seconds. I'll explain that to you. Very easily. Ready? The populations of Homo sapiens evolved because you are not a clone of your parents. There you go.
Well, that don't fly, not at all.
MMA or rational, would either one of you like to explain to him what I mean by that and why that is a perfect example of evolution?
Well, I say that this piece of evidence is quite compelling, really, and this is just one of many similar pieces. So, can everyone see my screen?
That's bullshit.
Yes.
It don't happen. No, it don't.
Okay. Before he shows the evidence on the givens, which actually is homoblata, because it's not the same as the great apes, but I can see where he's going with this. But Brandy, the reason I say that is if there's a change, according to our definition that we used, if there's a change of allelic frequency in the population, that is evolution by definition. Because you are not a clone, because you are not a clone, you obviously have different allele in your body than your parents. That has changed the allelic frequency of the population. So unless you want to change the definition of evolutionary biology, you have not refuted a damn thing I said. And I'm sorry, but you cannot refute things by changing definitions. That's not how things are done.
All right, that's good and fine. Can you give me an example of a mutation or evolutionary process that has actually been observed to add new information and genetic complexity to the genome without a loss of any previous existing information?
I will love to answer that question, but I want Rational to show his video first.
You go and find something to copy, huh?
No. What he's showing has nothing to do with the information. What's your argument? Okay, do you want to go your argument? Sure. Your argument is what's called a teleological argument. Do you know what the word teleological means?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that there is a loss or gain of information. Can you tell me what that information is? What you're referring to?
It's a mutation. Just give me an example of a beneficial one. I asked you a question.
Sickle cell anemia was a mutation that would benefited the ability to resist the plasmodium of the vector of the mosquito for malaria. Chernobyl birds is a positive mutation that allows a resistance to ionizing radiation. CCR5 delta 32 is a mutation that allowed a resistance to HIV, which is on creation.com and listed under creation.com as a very beneficial mutation.
Else.
So I've given you 3 beneficial mutations. Do you refute any of them, yes or no?
Oh my God, dude. I ask you a simple question. Does it or does it not? Either one of those processes, do they or do they not change something into something else?
Yes. Of course, we change it to something else. We are a different type.
Name one mutation that has changed something into something else.
We are a different type of eukaryote than there was eukaryotics 4 billion years ago. We are a different type of mammal. We are a different type of primate. We are a different type of whatever tactile level you want to make.
What evidence do you have for that?
It's not based upon a single mutation. It's based upon a speciation event over a period of time of biological reproductive isolation. How am I not answering this guy's question?
Brady, if you actually want the answer to the question, it would really help if you shut the fuck up every now and then.
Holy crap! I'm telling you, right?
Because
I'm
what
answering
Steve
his question extremely, I think, pretty decently.
Yeah, what
he's
Steve
not
has
even listening to
done
the answer.
is he's actually given you 3 examples, and you have ignored all of them.
Because they're lies.
No, you asserting that they're lies does not make it a lie.
I love that. Great. Hey, I tell you what. Why don't you, Brandy? No. Why don't you look up CCR5 delta 32 mutation? Brandy,
CR5, is this about...
I want you to look, but he can't look it up right now because he's on
Is this HIV?
Okay, I'm hiding you from broadcast for a second because I'm not going to get this out there one way or another. The CCR5 Delta 32 mutation, which confers HIV-1 resistance, okay, because it is a homozygous allele of the frequency. Basically, you have the same pair of the recessive gene, okay, it's homozygous. Or the dominant gene, I'm sorry.
Official.
It is on creation.com listed under a very beneficial mutation. That is from creation.com. So are you asserting that creation.com is lying?
HIV is the answer to give me for why you think your relatives were swinging around in the goddamn trees.
Brandon, you are just galloping to no end. My question will be to you again. Creation.com lists CCR5 Delta 32 as a beneficial mutation, a very beneficial mutation. Are they lying? Yes or no?
Give me an example that's maybe not. Can you give me an example?
Steve, can I please?
One second. Yes, you can. I want Brandy. If you cannot give me
I just want him to clarify to you.
Sure,
I just want him to clarify to you, and this is not going to get off topic. I assure you of that. All right. The thing is that what Steve has done is given you 3 examples, and hold the fuck up and let me finish. What Steve has done is give you 3 examples. You then followed up with the assertion that they were lies, and I want you to back that up. What can you show me? What information can you give me? Give me something to chew on that even remotely suggests that anything of what he just said was lies.
IP is beneficial, you dumb shit. I said no.
It was beneficial, you asshole. Get your fucking head out of your ass.
Dr. Jonathan Sarfati is a PhD in molecular chemistry. He is a young Earth creationist. He has specifically stated, and I have talked to him.
Wow!
Number 33 mutation is a beneficial mutation. Now, would you like to refute that as a beneficial mutation? And I will give it to him, and let him review your PhD work on it.
Yes,
You're just asserting that it's not beneficial.
To the genome.
How many crowbars am I going to bend trying to pry your head out of your ass?
Let me just get on record. Are you saying Dr. Jonathan Sarfati, a creationist, young Earth creationist, is wrong? Because if you say that, I'm happy to go with that. I disagree with you. You did.
Since you're right, how about you just tell me, how is that beneficial? How does that add?
It prohibits the
How does that add anything? How does that add new information?
It confers resistance to plague and smallpox, and also the West Nile virus. While increasing susceptibility to the West Nile virus, but it does offer some resistance.
They don't have the protein. They don't have CCR5, and therefore.
Is it man-made?
So basically, he's not going to back up his assertion at all, is what I'm gathering from this. Is that right?
In other words, he has no refutation whatsoever. He
has no refutation whatsoever, and that is the weakness of the creationist position.
It's funny, Reg. No, Reg. He's actually saying that not only I'm wrong, but creationists are wrong as well. So I don't know what his position is.
It's amazing when even they can't agree on the same horse shit.
Creation.com, and I will. Does anybody want the link? I'll be happy to post it.
I'll be more than happy to take that link off of you.
Yeah.
People, all right. I don't agree with anything any other humans.
Well, that's good that you don't agree with it, but the thing is that unless you have evidence to back it up, we really don't give a fuck.
I would like Red's rhetoric to read.
Swinging around.
You can see the side chat. Please read off the very first line of that paper from Creation Ministries International. What is the first headline? It's by Andrew Lamb, by the way. I couldn't think of exactly what it was.
Honestly, I don't know. Video. No, stop.
Let's get back to the HIV thing.
No. What is the very first? What is the first line on that page?
You said it's beneficial. Okay, I'll agree. It's beneficial. Tell me, is it man-made?
Cell membrane of many types of mammal cells, including nerve cells and white blood cells. The role of CCR5 is to allow entry of chemokines or chemokines, whatever the fuck the word is, into the cell. Chemokines are involved in controlling the body's inflammation response to injuries, which is highly beneficial.
A very beneficial mutation. So let's go with Are you saying that the mutation is not beneficial? I know it's not man-made. This is a naturally occurring mutation. It's not artificial selection or anything like that. Would you agree that is correct? Because not everything on Creation.com is wrong. I won't even assert that by any means. But that they got right. So why are they wrong?
Chemokines are involved in signaling the body's inflammation response to injuries. CCR5 Delta 32, a very beneficial mutation. I mean, it's in the fucking title on Creation.com.
Right. I mean, it's not. It's big lettering, right? The font's pretty big. It's not. We're not taking this out of context.
What's basically saying is there's no way you're going to misinterpret that as anything else.
No
I mean,
way.
even if I would recommend people only stick to the title, but the title itself is pretty conclusive on that. Then when you actually read the body text, it goes, the role of CCR5 is to allow the entry of chemonies, or however the fuck you pronounce that word, into the cell, and they are involved in signaling the body's inflammation response to injuries.
Okay, so that means we came from a rock?
Oh, for fuck's sake. I told you we'll get back to you in a sec. In the meantime, shut the fuck up.
I'm going to hide you again. Whenever you say stupid content, you get a timeout. That's the new rule. Samuel King gets a 5-minute timeout every time he says something incredibly asinine stupid. Okay?
We're talking about beneficial mutations, and you're jumping all the way back to a fucking rock for some things. Here's the thing. Please show me one piece of scientific literature that says that we came from a fucking rock. If you can't, then you are practically admitting that you're making a straw man.
Okay, so give me some scientific evidence of when one kind changes into a...
Samuel, can you hear me? Yeah.
You can turn down the volume in the control room, or give me controls, and I'll fucking do it.
Oh God, you'll be ejecting everybody left and right. I know what happens when you go apeshit, Reds.
Don't.
You keep getting mad.
You know what? I am going to give you controls anyways, Red, just in case I have to go. And I trust you and Wolf and
no,
everybody else.
I never give controls, Steve. And
you don't, Michael. You scare me, Michael. That's why. I love you. You're exceptional. You're exceptional, but you scare me.
Well, I just kick everyone and close the room down anyway. But
no, Michael does this. Michael says this. He's like, okay, we're all going to have an eject war. The last man standing wins. I mean, it's like really.
Yeah. Yeah, here's the deal though. When it comes to this beneficial mutation, here we have a mutation that's beneficial. In order for the assertion to stand that this mutation is not beneficial, which was asserted by the way, we would need some fucking evidence of this. My question then is, what's the fucking evidence?
Go ahead. Yep.
Is there any whatsoever? Bueller? And silence, and we take a slurp of Coca-Cola in solidarity.
So I think we can pretty much.
The guy's thinking about it. Give him a break.
So if it is a beneficial mutation.
No, it is. It's not if. It is.
Okay, well, great. I'm happy.
Beneficial because
If you could just explain to me what that has to do with you coming from a rock.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Not the straw man again.
Have you gone full derp here, Brandy?
No, that is actually
what the hell does that do with a rock? You asked a very specific question about beneficial mutations.
Let me help him out, Steve.
Samuel, shut up. I answered your question. I gave you 3 examples of beneficial of mutations, and you're going back to a straw man rock.
Okay, let me help him out.
Sound
right now?
Wait. You said straw man. How's it a straw man again?
Okay, I'll explain to you why it's straw man. Show me in any textbook, anywhere used in the entire world that talks about evolution coming from a rock. Please, take your time.
Until y'all cut me off, I was saying where does it come from? Eventually, 40 years.
Straw man, show me the reference, please. I want a citation.
I can answer that.
No, I don't care if you can answer it. I want a citation.
Hang on, Steve. Samuel, you have a fucking citation? Yes or no?
I can answer the question.
No, you don't have a fucking citation? Then shut the fuck up.
Yeah, so you don't want to know. You don't want to know the answer about the beneficial mutation.
What I'm saying is you don't have an answer because you don't have a citation. That would be the answer. Do you have a citation that states this, or are you pulling this assertion out of your ass?
Well, it is a beneficial mutation, but
do you have a citation showing that that's responsible for anything evolving? You fucking loudmouth.
It has nothing to do with fucking evolution, you dumb, fucking, stupid son of a bitch! Holy God!
It's got everything. It's got everything.
What are you talking about
Listen,
Einstein.
it's got everything.
Beneficial mutations, you fucking idiot.
Brady,
Yeah, exactly.
You've
Listen,
just
yeah.
proven
How
yourself to
can
be a huge
Okay,
dill
listen.
hole right now.
How can
This is my favorite video of all time. This is going to go on the all-time win list. Because here you have a guy who doesn't fucking even know the difference between evolution and mutations. And he's trying to refute me. Holy shit!
I just love I love how we got into the beneficial mutations, and now we have
what a mutation has nothing to do with
this rock bullshit.
With a fucking
I know. Exactly. Wolf, you know what's funny is he picked the worst possible time, because what day is this for me?
It's
What have I gone without for 7 days?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna be angry.
So I'm just like, I'm just going full Steve on these fucking idiots.
You're on your periods.
I am on, yes.
Yeah, she's equivalent.
Yeah, and so we have an assertion. No one has any citations to back up the assertion being made, and also they don't have any citations to back up the straw man that they made. And so what do they have?
So you saying that mutations have nothing to do with evolution? Is that what you're saying?
No, I said it. You're not going to refute it by saying that we came from a fucking rock.
Well, let me explain. It does mean that we came from a rock. If this is what you believe, then
Samuel,
that is what you say.
No, Sam, but can you name me one rock that has genes?
Oh,
please.
Shit.
Give me a name.
It's impossible. It's impossible.
Give me a rock.
Rocks don't have genes.
Give me a rock that has genes and reproduces. Name one.
Rocks do not have genes, and they do not
There you go.
reproduce.
Answer your own fucking stupid question.
That's exactly why we could never come
we
from
believe
a
your
rock.
fucking assertion? The assertion is that oh, evolution says we came from a rock. No, it fucking doesn't, and you keep saying
it.
It
does. It says
straw man the fuck out of it, you dumb knob.
Evolution requires genes and reproduction. Without that, you cannot have evolution. That's the entire fucking point of evolution.
Exactly. That's why evolution's impossible. That's why it's a religion. That's
Are
why
you
it's your religion. It's
fucking
impossible.
retarded, Samuel, right now? I'd like you, dude, but you cannot be this seriously this stupid.
You cannot be.
Know
You
biology
cannot be fucking serious.
is
Not
reproduction.
only did you make the biggest fucking straw man.
Then answer his question. Answer his question. You haven't answered his question. He said to you, tell me a beneficial mutation.
We did. We
I
have a
gave
fucking
a
link
fucking
in the side chat, you fucking asshole.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay,
You did not. You came out with all this bullshit.
Samuel,
You came out with all this
party style.
nonsense.
All right, let me do it again, Samuel.
Samuel, can you read the screen? Can you see this body of text that I just read out loud
Answer
for you?
Brandy's question. You're not answering Brandy's
It is an answer
question.
to his question.
You have not answered.
Samuel, stop.
Do you not
Samuel, stop.
understand that
Samuel,
this
stop.
right here, what Steve just sent me, fucking sent me was a link, and if you click the link, there it is, and it's at the top line.
I'm not
it's
interested
in
in
the title.
And I'm quoting a creationist website, for God's sake.
I'm not interested in your religious links, my friend.
That's a creation.
Answer. I don't even.
I can give you the actual study. Do you want? Wait. Samuel, do you want the actual study of the CCR mutation? I give you
answer my question. Stop avoiding. You are very, very good at avoiding my questions and Brandy's questions. Answer our questions. We are asking you. Give us an example of a mutation which can result in changing one kind of animal into another. Don't come with all this nonsense.
It doesn't work that way, you dumb motherfucker.
It's not one mutation.
Let me finish.
Okay,
I kept quiet for a very long time.
It is a
my
fucking
say, and then you can debunk me. Okay, let me have my little.
Sure, you
So
can.
obviously,
I apologize, Samuel. I'm edgy.
What I'm going to say now is going to be so easy to debunk.
Samuel, this is easy to debunk because your question is malformed. You're asking for a
that's what you keep saying. Your
Samuel,
question is
shut the fuck
malformed.
up for a
Your
sec,
question is
otherwise I'm gonna...
malformed.
Let him ask his quick question, and I'm going to answer it, or Red's is going to answer it very succinctly, and then move on to a different topic. Okay.
Tired of this guy's
I already
fucking
know what his
dishonesty.
question
I
is.
swear.
He's already asked it. He said, "How does a mutation result in different kinds?" And that is fundamentally flawed on so many different levels. Because one mutation does that, and two, it has nothing to do with kinds. Therefore, your answer has been addressed. Anybody who thinks one mutation can make a species event does not understand speciation.
Okay, so give me an example of when one kind of animal has changed into another kind of animal. Give me an example.
I'll give you an example. It's this. It's cake and evolution class, you dumb fuck. That's the example.
Oh, you
Samuel,
very
are
good.
you
Very good.
Are you a different kind of mammal than a whale?
Okay, so give me an example of when a human has turned into a whale. Then.
Are you
Okay,
fucking me right now?
bye. Goodbye, Superman.
Okay, that was beyond. I mean, oh my fucking god! A human being becoming a whale. Have we just gone back to like beyond before kindergarten biology?
I never got the chance to. I never got the chance to bash his face open with that cosmology stuff.
Well,
Man,
I don't know why Wolf
that.
kicked him. Wolf, you didn't kick him, did you?
No, I didn't kick him. I did not kick him.
I don't think Wolf did.
Kind of, wow.
I did not kick him. For anybody watching this, I did not kick him, even though I really fucking wanted to, but I did not kick him.
No, it's entertaining.
I flushed that turd down.
Wolf, but why'd you do that? Because he was the entertaining for my video. I mean, he was the foil.
I mean, he's not worth it. I mean, all he did was repeat himself.
Dude, it's not for him. It's for the viewers that were being entertained by his pure stupidity.
Yeah, I was actually enjoying the stupid, even though it was frustrating as fuck. The thing that he seems to understand, the way he is framing the questions, that he's asking for one event that basically led to a kangaroo giving birth to a fucking crocodile. It doesn't work that way.
Why would you flush somebody like that? That's comedy gold, man. I mean, my viewers were enjoying that.
It doesn't work that way. Evolution is a sliding scale, and then you can arbitrarily place a marker however tiny you get. You know, if we find a gap between two species, then they go there and they say, oh, but now you have two more gaps, and then you fill those gaps. Oh, now you got even more gaps, and so on and so forth. There's an infinite number of gaps because evolution is not a stair-step process. It is a graduation process. It's a sliding scale. You have, that's why it takes all this time to actually get distinct differences, because the mother was 99.9999999% the same as the child that they gave birth to. It was that 0.01 difference or percent difference that actually led to the changes over time. It's not a stair-step process, and these fucktards are describing it as a stair-step process. What ass clowns?
Okay. I'll tell you this much. Brandy is in the outside chat. I think he went back in. I think. So.
I think
on a different channel, a fucktard like yourself is bound to have more.
Matt Dillahunty makes a really good analogy about that. A Latin-speaking mother never gave birth to a Spanish-speaking kid and Italian-speaking son or whatever. That's really good.
They do it all the time, man. They do it all the time. It's adoption.
You know, it's a classic creationist straw man of evolution, and I'm so fucking sick and tired. And also, after you correct them, they don't acknowledge the correction, and they continue to make the same straw man in regards to a fucking rock. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Well, here's an idea. Why don't we get a few creationists or theists that are actually well read on science and actually understand science? That would be
rare. That's rare.
I'll actually make a wager. I'll actually make a wager here. I have, over the past few years, I've been throwing up $4,000 for grabs, to anyone that can prove the existence of God. But we'll actually go and I'll switch to something else. So right here, right now, and I'll say it while this is live on the internet, I will give $4,000 to the first motherfucker that can produce a scientific paper that says that we came from a fucking rock.
All right, time for me to go. Let's do this.
Hey, let's do some research, man. I'll be back in a couple days. You know what's funny? Red? It's a funny story, and I want to keep our viewers here entertained. So here's a funny story. We all know who Josiah, McClain is, right?
Josiah? Yo, you mean the Creationist fucktard that I owned?
Yes. The one you slapped him and basically sent him back into infancy.
All right.
He made the same stupid argument that, of course, we came from a rock. And he said he had a science book a science book, that demonstrated this, that actually says this, right? And I'm like, me and Isaiah are sitting there going, holy shit, love to see this. Show me this fucking science book. So he brings out a science book, and I will accept it actually was a science book, not kind of creationist shit. And he's like showing us pages, and we're like, okay, where? He's like, oh, hang on. Could not fucking for the life of him find anywhere in that book where it said that. He's like, okay, maybe it's not in there. We're like, no shit.
Fucking low.
It was. He did this on camera, right, Isaiah? I mean, I'm not exaggerating the story, right?
Is it live?
This was on a hangout live. I don't know if it was. Was that one of my hangouts, Isaiah? I don't remember. Please refresh my memory.
That's funny.
Please let it be mine. Please let it mine. I want more viewers. I'm Steve. Steve.
I don't know where Isaiah went. I have to look through my videos. What I'm going to do is I'm trying to edit some of my videos to actually like the highlights, because I know they're 8 hours long, and I understand people don't want to watch all of them. I want to get like the part where did you guys watch when Dragnot was under Tasty and he was kind of flirting with Tommy Hall? And Tommy Hall was like, "You must be a creationist," and she's like, Dragnot's like, "Oh no, honey. I'm just me," and he puts his camera on. And he's like topless, and Tommy's like, "Oh fuck, yucky, you got me," because I mean they know each other for years.
Yeah, the thing is that
oh my god, it's classic.
I can't believe the absolute horse shit coming out of these people's mouths. And you are definitely right. This really is one for the records. I'm thinking make a highlight reel. That way people don't have to sit through the hours and hours and hours. But even then, the highlight reel is going to be like fucking 45 minutes long.
Yeah, that's like make it down. I've also got in touch with you. Do you guys know Sean? Do you guys know Christopher HitchSlap live?
Yeah.
Sean. He gave me some pointers. He gave me some programs that he uses for his. So I'm going to try to make some of my own actual video best of kind of things. But I think that we have enough derp on this video to really call it a classic. I mean.
Yeah, basically, I would have like a counter. How many times they make an assertion that evolution says something about a rock, and go ding ding ding. Ding. Yeah, and basically have like a fuckery counter, because that's what we did on my last flat earther video.
Well, that's what like Thunderfoot did on like Ariel Hogan. When every time he's like, "Can you prove that?" It's like it's an assumption. Can you prove that? It's a fucking assumption. Do you know what that means?
Yep. Hey, does anyone know the Angry Mark?
Yes.
Yeah. What's up? What's up, sexy people?
All right, good.
Hey. Did you
Hey,
listen to the Herpty Derp Brigade?
Huh?
Were you listening to the Herpty Derp Brigade we had in earlier with two of literally the dumbest fucking creationists I've ever heard in my entire life? And I like Samuel King. We go way back. I mean, we've gone back on many videos for a very long time. He was a special form of stupid today.
He is a special little snowflake. He really is a special snowflake. I'm thinking, when it comes to like these special snowflakes that we get, they aren't snowflakes that we should ridicule. They're snowflakes that we should cherish just for their sheer entertainment value.
We've been doing that for a lot of people. I mean, look at Nephilim. But by the way, Wolf, I owe your apology. Actually, since you ejected him, viewers have gone up. Strange. Weird. But anyways, yeah, there are certain people that I think that they have to be treated as special little snowflakes, because I almost feel sorry for them. It's like I always say, it's like playing with a retarded puppy. It's fun for a while, but eventually you kind of feel sorry for the puppy.
It's embarrassing, man. It's really embarrassing. Listen, and then the guy doesn't realize how embarrassing he is, and he keeps on and on and on. Fuck, you want to bang your head against the wall, man.
It's like, yep, you are very. It's like, oh, what a cute little retarded puppy, and eyes are all cross-eyed. It's like, okay, it's on one hand. Okay, on one hand, it's like, yes, this is a very cute puppy. On the other hand, it's like, this is ethically wrong to keep him around. We should put this thing out.
This is so morally wrong. This ended.
Yeah, this, it's, or better yet, it's like the McRib. you know, when it first comes out, it's awesome and everyone loves it. But then you look at the shit that goes into making the McRib, and you're like, this is ethically wrong. People should not be allowed access to this shit.
Yeah, but the day the McRib comes back, you know you got to go down and get one every fucking time. I actually really like McRibs. Go McDonald's. I don't consider them ribs, but whatever they are, they're good.
Well, yeah, basically what they are is they're I don't know, like the leftover plastic from General Motors, and then they somehow make it into food. I don't know what it's made out of. All I know is that's not food. It's more like filler. Are you hungry and are you in the mood for not food? Then get this garbage.
But they're so tasty.
Yeah, they're tasty. It's tasty garbage. Still makes it garbage.
I'm trying to eat a little healthier. Since I gave up smoking, I've indirectly kind of given up soft drinks too because I haven't had that.
Yeah. Well, I gotta do that because honestly, I'm drinking like a Coca-Cola with the Mountain Dew right next to it, and I'm like, you know, I should stop.
Do you know how much? And when you realize that you've gone through a 2-liter Pepsi in a matter of like an hour, something's wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
And I've done that numerous times, and I'm like, holy shit! I'm surprised I have such nice teeth.
Well, the thing is that, you know, bring it back to, you know, getting away from Coca-Cola, even though all of it's shit. I mean, you see what that thing does to teeth? Oh wow. Well, when it comes to the assertions, like for example, the red shift can't really describe anything. What I was going to say and what I was going to try and bring it back to is that as we're looking further and further away from us, we're actually looking further and further back into the past. And what we see today corresponds with what is seen when the light left those galaxies. And when the light left those galaxies, we're seeing them as they were, you know, billions of years ago. And so what was, you know, we saw it halfway. I think the Hubble Ultra Deep Field is a little bit more than halfway past the visible universe. Halfway past the halfway. What the fuck am I saying? It's very far away. It's like 7 billion light years or so. So with it being 7 billion light years, we have 7 billion years of history to go on that we can directly observe, and it all converges on the same answer that we found with Hubble's constant. So if it all converges on the same answer, and it's been converging on the same answer for the last 7 billion years, then what does that say for the rest? It would be intellectually dishonest for us to assume that it could be any other way. It would be very intellectually dishonest for us to assume. In fact, you know, there is a shitload of burden there if the assertion is made that that's actually pure horseshit.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's halfway across the visible universe, Hubble's Ultra Deep Field. That's what I was trying to say. Just couldn't get the fucking words out.
And the irony is, you're talking about early 20th century science.
Yeah.
We're in 21st century at the moment. Let's talk about M theory.
And it's going to be even worse because when the thing that's starting to be developed is the James Webb Space Telescope. And the James Webb Space Telescope, you think Hubble's primary mirror is big, it ain't shit compared to James Webb Space. In fact, this thing is so massive that in order for them to launch that shit to the Lagrangian 1 point, or Lagrangian 2 point I should say, they're going to have to unfold it.
Right. Yeah, and they're gonna put Hubble to shame, and that's gonna be like amazing.
It's gonna be amazing and sad because I still would like Hubble to stay up there because I'm kind of emotionally attached to it now.
Well, is it in a degraded orbit? I don't remember.
The way they're going to do it is that they're going to attach a spacecraft to the bottom of the telescope, and they're going to orientate it so that it's retrograde, fire off its rockets, and then burn it up in the atmosphere over the Atlantic.
But of course, we all know that it's not up there because we never launched anything in space because it's a flat Earth, of course.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
He's like, have you heard of Skylab?
You know, don't get me started on that shit because the thing is that when I was, you know, I think it was like sometime in the summertime, like around June. I went outside around like 5 o'clock in the morning or something to go on a fucking cigarette break, even though I don't smoke. I just call it that. I looked up and I was looking at my cell phone. I got an alert saying look up to the northeast, or southeast. So I looked to the southeast, and what I saw was the International Space Station orbiting overhead, and then coming up, you know, going perpendicular to its direction was the Hubble Space Telescope in the same
in the same sky, and they were both orbiting, and then they intersected each other, I had a mini orgasm. That was amazing, and you think that, you know, we have done some amazing things, and these creationists and these flat earthers fucking shit on the progress that humans have made, and I quite frankly don't have any fucking respect for that.
Well, do you remember when I mentioned the pillbox? I said, pillbox, when I put my telescope and I look at M42 and Orion, I see these little white lights that are moving in relative position to the fixed background of stars. And geosynchronous satellites happen to do that in that exact position in the sky with Orion's sword. And he's like, well, I don't know what they are, but they weren't satellites. I'm like, they look like satellites. They're in the same position where satellites are supposed to be. You can track them. There are videos with people tracking them.
You can do mathematics to show that it's actually all working. So we figured that, because one of the assertion was that, oh yeah, well, how do we know how high to put them? And I go, you really don't know how this shit works, do you?
You've done the math. You've done the math.
I mean, you can run the math. Okay, so basically,
a fractional amount.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So for example, you have your gravitational equation. You know, F equals big G M1 M2 over R to the second.
You're really going to go into the math now? You're really going to do that? You're going to bore us with the math? Okay, go ahead. I mean, you could just say Newton's law of gravity in orbits, but whatever.
Well, I could give a very simplistic answer, but then, you know, the assertions can come up later. Oh, you didn't fucking explain it. Basically,
no, by all means, go ahead. I've read what you've written, so I know that it's spot on. Go ahead.
Well, is it something that's actually wanted? Because if it's not wanted, I'll shut the fuck up about it.
Yeah, I want to hear about M theory.
Well, that's not M theory. He's talking about orbital mechanics. But basically what he did was, I'll just paraphrase it for everybody, because maybe they don't want to go into the exact math. But he basically found out what a low orbital would be, what it would require. And he was accurate to, I mean, literally within about a mile or two. I mean, it was pretty damn close.
Basically, you only need to know two equations. That's all I'm trying to say. You need to know F equals big G M1 M2 over R to second, and then the centrifugal force equation. And the centrifugal force equation is F equals M2 R 4 pi to second over T to second. Now, T is time, and M2 is obviously the mass of the object that's doing the orbiting. R is the radius from the center. If you equate the two, you can rearrange the equation to find out how far away the satellite has to be for a given period of time. Now, what is a geosynchronous orbit? It's an orbit that takes the same amount of time to go once in its orbit as it takes for Earth to rotate, you know, once on its axis. So you can simply, you know, rearrange the equation to R to the third equals big G M1 T, which is time, over 4 pi to second. Boom! You have the orbit needed for a geosynchronous satellite. That's how we knew about it before we even launched a fucking rocket up there to begin with. Math, motherfucker, math!
Science is hard.
Science is hard. I don't know the math. I don't know how it all came.
I needed to clarify. I needed you to clarify something, because I had been at a hangout recently, and I made the comment that all geo
synchronous.
Whoa, shit was
synchronous.
All geosynchronous satellites are all geostationary satellites are geosynchronous, not the other way around. All geosynchronous ones are all geostationary satellites are geosynchronous satellites over the equator. Is that correct?
Have you ever saw that video of the guy that had the world's worst stuttering problem?
Well, I'm sorry, but I had an echo. Did you guys see that?
It was like
I know, I'm getting this weird echo half the time.
I keep referring back to that. No, seriously, I'm now going to find that video.
Please do.
What video?
The video of the world's worst stutterer. It's like a guy that had a really bad stuttering problem, and he couldn't say anything.
Well, I don't stutter, but when I hear myself in my headphones, like I am now, it drives me nuts. I can't do it.
You should like totally fix that so that doesn't happen.
It's not on my end. It's somebody on their end, and I don't know who it is.
How about this? Let me see if it's coming from my end, and if it is, I'll do some headphones. So I'm going to mute talk.
Testing 1 2 3.
Okay, well, I'll say this. I'll say, Reds, grammatically speaking, you were talking about looking into space, going back in time, and you used the word further instead of farther. Now, I mean, you were talking about space, and you said further instead of farther, and then later on you said further, and I thought this guy's got a grammatical. He doesn't understand further and farther. But then I'll give him some exception because I'm the fucking man giving exceptions to his bad grammar. Okay, back to this.
Thank you for your exception.
Yeah, and the echo went away when you turned your mic off.
Okay, so it is me. So anyway,
But anyways, so
a theory that is based on these maths.
Right, but I mean, to my question, is it not true that all geostationary satellites are also geosynchronous satellites, but just over the equator?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Basically, it has to be like zero with the equator. The inclination cannot be more than a given value. Otherwise, what you get is a satellite that looks like it's going up and down in the sky. And actually, it's kind of funny when it does that.
That'd be kind of cool. That'd be really cool, actually.
It's like, yeah, explain that one, geocentrists.
It's stuttering.
That's one of the things.
Well, it's a hologram. It's a hologram.
That's one thing that really is like a nail in the coffin with the geocentrists, because the same math that allows us to put a satellite in space is the same math that says that the sun, it's impossible for us to be the center of the solar system, for the sun to go around us, that we actually go around the sun. The same exact math, says that, and it works.
The sun's a Barris center that's right outside, or it's just right. It's in near the actual surface of the sun. Actually, if you do the math. But it's located inside the sun, so it makes it appear that the Earth is going around the sun. But
the wobble is so minute; it's not even noticeable. That's why we can calculate the mass of the sun by simply rearranging the force equation.
And then when you have people telling you that the sun is only 32 miles away and 35 miles wide, it's like, are you fucking retarded?
Yeah, it goes. But you do know that in order to find the mass of the sun, you need force. I go, wait a minute, what? No, we don't. It goes, yeah, because m1 equals fr to the second over gm2. I go, yeah, but it also equals 4 pi to the second r to the third over gt to the second. As you can see, the mass of the Earth is irrelevant, and so is the force. All you need is r, g, and t. So
right, there's a lot of formulas you can use to come up with things. Maybe they just know one, like F equals ma or something, and they don't realize there's other things you can use in formula-wise, depending on what you know.
You can rearrange the equations. I mean, this is how we know the mass of the Earth and how we know the mass of all the planets, essentially. You just look at the period of the moons that are orbiting them, or you look at the wobble. It's a little bit more complicated with the wobble, but it's the same math nonetheless. It's just a little bit more stretched out. And when you look at, let's say Jupiter, if you look at every single moon and find out how far away that moon is from the planet, and then you look at the period of time it takes for each moon to complete its own unique orbit, they all converge on the same answer. And if they all converge on the same answer, what does that mean? It means we can figure this shit out and that the math is actually legitimate. And it's the same type of methodology that we apply to Hubble and the soon-to-be James Webb Space Telescope. They're going to look out and utilize the lessons learned on Hubble and just go to fucking town. And we're going to learn so much with James Webb. The creationists, I guess, are praying to whatever god they believe in, that the rocket that brings James Webb up fucking explodes, because it's going to shit all over their parade.
Whatever. Well, I think Hubble did it in a way too. I mean, what is the creationist thing for that? Do they think do they think that the photos from Hubble are just like Photoshop before they even had Photoshop?
Well, at the very end, you're going to have to say conspiracy. But basically, the idea is that the shots from Hubble don't actually show what they show. That they show something that they don't show. Which how they come to that conclusion, I don't fucking know.
So what if?
By the way, before we go any further, I just have one thing to say. And that is Brandy Nicole, how does my dick taste? Thank you very much.
That's my line.
I know. I stole that from Isaiah, but I was going to ask him if I could use it, but I thought it was AFK. So I'm just stealing it anyways.
Yep. And here we have my second favorite Canadian, Gus. How's it going, Gus?
Yeah. Speaking of dick tasters.
Bonjour.
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 You're not even French Canadian, are you, Gus? I thought you were like
what?
the other.
What?
No, it's an inside joke.
I'm only French Canadian at gunpoint.
Yeah, the joke it was that you know, if I was given an opportunity to go on the Soyuz and they said, okay, you have to learn Russian, and I was like, bonjour.
No, well, the whole thing was, it's like he'd go, it didn't matter what. It's like they'd tell him no space, he'd like, I don't know, take me to something. So you'd see him, like if you look at the Soyuz, there's like 3 seats. It's basically a ball. There's like 3 seats on one side, and there's a bunch of like monitors and stuff on the other side. So he'd be taped upside down, sort of his ass duct taped to the ceiling with his legs hanging down, with his head upside down between the monitors, with a friggin' can of Mr. Pibb in one hand. Fucking they'd open up the friggin' door and he'd look over and he was like, bonjour.
Yeah, like hanging upside down, because usually what they do is that they have a camera inside, and usually before they launch, the crew gives a thumb up. So I'll be just outside the frame, hanging upside down with my legs dangling in the shot, and then they all give the thumbs up, and then my hand goes right in the frame with the thumbs up, the last one.
Everything's wonderful, boys. Fire that bitch up.
With a bag of bugles, and so they're on the mic trying to give like complex information, like, okay, yes, we're good on check 1, check 3, and then in the background, crunch, crunch.
Go, Fido, go. Crunch, crunch, crunch.
Oh, that's great.
What's that, Fido? Crunch, crunch, crunch. Fido, crunch, 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 crunch. The cosmonaut just stands up and fucking punches you in the head while you're lying there unconscious. He fucking finishes the checklist.
Oh, it's great. I love it. Yeah, so we go. So you're gonna have to learn some Russian, and the only thing I know that's Russian is bonjour. He goes,
bonjour.
He goes, dude, don't tell him. We've already tried.
Yeah,
it was a great joke, and that joke went on for like 15 minutes. It was fucking hilarious.
We amused ourselves tremendously. I'm upset. I'm upset with you, Steve. I'm upset with you, man. You brought another fucking nut job in here, and
no, you should be doubly upset with me. I had 2 derps.
Oh, man, you're getting to be as bad as MK, man. All the fucking fun stuff is going on without me.
Oh, dude, this is going to go down for the ages, man. I'm serious. This had reached new heights of absolute stupidity.
Wow.
Listen, did you not hear some of the things these guys were saying?
I was too busy pounding the F5 key, man. What do you want?
I know. I got a lot of people that actually wanted in, which is surprising. I thought I didn't know Rational Mind left. I actually was peeing when he left. Sorry, Rational Mind. Really appreciate you coming, by the way. We do have 1 open spot. First come, first serve.
Anyways, 2 open spots now.
Yeah. But no, I mean, this was Derp City. I don't even know where to begin. I was so flabbergasted because this guy originally had. He said, people can watch this video, or go to this video and see that our comments. He had literally put on my comment, for all practical purposes, a natural selection didn't happen. I'm like, what? And we've been going back for about a year, but I never thought he was that stupid. And I'm like, fucking hey, let's go to a hangout. But it took him 3 hours to figure out how to get in here. And I'm not exaggerating.
Yep. I was actually wondering if the fucktards that you invited in would actually know the difference between geostationary and geosynchronous, because I would actually ask them that. I wonder if they would realize that geostationary is like right above the equator, while geosynchronous.
And that's how I learned it too. But I was told I was wrong, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't think I am, but I couldn't really find it anywhere, and I was like, you know what, I want Red's input on this.
No. Geostationary means that it stays at the same part of the sky, and that requires it being right over the equator, no inclination difference. That's geostationary. Geosynchronous just means its orbit is the same time period as one rotation of the Earth, but not necessarily even with the equator.
But all geostationary are geosynchronous, correct?
No, geostationary is geosynchronous. Geosynchronous is not geostationary all the time.
That's what I said, yes.
Yes, so you were right.
I want to be geostationary on geotoiletress orbit. Wait, what? Huh? You guys are too rational. Here you go.
You need a nice helping of Taco Bell for that, and I know just a place.
Yes,
come to the Taco Bell that's here in Tampa. It'll give you the shits. It will give you the Niagara Falls of shits.
Oh, that's exactly what I want.
By the way, Blake just said something to your Reds. He said, "I'd like to take off where Josiah left Red. I think I've got him on the precept. We'd all love it. If I fail or lose, it's a good time." Is he saying? I mean, I know Blake. Is he saying that he wants to have a precept with Josiah, or he wants to take like play devil's advocate and precept with you?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Just curious. But anyways, we have 2 spots, listeners. I don't want to do the whole precept thing, anyways. But I think Red's
Fuck no.
had a connection error.
Uh-oh.
There he is.
Keen to talk to
Yeah, that fucking thing wouldn't let me unmute. Yeah, if I don't, can you repeat the comment one more time?
Yeah, it's from Blake Lee. Red's rhetoric. I'd like to take off where Josiah left Red. I think I've got him under the precept, XD. We'd all love it, comma. If I fail or lose, it is a good time.
I think that means he wants to have a precept argument with me. In that case, bring it the fuck on.
It's like bad
I'm
translation
fine
from
with that.
Chinese.
I really don't want to go with the precept thing, but what the hell? Whatever. It's entertaining.
Well,
Blake,
think
if you're listening, come on in.
It's because of the video that I uploaded between me and Josiah, and again I think this was like what was it, 17 minutes long only, which I think is a world record when you're talking to a fucking pre-supper.
I think it was 23 minutes if I remember correctly, wasn't it?
I don't know. I think, but it was some.
It was 17 to 23. It wasn't very long. Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say that if you think you can do a better job than that ass clown, be my guest, because that guy was fucking pathetic. Yep, 18 minutes even.
Okay, yeah, he is talking. He is said with Red, so he is talking about you. I've given him the link. So Blake Lee, come on in. We'll let you do a precept with Red. I will listen in on that. Enjoy it.
Red, could you be wrong about everything that you know?
Wow, that's actually, you sound exact. Holy shit! I just got goosebumps.
Gus has got voices down.
You got that voice down.
Red, could you possibly be wrong about everything you possibly knew? Possibly, could you? Possibly?
I think he sounds more like Darwin than Darwin.
He does a great impersonation of Dr. Thinger from The Simpsons.
Can you do me a favor and try to
Dr. Frank, when you take a dump, you're gonna stink. Hey, that's me.
Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you make the voice of Dr. Evil from Austin Powers?
Of course, frickin' sitting here with frickin' sharks and frickin' lasers on them. Give me a frickin' break here.
Dude, that's right.
That sounds like Michael, actually.
Damn. That was good.
Well, Michael's a little bit different. Michael's like, of course, what everybody has to understand is that it's only partially synchronized with the realities of understanding. And maybe you know, and maybe I know, but half the people don't know. And the things they don't know can be concentrated on the fact of that orange juice is never a proper understanding of national rectitude, and also here's your hedgehog.
See, that's because here's the thing. That was my childhood. Right there was like Austin Powers, Little Nicky, and South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. That's basically my. That was basically my childhood right there.
No wonder you're so fucking bent. Seriously, like. It's crazy. Science guy will poke you in the eye.
It's like that. Hey, those all were some pretty damn good movies. Of course, I like the Austin Powers series better. It's like, Colonel, you better take a look at this radar. What is it, son? I don't know, but it looks like a giant dick. Look at starboard. Oh my God, it looks like a huge Willie. Willie, what is that in the sky? I don't know, but it looks like a huge Wang. Pay attention. I was distracted by that enormous flying one-eyed monster. Step right up and see the one-eyed monster. I love it. I put that bastard in my last video because that was great.
No, you should toit like a toiger. No, you should toit. We'll go and talk to my partner.
Blake says he can't join.
Blake is having Blake is having difficulties getting in, so I don't know what's going on here.
Blake,
can you guys
push
go
the fucking
to
button,
the?
Blake. There's a button, Blake.
I don't even know how else to
Push
explain
the
it.
fucking button.
Go to the event
Take
page.
your hand off the fucking butter churn for 5 minutes.
Is it
and
absolutely
push the
true?
fucking button.
Is that absolutely true? That you absolutely know it? That you absolutely have to hit that button? Absolutely, absolutely.
I am maximally
Absolutely.
I am maximally certain about that bitch.
There you go.
They
Good
hate
answer.
it when you say that, by the way. Oh, fucking, what's his name? Darwin's Ding Dong. Fuck, he hated it when I started talking about maximal certainty. He's like, what is that? Like I'd waved a turd under his nose.
Yeah, the thing that he didn't, and the thing that he didn't want to talk about when he started calling people fucking liars and, you know, assholes and shit like that is when you're calling him out on his bullshit in such a way that even he knows it to be true. And he's like, yep, I got you there. I got your nuts in a vice grip, dude. And you just saw him absolutely lose his shit. It was hilarious. And the thing was is that I was at work, and in my work, you know, we have, you know, a whole bunch of cubicles and shit like that for my first job, and then the second job go on with the fucking, you know, auto mechanic. I was at the office job, and I'm watching this thing going down on my cell phone, and I just start laughing hysterically to the point where I actually had to leave the office.
I don't know what he's listening to, but he's urinated in a garbage can twice, and I don't think I like it at all. I don't know what's going on here.
Yep. Although, we'll see what happens. Come on. Do you by any chance have the channel to this Blake dude? Like, can you post his G+?
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Blake, I swear to God, if you're too stupid to figure out how to click 2 buttons to get in here, like,
do you really want to talk about philosophy?
seriously, like, if you cannot click 2 buttons to get in here, your presup has failed. God doesn't want you to talk to us. Like, I swear, like, it's not that difficult. You click on the button marked fucking Hangout. You click on another button that says you understand. You get in the goddamn Hangout.
Yeah, and okay, so Blake, whoever you are, come on in, and Steve, if you have the link to his channel or G+ page, just put it there. I'm gonna go take a leak real quick, and I'll be right back.
See, I
think I'm gonna get a drink as well.
That's his G+ page I just posted. I'm trying to give him the link again. To the actual Hangout.
While Reds is gone, should we slam on Reds a little bit? Like, come on, dig up some dirt, guys. Slow this guy down. He's
I got dirt on him.
Come on, you guys, dig up some dirt. I'm only going to be here for a couple of minutes.
All you gotta do is say that his Atlas video that he did and filmed in various angles is all CGI. That's all you gotta say.
Oh,
them fighting words, huh?
Oh, my heavens.
I don't know any of your channel. I mean, Steve, I don't even have an access to your channel. I guess I could find it, but I didn't see a link on your profile page. Nor Reds. I don't know who's got YouTube channels and who doesn't. Gus, could you ball me out about the 2 links that I'm missing to get to their YouTube channel? Is there somebody? Throw me a bone.
Dude, everybody's got a YouTube channel if you're in a Hangout.
How do you fucking ignoramuses manage to get around the internet? Fucking ability to click on a couple of buttons.
I didn't know it was that complicated.
I swear to God, I'm surprised you don't shove the mouse up your ass and sit there blinking for a half an hour.
What do I do with this thing?
I don't think this is the internet. Fuck.
This doesn't feel right.
I flunked out of every goddamn computer science course I ever took, and I still figured out how to get in here. See, Dragnot will save us.
Oh, thank God.
He's what in Hollywood he's what they call the magical Negro.
Well, I'm still working on that clip. I'm going to get that clip down.
Dragnot's like, I'll show you some goddamn magic. Stay right where you are. Zip.
Well, I guess I did drink too much. It came out clear.
Blake says he clicks it and it just rings. Anybody know how to solve that problem?
He clicks. Of course, it rings.
You know what I can do? Oh, I have an idea. How about I just do
it rings.
this?
Part of the process of getting in here is that
he said it just rings.
No. I think
I'll give him another link.
Google Hangout
What I
also
can do
has
is
like a phone. Like a phone.
I'll send him an email. I think I sent an invitation from the Hangout itself.
Send him the link and tell him to click on the link.
Exactly. I don't even think. I think the problem is I don't think he's clicking on the link.
Unbelievable. Like, and these people want to tell us the fucking nature of the universe, and they can't figure out how to fucking. This is your fault, Dragnot. I blame you.
Dude, it was like the 2 derps. Dude, I'm not lying. I have never seen anything that bad. Everything they said was fucking wrong.
Steve, I think he's clicking on your page and then
Probably
trying to get
clicking
back
on your
out.
fucking icon.
I
He's
wonder
probably,
if-
he's
That's
probably
what
on
he's
the
doing.
watch link. He's probably on the watch link, clicking on your little picture, Steve, going, "How come I can't get in?"
I wonder if it's redirecting him to the new beta. What's its what?
Oh,
I think that's only do if you do a direct call. That's a direct call.
That's a direct call.
Beta.
I was trying to
Yeah.
give him the benefit of the doubt, but you know, I've been having some art Christian skeptic, whatever the fucking guy's name is. He's been messaging. Well, he's been commenting on the Fiona's video last night, and I kept checking him while I was at work. And every comment just was more and more incoherent. And like I usually make fun of true empiricism because his fucking gaffes, but this guy takes the fucking cake. And I'll read off to you what he says, just to kind of give you an idea
Here comes the pain
about
train.
what this guy says. When I find it, hold on, where the fuck is it? Yeah, I was actually trying to hang myself at the beginning of the hangout. That's what that was. Can show you later that flaws in evolution I used to believe in it. I make better broadcasts need time.
Can we translate that from dumb fuck to proper English?
I don't know. That actually, it sounds actually brilliant and scares me. I don't know if I can handle that kind of. I don't want to look stupid on my own hangouts, so I don't want to take them on
Well,
because
you know,
obviously
I try to be nice. I
much
said that's
more versed in the topic than I am.
Dragna, I
He's
think
on
they're
his
too
phone.
nice.
I mean, he may be. And I said, you know what? That sentence really needs to be reworked. That was my first fucking response. And then he replies, "How cute?" Question mark. I have dyslexic, so okay, that's kind of stupid. Putting it that way, ellipsis. But yeah, there's flaws in evolution. I used to believe it. I came from a group of atheists.
So
He's
Vladimir
dyslexic.
Putin has some say in this.
Well, I don't know, but I put that in Google Translate and it came back, "What the fuck?"
So, you know, Fiona, Hannibal Vector, Rainbow, Paranor, everybody jumped in and was like, dude, you
Well,
are
the good news
speaking
is that
fucking
Blake's here, so let's hear what he
He's
has to
actually
say.
dyslexic, though. I
Yeah.
can't
By the way,
believe-
Blake, yay! Everybody give a hand to Blake. He figured it out.
He came in?
Congratulations, you figured it out.
We have level 1 completed. We have unlocked level 2. Okay.
Google Plus is not Christian Mingle. Go ahead.
No, for real.
It's funny. You should actually go to Christian Mingle and try to put, like, I'm a guy looking for another guy, and it gives you a message that says you can't do that.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, go sign up for it. It's real funny. It won't let you
What
do
the
it.
hell? How else are you supposed to do your brotherly love thing?
It's like when I went to Christian Mingle, I got an email back, saying that an answer was wrong. It's like, what do you look for most in a woman? Apparently, my dick was the wrong answer.
And by the way, that video that I had the natural selection on, this kid actually just wrote me, and this is why I do this, by the way. He wrote me, and I like this. He said, "Thank you. This has helped me, and I'm in grade 11."
Is it the person 16 years old?
Wait till you start getting the letters. Thank you. This has helped me, and I'm in fucking PhD honors.
Yeah, well, if he's a PhD, but I mean, for somebody to say thank you, this has helped me to understand something. That's why I do this shit, because
Yeah, it's when they.
I mean, that means more to me than converting any fucking Earth creationist. I'd rather have somebody say, you know what you wrote in these comments, because I have a lot of top comments on a lot of videos, not to brag, but I do, that they learned something from it. What else? What other praise can you get?
Yeah, I do it merely for entertainment and laughs. So if someone tells me that they laughed at it, I'm like, okay, mission accomplished. Blake, what do you want to talk about? What's up? Tell me.
Yep, go full glows, Cal. Let's do it.
Oh yeah. First of all, I knew the double button you were talking about, but it wouldn't appear at all. So I just closed out everything, loaded back up, and it worked. But
Try praying.
no.
So the prayer didn't work. I'm going to get off topic. Go ahead.
So I'm trying to even remember right now. What was the it felt like it was the same thing over and over that Josiah just left with you that whole chat.
It was the same exact thing over and over again. It's not that it seems like that. That's exactly what it was. When Josiah was on my Hangout and we were having that conversation, he would make the same exact assertion or ask the same question after I just answered it. And this is all over the comment section, people have noticed this. So when I was like, dude, if you are going to keep asking this question, I just need to know one thing. Are you going to justify your assertion, or are you not going to justify your assertion? He said, no, conversation's over.
Well, that's very harsh. That's a very hard angle of approach. But go ahead, Blake, respond to that.
So wasn't the question something like do you know everything? And your answer was at least having to do with your precept.
It was.
You know everything you presub to be true, or something like that.
No, that's not what I said.
What was it? No, I mean what he.
Oh, wait, that's what he said.
Was that his question?
No, his question was like, what do you know for certain? I'm like, I know what I perceive. That I can be certain of, because that's the only thing I can be certain of. It's our perception. I perceive what I perceive, and there's no other way it can be. It's a self-attesting truth by definition. To say otherwise would basically to be ignoring the self-attesting truth, which would inherently be dishonest. I can't lie to you. Well, I can, but I can't lie in that aspect.
Yeah, but
I can tell you that my dick's 10 feet big, but it's not.
10 feet big. There's a fucking scientist, eh?
Yeah, it's a very tiny thing, Tic Tac.
Them their big dicks is the size of Tic Tac. By the way, the soup du jour, Blake, is Steve's dick for the room tonight.
Yeah, and I served it cold. I'm sure that he's
okay. All right, Blake, but yeah, that's basically what he was getting at. He asked me the question, is there anything that you can be certain of? I guess, and then I was like, well, yeah, what we perceive, and the only reason that I am an atheist because I do not perceive your fucking God. And he would just go on and hammer the straw man and say, no, you do believe, you do know he exists because he has fucking revealed it to you, you lying sack of shit. I'm like, listen, dude, you can claim that I'm lying. That doesn't save you. If you're going to base your entire argument on a fucking straw man, I have no time for you. That's basically what it really came down to.
So I guess I would have to say, well, if we perceive things differently, does that mean one of us is wrong?
No.
Yeah, but you don't. You don't perceive things differently.
No, it doesn't. If you're perceiving one thing, then what that means that you're perceiving something. If you're asking me what I perceive, that means I'm perceiving something that's just different from whatever you perceive. If the assertion is made, though, however, with God it's a special case, because the assertion is made that God has made himself apparent to everybody, regardless of their perception, because God is all-powerful, all-knowing. He's the head honcho. If you want to go to the Almighty, it's God. And the assertion is made that God has revealed it to everyone, at least for the pre-suppers out there that I've talked to. He's revealed it to everyone so that they can be certain. If that is the case, then you have to show me how I know that, which I'm telling you I don't. Otherwise, I wouldn't be an atheist right now.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
Well, there you go. So, well, thanks for playing along. Well, Steve, I'm sorry that wasn't...
Was that the shortest precept I've ever heard?
I'm sorry there wasn't more fireworks with it. I do apologize for that. But I'm gonna go get another drink. I'll be right back.
Weren't you drunk enough, you?
You can never drink enough, good sir.
We just lost 4 viewers under that precept. No, I'm just kidding. It was actually 2. But okay. But anyways, fuck you guys if you don't want to view my thing.
I think we've encountered the world's most honest precept.
Yeah, no, yeah, that was actually pretty cool.
Is there such thing as an honest precept?
I think we just found it.
But I think it's a relative scale.
Wait.
Subjective honesty, I guess.
You guys are closing Blake down. You're not giving him a chance for reproach after Red's just slammed it into closed victory and walked out for his trophy drink. Blake, what do you have?
He dropped the mic and it basically said, I'm out.
I'm still here. If he wants to say something, be my guest. I thought the conversation was over and he agreed. That drink wasn't a trophy drink. It's simply because I'm on the internet right now, sitting in a chair, being a lazy sack of shit, and I want to fucking do.
Hey, don't tell me it's not a trophy drink. I know it's a fucking trophy drink. Don't tell me, because your opinion about what's real and my opinion are different. So fuck.
That's true.
Well, I guess when you frame it that way.
Position of
Well, the
of
Mandela,
reality.
the Mandela effect, right? That maybe
Oh,
Blake was
geez,
inferring the
dude.
Mandela effect.
Oh,
right?
Michael, I swear to God, it's funny. The other day, I was actually trying to explain the Mandela effect to a couple people, and I don't remember who it was, but I kept getting interrupted every 2 seconds, and they weren't even. It was hard to explain because they were like, "Well, what's the Mandela effect?" And I'm like, "Oh, this is the new shit that Rose Patton has been promoting." And there is such a phenomenon per se, but not the way she's actually making out to be. She's relating it to like quantum woo woo, and I couldn't even get it out because they were not understanding the effect, and they're just like coming from the angle. Oh well, it's you can't disprove quantum, blah blah blah. I'm like, that's not the fucking argument.
It's almost where paradigms start to, like, people share paradigms, but it's where they shift is kind of where I think the Mandela effect might actually have an edge, as opposed to woo-woo. I mean, that's the most woo-woo thing I can think, is where you're...
Kind of, yeah. I mean, I can see that. I mean, to me, it's a social phenomenon. But they try to make it out to be as like, okay, if you think it happened in one way, and I think something, if I remember something differently, you and I came from different realities, and that you were like from world C, and I'm like from world B, and then we've quantum shifted into this reality where we both kind of exist now.
What interests me is why do they blame Mandela for that?
Well, because the effect starts off about what happened to Nelson Mandela. Did he die in prison back in like the 80s or whatever, or did he not die in prison?
Into power, out of prison. It was such the hugest shift that it was so unbelievable that a man could do this, that it happened, that the whole paradigm adjusted, that what people were laying down isn't what other people were picking up, and they identified with that, and that's how I think it is. And if it's negative, it's because he's black, right, Dragnet?
Well, no, people just remember the situation differently, and they use these
Wait
little...
a minute, Mandela's black?
Yeah, I don't remember Mandela being black. I thought he was just well tanned. No, I mean, but they use the stupidest things. Like, for example, and the only reason I'm going to get on Rose for this is because last time I was in a hangout with her, she ejected me for side chatting because I was criticizing what was. I never had that one before. I'm like, I'm not even ruining your viewers here. I'm side chatting this because you're an idiot. But
this is what happens when you let fucking sub-epsilon moron elevator operators run hangouts.
Rose Patton made it onto the dumb fuck of the year voting list for a reason.
Oh, I'm overjoyed.
Oh, have you ever done that yet? Have you, Reds?
No.
We'll go back to that.
Wait, I'm still one nominee away, and I have a couple people in mind I'm going to nominate. Which I'm more than happy to take suggestions.
Can we get back to that, Reds? I don't want to lose that, and I do want you to let us to know, and I will promote the shit out of it when you are doing that. Okay?
All right, sounds good.
I might have a few suggestions. But
okay, yeah, we'll definitely go over suggestions. Anyone that you guys feel deserves to be on that list for voting, yeah, be my fucking guest.
Who's Rose? Do you want to do maybe one of these days you want to have on your channel a hangout of just going over the nominees?
Well, yeah. Basically the way it works is that I post a video stating, okay, we're gonna start voting, and then I upload like 10 videos all at the same time, and then the like button is the actual mechanism in which I count the votes. So if I get 1 like, that's 1 vote. 2 likes, 2 votes, so on. The one with the most number of votes wins, and the winner will be crowned the dumb fuck of the year 2016.
And can you vote for yourself?
What's that?
Can you vote for yourself? Is that?
Well, there's a series of 10 people that I have chosen that deserve to be on the list.
Oh.
So, like, for example, you have Juranism, Bubbles, Rose Patton. You also have somebody that actually Steve actually invited me to. I'll go down the list. Oh, the Morgile, that's another one. So basically, if you have a certain person that you feel should win Dumb Fuck of the Year, you'll put a vote for him. If you think 2 people are equal to each other, then you can vote for 2 of them, or all of them, or none of them. It's really.
Does it have to be about creationism and shit, or can it be like fucking other?
No. These people are just dumb fucks. They can be dumb fucks in any discipline, though. They're just.
Oh, there's a good guy. Oh, just check out his channel anyway. Fucking.
Well, it's
John Bergman.
Well, it's like there's rules. Is that the way it works is that you have to have had at least some communication with me at least once throughout the entire year, and that's what will basically keep that because it's more that's what keeps me from nominating fucking Bill O'Reilly every single year. It's more of a local thing, and that's how you win Dumb Fuck of the Year. So for this, I have a list of Jeranism, Bubbles, who is MG42 Pillbox, G-Man, the Morgile, True Empiricism, Jungle Jargon, Rose Patton, James Powers, and Mark Thomas, aka Rabbit.
I know who
and they're all American.
I think Mark Thomas isn't, but I'm not exactly sure of that. But most of them, yes, are American.
And Mark owes me a hangout. He's been telling me for a while that he will, and he never does. I don't know. Anyway, there's only one name on that list. I don't know who it was. It was
Cliff Stamp, right, Steve? Yeah, he should have Cliff Stamp on.
Yeah, Cliff Stamp. Yeah. No, I love Cliff.
Don't expect too much with Mark Thomas. He is probably one of the most I don't even say uneducated, just one of the more shifty fundies here, because when he doesn't know something, he'll claim he used to know it and he's just forgotten it. But even though you probably mentioned it 6 or 7 times to him in the past, he still has neglected to own up to any of his, for me, perceived ignorances. And you really won't get him to concede to honestly anything.
Yeah, so
but he'll expect you to.
I think I have an objection. I think you might have to disqualify Pillbox. I'm sorry.
That's the thing. See, I've gone back and forth on Pillbox because even if he's not a flat earther, there's some people say, okay, he's a Poe when it comes to flat Earth horseshit, but he's not a Poe when it comes to the creationism bullshit, and that's just as stupid, if not more stupid.
Right, but I will give Pillbox this: when he's actually calm, he actually can make I wouldn't say rational arguments because that'd be a huge leap, but he doesn't sound as completely moronic as the two derps we had earlier.
And that's the beautiful thing about the vote, because if you think he doesn't deserve the vote, you don't vote for him. That's the beautiful thing about it. So Jeranism was nominated for being a flat earther. Bubbles was nominated, or Pillbox was nominated for being a flat earther, a conspiratard in general that believes in chemtrails and fucking. I think he also spouted some horse shit about flat Earth as well, along with the arc thing. Yeah, he's basically a young Earth creationist. So G-Man, self-fucking-explanatory. That fucktard thinks that he makes the best arguments ever, when in fact he shits all over his credibility. The Morgile's a flat earther. True Empiricism is a guy that claims to know his shit about biology but yet references shitholes like the discovery.
He can sniff it out a mile away that he doesn't know shit about biology.
Yeah, he doesn't know shit about biology. References people who work for the Discovery Institute and answers in Genesis. Jungle Jargon was nominated for one reason. How do you make the baby? Are you saying that you made a baby? You made a baby with your wife? How can you make a fucking baby? You can't make that baby.
Really?
You didn't make
That's the only one. Dude, Jungle Jargon. Oh my God.
Well, yeah, there's more.
He's made an argument like that.
Now, Rose Patton was nominated for being the mirror image of Pillbox. I mean, believing chemtrails, fucking flat Earth, fucking there's that NASA lies that we never land on the moon, that satellites are holograms, that kind of shit. James Powers. Now, that's the guy that thinks that he can refute every single argument, scientific or otherwise, with words from the Bible. And wow.
I've never heard of him.
He goes on pages and pages and pages of copy and paste rants that go to 900 lines long, and he doesn't answer jack shit about the point that you just made. Mark Thomas is the guy that we just talked about, and he was nominated for that reason, that he actually is ignorant, then will claim to have not been ignorant at one point, and then will claim to not be ignorant at all, and then claim to know mathematics, and I won't know mathematics, and won't know what the fuck we're talking about. We've Dragnot and I have dealt with him, and he is definitely deserving of the list. But now his nickname's Rabbit.
Well, it's like, I have got to nominate Brandy Nicole for the reason he had just wrote me, and you guys were listening to this, and I made it very clear what I said. He said, "Well, right now, I got to echo. Who's the echo?"
I'll mute. Okay.
He said, "On your show, you said we came from Neanderthal. Did I say that we came from Neanderthals? Yes or no?
Well, here's the thing, though. I can't nominate him for that reason alone. The reason is because it's not called the lying fuck of the year. It's called the dumb fuck of the year. Being incredibly dishonest does not get you on the list.
But did I not specify that our population diverged 4 times? I said that from
You did. You're exactly right. You're right, and he's full of shit. There's no denying that. The thing is that I can't put him on the list because being a lying piece of shit does not
But
get
you gotta have like a runner-up prize, like even
he's clearly a dumb fuck, but he has to be dumb fuck of the year worthy.
But even King Crocodile had the Cock Award.
Yeah.
So maybe
I
you can
don't
make an honorable mention for the most dishonest.
I have one award and one award only. I don't have any side awards or like second place or honorable mentions. Fuck that shit. It's too complicated. I do one award once a year. This is the second annual Dumb Fuck of the Year award. Last year, G-Man won it hands fucking down.
And how do the nominations work? I mean,
basically you have to win in order to win Dumb Fuck of the Year. 3 things have to happen. 1, you have to be a dumb fuck. 2, you have to get nominated by me by actually having a conversation with me. I have to have talked to you at least once, and 3, you get the most votes. And so
you
the
nominate.
final winner
You
is
do
not
all the nominating. You do all the nominating.
Yeah, I nominate the top 10, and then other people vote on it. I can't vote.
Well, now, Reg, you were voted last year as best atheist, right, on that other dude's channel. I think I saw that, and that was you. That was you. You are the best atheist. Okay,
I was the best. Bullshit! I'm the best atheist.
You're the best. Okay, well, you were voted. Okay.
I was voted best atheist. Where?
My fucking Joey.
I'm gonna fucking vote for Rose as soon as I get that chance. I'm on the channel
I think
right
that
now.
was Xbox. That was Nick. That was voted, like, I guess the coolest one anyway.
So Nick voted me the best atheist. Well, I want to know what he was smoking.
Not you. Not you. Rand voted Nick the best one. 1 second.
What, it was Rand Campbell that voted me the best atheist?
No, the Xbox. You know, the deal with the kitty avatar that flips you off and all this.
Yeah. So he voted me the best atheist, and when was this done?
Can I ask a science question real quick of anybody?
42.
Well, hang on. I wanted to. I love Xbox.
Thanks, Douglas Adams.
Xbox is one of. I mean, I think he's one of the probably the more coolest people on G Plus. I mean, he just is a nice fucking guy.
Yeah, what was the question though?
It was kind of about resolution and satellites and this new big satellite that they're putting up that's really, like, it's amazing. Like, it's going to smash the shit out of people because of everything it's going to shoot. And I thought...
It literally fucked them up the ass.
What I thought is, satellites, like Google satellite, is kind of mapping the planet, and resolution is always getting better and better. And just like this new satellite... It is a telescope that's mapping space, right, with higher and higher resolution. Is it possible that satellites see infrared insight, could do X-rays on us and read it? And is it possible for this new satellite to actually find God on Starbase Kolob?
Well,
It'll find
if we would first need to know what to look for when we're looking for, quote, God.
Well, you look for him. That's what you.
What the fuck does he look
Joe
like?
Smith, whatever his name is.
If we look far enough, are we going to see a bearded man in the stars, or is it gonna be like that episode of Family Guy where he's arm wrestling his roommate Chugs?
Well, I'm just saying, if resolution is high enough, then you could find out if he's wrestling Chugs, or you could find out if he's wearing a beard, right? If resolution of another planet becomes high enough.
Well, that'll be one hell of a day. He goes, yep, that's got up. Yep, he's putting the lighter up to his ass. He's putting the lighter up to there's another big bang.
So the science question is: could satellites have greater resolution? Could cameras get to a greater resolution than at a distance than they could be at a greater proximity, meaning like a digital inference system of science that infers exactly what things are.
If there was ever a chance to find God, that has already been attempted.
Light frequencies, though, could be read
down. No. There's a point in which you can't go beyond anyway, because
that's the edge.
kind of.
Yeah. And that's
You're basically thinking of the cosmic microwave background radiation, and basically that would be considered the edge, and it's been mapped to higher resolution, and we're not.
I would disagree with that.
Like measuring the elements from other planets via their light with hyper resolution, we could do that, and we could narrow it down to like we discovered that these elements are together, and that's
honestly, I would like a telescope that could like zoom in on other planets just to see if there's any like civilizations down there. Then you see ET like looking back up at us, giving us the finger, and they're like, "Yep, they know we're here. They just don't give a shit."
Well, if they took a good look at
give a
us,
shit
they
about
would
us.
conclude that there's no intelligence in the universe.
They just don't give a shit about us. Here's the thing: when a bunch of people are, I mean, and Pillbox is actually one of these people, or I should say, Rose Patton is actually one of these people. They actually say that, oh, but aliens and UFOs and the things that look. I don't deny that UFOs, unidentified flying object, which is not synonymous with alien, by the way. You know, I agree that unidentified flying objects exist. We have plenty of examples of that. What I don't accept is that they're fucking flying saucers from E.T.
Exactly.
What the fuck is up with this shit?
I remember when I was a little kid, I saw my mom goes, Enzo, look out the fucking window. I'm like, huh? So look outside, and it looked like one of those, I don't know if you guys are Star Wars fans, but like a trade Federation ship. To me, it looked like that, but it was so fucking long ago. I'm just going to say I don't know what the fuck it was. Probably could have been like a little toy or some shit.
I mean, if it was like
fucking aliens.
Not only that, if it was aliens and they were really like beaming on radar in such a threatening manner or something, I'm pretty sure we would have shot a missile or two. I mean, look what happened to that Russian jet that went into Turkey airspace. They would have been like, oh fuck this.
Turkey got fucking pissed off. Yet Turkey's air forces and go into other nations' airspace all the fucking time.
Yeah, well, whether or not they're hypocrites.
So does Australia's air force, mate.
Yeah, whether or not they're hypocrites is beside the point. I'm just saying that when it comes to Rose Patton making this assertion, when it comes to UFOs, I'm like, look, I agree they're unidentified flying object. That does not mean alien.
Exactly. You just don't know what it is.
We just don't know what the fuck it is. And
Reds, you got it.
What do you mean you don't know a fucking alien? Have you ever gone to visit the United States without a fucking U.S. passport? You got a whole queue of fucking aliens, man.
Not that type of alien. Different alien. Different alien. Wrong alien. Those aliens definitely exist. In fact, that's what's pissing off some politicians right now. It's like
Reds, is there something though I would ask of you that would be considerable? Like to you, it would be it could only live in imagination or in the movies, right? That is not practical of this real reality. Like you have an idea of what your ground of what would be accepted as a UFO that you don't know, and the attribution of something that you could only personally ever just imagine. You couldn't imagine that it was actually real, but you thought it. You saw it, but it actually only ever existed. What I mean is it possible, Rez, for her, Rose, to be referring to aliens as beyond what you currently ground as what is possible in physics?
No, she's just an idiot.
I'm basically the one asserting that one thing does not automatically mean another. That's my only assertion. But
by the way, we do have these rooms. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Steve, it's your room. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I interrupted you. I thought you were done. I didn't know you'd actually give him a response to that because I don't think anybody understood what Michael was saying.
I honestly didn't know what he was saying half the time. He was just kind of rambling. If I'm to be completely honest.
Are you really giving a real answer? Because I don't know.
Yeah, because I only gave one assertion and I think everyone would agree. It was just simply acknowledging the fallacy when a fallacy rears its ugly head. Is that just because A equals B in some cases, that does not mean that A equals B in all cases. And it's like, oh, it's an unidentified flying object, therefore alien. Well, no, then it wouldn't be fucking unidentified, you piece of shit.
Yeah, it would be identified as alien.
It would be identified as a fucking flying saucer. Like, okay, scramble the F-22s. We got fucking shoot that shit.
I'd like to welcome Fiona, my girl.
Fiona, how's it going?
It's going okay. How are you lot?
I'm doing well as long as you're not picking on me.
When have I ever picked on you?
Fiona, don't give me that shit. You've given me shit plenty of times about my logo not being centered, and I fucking get pissed off about it, and I start losing my shit.
Oh, of course, because it's 5/8 of a pixel out, isn't it?
Oh, fuck you!
Someone
That's
had
him
their
off
CD.
again.
Holy shit!
It's centered. I checked it over and over again in Photoshop.
He did, because we mentioned it was slightly off centre. His
cow.
OCD took over. He was at it for months.
He said that he got down to the pixel size. It's right there.
Yeah.
I went
It
down
was so funny.
I went down
Well,
as
rest
small as
you
it
go
could
down.
possibly go. It is not 1 pixel off. So any
Well, I
assertion
didn't
is
say it was
officially
one. I
horseshit.
said it's 5/8 of a pixel.
5/8 of a pixel. Jeez.
5/8 of a pixel.
You were. I mean, it's like 5/8 of a pixel. Yeah, that makes sense.
Exactly, that's what I've said all along. You never picked up on that. I've been saying 5/8 of a pixel since the beginning.
Yep, Fiona, I do
Fiona,
have Fiona, I do have a question for you though. Pretty serious one, and it involves the horse shit with Ronnie false empiricism.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I've been seeing a bunch of the rants that Sam has been making to Ronnie, and I'm assuming Ronnie has been acknowledging that those videos exist. When he started his little series of videos replying to Sam, what resources has he actually been going to, and are any of those resources legitimate?
Okay, are you talking about the ATP ACEs?
Yes.
Yeah, right, okay. As far as I know, he's using an organic chemistry textbook.
So
that's about as much information as I have. Now, I believe he actually named the book.
If it's of pandas and people, I'm going to lose my shit.
No, it's not. It is it's a book which it begins off with describing what atoms are, what elements are, what compounds are. It starts right at the beginning and it goes all the way through. And I had a look at some of the bits of it. I mean, I don't think it's a bad textbook. I wouldn't say that. I think the problem was that the textbook wasn't quite detailed enough to start discussing that sort of thing at the postgrad level.
So it only gives like a vague description of what's going on, and he's trying to make
No. I mean, it was quite. I mean, it was good. It is a good textbook. I think that
Is he grabbing something from it that it's not giving?
Yeah, I think what happened was, did you see the video I made about ATP ACEs?
Yes.
Right. Now, initially, what happened was that Ronnie was describing part of the molecule, and he described it so badly that Sam thought he was describing the other part of the molecule. There are two main parts of it, okay? So Sam then talked about the part he thought Ronnie meant. But it turned out that Ronnie meant the other part of it. So I decided, right, and it was around about that point I weighed in on it. I didn't have a go at Ronnie or anything like that, just put up a video information about these enzymes. And I pointed out that given the description of the part that Ronnie was talking about, he was talking about the wrong molecule. It wasn't, it's the wrong enzyme. The way he described it didn't fit the enzyme he was actually talking about.
Oh, so wouldn't he be in the wrong
Sam
there?
had got the wrong part of the right enzyme, whereas Ronnie was talking about a completely different enzyme altogether, but not realising it. He still thought he was talking about the right enzyme.
So wouldn't Ronnie be in the wrong there?
Yes and no.
Hmm.
You need to be. I've not looked at my video for a while. It explains why Ronnie's talking about the wrong type of ATP synthase.
I figure, well, this is why you guys are there doing the biology stuff, and I'm here doing the cosmology stuff, and together we're unbeatable.
I wish you would get into the biology stuff more. And also, why the hell don't you get yourself into higher education and get degrees in this? You're good.
Because honestly, here's the reason. It's because I have 2 jobs and I make pretty damn good money. I mean, I already own my own house and I'm 24, so I'm doing something right with what I already got. And if I were to start pursuing education in America, it's damn expensive. I really do. I really do want it, but unfortunately, I just don't have the funds. I just don't have the time for it. I really do want a higher education.
Fiona told me, Steve, you're just not smart enough to finish your degree. So.
Sorry, say that again.
You told me I wasn't smart enough to finish my degree. You hurt my feelings.
Who? Oh, you are in.
She never told me to go back and finish school. So obviously, I must be like.
Pulling a Ronnie.
Yeah,
he's pulling a Ronnie.
Do you know what I'll be doing to
pulling
you?
a Ronnie.
Yeah, no, what I'll be doing to you involves a hard-boiled egg, a broom handle, and a cheese grater.
That kind of sounds awesome, actually.
If it was
the most awkwardest boner ever.
If it was me, I would definitely would like to get all the education and the qualifications out of that. I can go work for SpaceX and be directly involved in the stuff that shits on the Flat Earther Parade and stuff like that. And he goes, hey, Dranism, oh, you posted a video? Well, that's interesting. I just launched a fucking rocket to space. I would love for that to happen, but you know what? I'm an auto mechanic, and I also work for this fucking insurance provider, and I make pretty damn good money. Yes, it's not what I want to do with my life, but what I also like in my life is money, and I have plenty of it. So,
are you raising kids, Reds?
Oh fuck no, absolutely not. I just saved a bunch of money on my child support by switching to condoms there, dude.
But the thing is, though, I mean, you're good at it, but more importantly, you've got an absolute passion for it.
Oh yeah, mainly because the thing that really gets me about these people is that I tend to respect people that have actually done the hard work, who have actually put shit into space, who actually figured out all the mechanics of biology that allows life to actually function the way it does. And when these assholes pull these assertions, basically out of thin air, they are shitting on the hard work of all these men and women. And then at the very end, when everything is completely backed up against them, they just shout conspiracy.
Okay,
oh yeah, right. So basically all these people, once they were told that their education was one big lie and a giant waste of time, that they're more than happy to continue on the conspiracy and basically not be pissed off at the fact that they just wasted their entire academic career.
Yeah, I got a question for you guys, because I've been looking around. This evening I've been completely out of the game here. I haven't kept up with what's going on in G+, so I haven't seen any posts. I've got 300 to read. So rather than going through them, can somebody tell me? Do you remember last night Sam left my hangout to go visit Ronnie's hangout, and he got booted? Has anything else come of that at all? Has Sam said?
I have not heard it. I have not heard from Sam since then.
Right.
No.
Because I wonder if maybe he's got something in the pipeline then. Given that Ronnie's been going on about wanting to talk to Sam one-on-one for so long.
I think he just did a coffee rant.
Sorry?
What did you say he got? Booted.
He got booted.
That's Scottish.
He got booted out at Ronnie's hangout.
Oh, booted! Oh, sorry, Fiona.
Yeah, booted. Yeah, Ronnie's been on Sam to talk to him for quite some time now. And Ronnie went live last night when we were in here. So Sam left us and went into Ronnie's hangout and was booted immediately.
Wow.
Oh, Sam's got a new video up. I'm just going to check on that.
Oh, Sam, yeah, Dragnote just linked it.
Linky Poo coffee rant.
Coffee rant, technical details.
12-minute rant. I'll need to have a look at that, because I'd like to know if he's said anything about last night, just because it's the irony was just earth-shattering.
Ronnie's more than willing to engage folks when he's in G-Man's hangout, but it seems he's a bit skittish when G-Man's not there cupping his balls underneath the table.
You know, yeah. Well, isn't that funny how that works? It's funny
It's
how that
crazy.
works.
Yeah,
It's just absolutely insane.
But I found out a way to. Oh, go ahead.
As long as you go.
I found out a way to quickly dissipate good old Ronnie's condescension. Anytime he's mentioned whatever the subject is, just kind of get him to expound upon it with a bit more detail. You don't even have to directly ask him, because he started it with me. And when he was offering his vagaries, of course, there's all kind of reactions that can happen when you put DNA and water. Of course, it's going to degrade. But we can go on and on about the types of and the veritables. There's all kind of veritables involved. And I said, well, Ronnie, there's only a handful of reactions. Is it a gas-forming reaction? Is it an acid-base reaction? And so I just asked him to be a bit more specific, and so he wouldn't go there, and then he toned down. And so that's how you get him to stop with a lot of the condescension, is to show that he really doesn't know what the hell he's talking about with just slight.
I like the point that you brought up, Drag, when it came to the mathematics about it. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
I'll respond to that in a second. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. Basically,
Did you sit through G-Man's? Did you listen to G-Man's hangout last night?
Oh, I can't sit through that shit, Fiona. I wait for you guys to sit through it for me, then you can tell me what happened. That way I'm not bashing my face against my desk.
It was a fucking shit show. Don't even fucking bother.
I mean, that's why I don't watch it. See, Fiona, she has a mind of steel. She can take the stupidity for me so that I don't have to have blunt force trauma from the repeated face palms. She can hold herself back because she just laughs hysterically at the stupid. I get pissed off because that's just the way I am. So Fiona is then kind enough to come to me and say, "Okay, Red, let me tell you what happened," and then I can therefore, I can see it from that point of view, which doesn't make me facepalm my face into oblivion.
Yeah. But the problem is, though, Red, I am, when it comes right down to it, unhinged.
Well, this is why you and me are friends, because you're unhinged in the right way. I'm unhinged in the wrong way.
So both of you guys are swingers then, right? If you're hinged, you swing.
Well, you see, I'm actually, we're swinging on hinges. I am jealous of Red. You see, I'm very jealous of him.
Yep, it's
the car.
like,
Why? Because it's got a real cool icon.
No, it's his car.
Yeah, my car.
I used to drive a V6.
Mm-hmm.
A 2.5 litre V6, and I loved that car, and I had to scrap it.
Yep.
And it broke my heart. I wanted to keep the engine.
Fiona likes me just for the car I drive, which
Exactly.
Thank you. It's not based on anything I say or do or me as a person. No, fuck that shit with a rake.
Listen, I don't know why, but I thought you were in your...
How is she different from any other woman then?
What?
How is she different from any other woman then?
Oh,
no, I'm not saying she's different. That's definitely, consistent.
It's because other women would want to sit in the passenger seat of his car and be driven really fast, right? I want to sit in the driving seat of it with him in the passenger seat and drive him really fast.
Which is actually, something that can happen because in America, women don't know how to drive stick.
Yeah, well, I do. Oh, you should see me on gears. Oh, I'm good at that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, oh, hey, I need you to park my car around the block for reasons, and I go, oh, okay. She comes back in like 5 seconds later. I don't know how to drive stick. I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
This is probably why I ended up having to scrap my car. I love on a flat road, get onto a flat road, and set the car off. Usually leaving some rubber behind, and get into third and stay in third. until the revs are in the red, and then just throw it into fifth.
Yep.
Look at that. Hey, Reds, do you use your other account anymore, by the way, Redline?
Do I use my what?
Your other account, Redline, right, anymore?
Only to upload hangouts that I have on the Rhetoric channel. No, the Redline V used to be my primary channel, and then it turned into my secondary channel.
Oh, okay.
That was during the flagging wars.
Yeah, that was basically what happened. Was during the last dumbfuck of the year, which is how this all started. The last dumbfuck of the year, I uploaded a video that got flagged to oblivion along with all the copies that came after that. So basically, I uploaded 10 videos at the same time, and all of it got flagged, and my channel got basically terminated as a result. So I fought the flag, won it obviously because I did nothing wrong, and got my channel back. Although there was still a strike on it, so they let me have my channel back, but not unscathed. So I made a new channel, to let that one kind of go through the healing process, and it has been well past that point. But I built this channel into something awesome, so I'm just keeping the ball rolling on this one.
Yeah, I remember you did have that other thing, and I was trying to find your last year's dumbfuck.
The last year's dumbfuck is uploaded on the Red's Rhetoric channel. So if you go to the last year, it's the very first video on this channel, and it will be it's titled 2015 dumbfuck of the year in all caps. Can't miss it.
Yeah, but I like G-Man has won the lifetime award for stupidity.
Which is why the last year when it came to votings, second place, which was true empiricism, second place didn't even have half the number of votes that G-Man had. So that was the discrepancy between first and second place.
So it was a landslide.
Yeah, so G-Man had double the votes of the second place position. So he knocked it out of the park. He was nominated for the 2015 Dumbfuck of the Year, and I think he's looking forward to passing on the award to someone else.
You don't think he wants it 2 years running? I mean, that would kind of be off.
Well, he's actually been working hard at it. He's been working hard, producing some really stupid shit, and so it can definitely happen.
I mean,
again, it's not up to me who wins. It's really not up to me who wins, because once I make the nominations, but I don't actually vote on anybody. Now, I usually say, oh, you get my vote, or you get my vote. I don't actually vote on it. Everyone else votes on it, and then I have to go with whoever the winner is.
Yeah. By the way, somebody's asking what type of car it is you have. All I remember is it's red, it's low, and it's gorgeous.
Yeah, it is fucking gorgeous. My car is a 2002 Pontiac Trans Am WS6. 6 and modified by yours truly.
Yeah, Fiona's getting a little worked up there.
Yeah.
Yep. 2002 Pine Trans Am WS6. Got a, let's see if I go through it all. It's LS6 intake, 207 220 cam, hooker long tube headers, TIC performance stage 2 transmission, LS7 clutch, Strange S60 rear with 373s, BMR torque arm, BMR panhard bar, BMR lower control arms. Also have BMR lowering springs. Also have at the top where the transmission is, I have a torque arm relocation kit from BMR suspension. And also when it comes to the upper strut tower brace.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. For short throw shifter. For short throw shifter, and an integrated shift light in my AC vent.
Oh yes.
Oh,
yeah.
I
love it when you talk
making this into a video.
It's like that shift light though, because here's the thing: you don't actually see the shift light in my car, but when you get that bitch up into the revs, the center vent glows blue.
Oh, that's like Fiona driving a car clutch, but she's driving the clutch by sitting on it. No.
And honestly, I'm sorry, I really do love cars. If I could have any car, there's two cars I would love to have if money was no option. I would have a Veyron, of course. I just would. I love it. I love the shape of it.
Yeah, I posted something on G+. I posted something on G Plus, and it said, okay, God, let's have a conversation, you and me. I understand the thou shalt not test thy Lord, but fuck that shit, honestly. So if you are all powerful, this should be easy. In the morning, I'm expecting a McLaren P1 in my driveway. If that shit ain't there, you know, it's strike one, motherfucker. So you have your assignment. Get to work.
Pretty car, that one.
Oh, the McLaren P1 is so mental.
Do you know what my dream is? My dream is to drive an F1 car.
Oh, the McLaren F1, gold-plated engine bay.
Because did you know there are actually dual driver versions, so to speak, so you can actually get a shot of one. Oh, that would be my dream.
Yep. And also my my all-time favorite car would definitely be, see, it's an unknown brand of car, but it was the fastest car in the world at one point. The SSC Ultimate Aero TT. That's my all-time favorite car, simply because of how mental it is.
That's ringing a wee bell there.
Yep. SSC Ultimate Aero TT, it did a top speed of 257 miles an hour on a 2-mile stretch of road in the middle of the desert.
Oh, nice.
And honestly, it's like, the story goes is that the guy who was you know, getting a whole bunch of shit for it, he goes, okay, so I want to put a turbo on this engine. And he goes, okay, well, we can give you one of these, you know, points to the shelf, and there's a really small turbo that this would be a really good size. I'm like, actually, I was thinking one of those, points to the catalog, and it's this big, gigantic motherfucker. And you're like, I mean, you want to put that turbo on that engine. And then he goes, well, actually, I was thinking 2 of those. And they go, that would be like 1,200 horsepower. And he goes, I see no problems here. And the SSC Ultimate Aero was born.
Well, this is a really silly thing. You know the Koenigsegg?
Oh, the Koenigsegg 1.1 or the Agera R. Oh,
I couldn't tell you which one. Do you remember? Top Gear gave it to Stig to drive around the track, and he crashed.
Yeah, they crashed it.
So they put a wing on the back, and then brought it back, and it held the
line,
the ground fine.
Yep.
I would have loved the Koenigsegg, but without the wing.
See, I like it better with the wing. However, it has to be the wing that's on the 1.1.
Yeah, having said that, I managed... I ended up in a Ford Ka. 3 cylinders, right?
3 whole cylinders.
Yeah, and I rolled it in a field.
Yeah, people normally ask me, you know, what I think about those fuel efficient cars. I go, well, honestly, when I drive next to one, I downshift a third so they can hear me hurting the environment.
Oh, hello.
And so someone actually, you know, did ask, so I will go ahead and, you know, do a show and tell because I like to show off what I got. So this is the car that you see right in front of you. This is my 2002 Pontiac Trans Am WS6. It's red in color because red's my favorite color because red is awesome.
I am right that you're in Florida.
Yep.
Right,
I'm
so
in Florida.
The airfare is cheaper to Florida than it is
to
my usual destination of San Francisco.
Yep. It's
if I ever get near Florida, I'm coming to visit you and I'm going to ask for a shot of your car.
It'd be good to go. Be fucking awesome.
I would probably terrify you.
Yeah, it's like,
I drive like a housewife.
We're gonna find a long stretch of road, and it's gonna be like temptation because willpower is no match for horsepower.
Oh yeah. Do you know? I remember one night I left the house. I was ragingly angry about something, and so I jumped into the SRI, reversed out the parking space, and I'm on a private road. But it's tree lined, it's huge trees, and it's got bankings. The trees are on top of bankings. So it's not as if you've got space. Well, it was a Vauxhall. So it was as bad as the Astra for torque steering. It was terrible for torque steer.
Yeah.
And I was so angry, I forgot it. And I revved it, and I popped the clutch, and I nearly went up the bank and into the trees. At a right angle.
Torque steer's really bad on those things. It's like the only company I actually drove a car that had no torque steer whatsoever, as far as I could tell.
Yeah, the Vauxhalls, the Astra and the Vectra, the Astra especially, the Astra, it would torque steer like a pig. It was awful for it. It was, if you didn't keep it in mind, it was dangerous. I was just lucky that when I popped the clutch, because there was lots of little twigs and beech nuts on the ground, I got a lot of wheel spin because I didn't get the grip.
Yep.
Because if I had got the grip, I would have been into the trees. It just went straight woof left.
Fiona, I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to ask you, Steve. Let me ask you an honest question and just give me a straightforward answer. Do you really want to deal with his horse shit?
I don't know. I'm going to say yeah. I will say this, okay? I don't have an issue with it right now, but I swear to God, if I want to go out and get a smoke, then I'll have a problem. Because I've gone a week, I've been stress-free, even with the 2 derps we had. But I know Evan is a special kind of derp. He's a special little snowflake. I'm okay with it for right now.
I'm just saying, speak now or forever hold your peace.
I just want to ask a question. And the question is this. Now, it's been my common experience whenever I go into a hangout run by atheists and the discussion is, whatever it is about worldviews and any subject, it becomes absolutely impossible for myself or any other Christian to make a third sentence come out of their mouth without them being muted or talked over. And I was wondering,
Evan. That's the problem.
Is that an indication that you guys are just cheesy scaredy cats, or are you able to actually debate?
Or could it be the fact that you ramble on for hours and hours on a non sequitur and then when we call it out?
I find it hilarious.
Are you actually?
I find it hilarious. Okay, go ahead and finish, Evan. Go ahead and finish.
I just wonder, you guys actually you invite Christians to these things as though you want to debate, and then you play that game with them. They're never able to make an argument.
Wait. First of all, I did not. This was not about theism.
I'm just wondering, are you guys actually able to debate, or what is it?
Instead of complaining about people interrupting you, you're then going to in turn interrupt people.
May I address an answer to him, please?
Go ahead.
This was not a hang about Christianity or atheism at all. It was about science. It was supposed to be strictly with science. Fiona is a Christian. Blake is a Christian.
I received an invitation.
We've had Christians in here all day long. That there's no issue with Christianity. It's not about religion.
Okay,
people don't like you, Evan, because you talk for 10,000 years and then say that you've never had the time to complete a sentence or a thought.
No,
your science is horrible. You're a fucking retard. And yet, for years, people have explained to you basic shit you still don't get. That is why they don't like you in a hangout. It isn't Christians. It's you, Evan.
Steve.
For the sake of this, I'm sorry. I'm smoke free.
No. When it comes, no, you're absolutely right. Because the thing is that he has an actual career and a history of this stuff. He makes the same arguments. They get refuted, but he doesn't actually change. And the thing is that we actually have. I actually had a conversation back when I was doing that horrible train wreck known as Line Go show, where we actually gave you ample time. In fact, someone went so far as to make a graph of how much airtime you got compared to how much airtime other people got, and your pie chart was through the roof, while everyone else in that room had a lot less than what you had when you look at the pie chart in full. And they actually went through this with a timer to do this. And what it actually came down to is you had the most amount of time, but yet we're still making the assertion that you couldn't complete a thought. This is why we don't want to talk to you, is because your thoughts take fucking forever. You never complete them, and we just don't want to hear it at that point.
Yeah, no, those excuses don't wash. Nobody believes I tried.
You're right, because mathematics is totally.
Nobody believes that. Everybody believes
right?
that.
Okay.
You live in fantasy world.
May I calmly address this? I'll do it pretty quickly if I can, but there's 2 points. The first one is, why did you start a hangout which was calling me a coward, and it was broadcast unlisted, so nobody could even see what you were saying about me? I couldn't, unless they had the link, because the broadcast was unlisted, and the video last time I checked was unlisted. And it was on the Evan Phillips channel, not the Nephilim Free channel.
Okay.
Why was it unlisted?
You want me to answer? Okay, sure.
Yeah, but the second thing is that I was in a hangout with you. Johnny KZJ was in. Okay, it was his hangout. And you and I were in it. And we were having a discussion. And we were being timed for 2 minutes ago. Okay? You got 2 minutes. I got 2 minutes. Okay? And then we came to the end of the discussion. And you went first with your closing remarks. And you made your closing remarks. And then you left the hangout. And unbeknownst to me, as I then made my closing statement, Johnny had taken the hangout off air.
I can't speak for Johnny.
And so my closing statement was gone. He took it off air because you left the hangout before I made my closing statement. You just made your closing statement and left.
I doubt that. But if it's so,
No, no, you will actually find it. It was on Johnny KZJ's. No, what? I want an honest answer, and for you to say
you want one?
You don't know anything about this. The video is on his channel.
Okay, great. But now, do I get to respond, or are you just going to?
Yes, you can respond to that.
Okay, great. I can't speak for what other people do, so you got to complain against him, not me.
No, secondly, against you left the hangout.
Okay, so
wait, hold on, Steve, wait. He comes in the hangout and complains about shit other people do. Then he turns around and says he can't speak for other fucking people.
You saw the irony?
Really?
Okay.
So really? Does anybody else catch that irony?
Leaving the hangout. Nephi, what I'm talking about is you making your closing.
I'm not even getting to respond.
No, let me say. Because you're responding to the wrong. You're responding to the wrong thing.
I haven't finished responding.
My complaint is this.
You
hang out after you did
I
your
was not
closing
finished
speech.
responding, Fiona. You didn't even hear my response. Okay.
I am talking about you leaving the hangout. That wasn't someone else's actions.
Here it goes.
Go ahead.
Right.
Okay. So, picking up where I left off, the hangout that I started, firstly, I didn't intend for it to be private. I'm not an expert at Google, so I didn't actually know. If it went private, that was not something that was intentional. It's just the way it happened. I don't know exactly.
No, it wasn't private. It was unlisted.
But even if I made one private, I've got a perfect right to make one private and say anything about anybody or anything that I want to. So
you do.
Yes, and thirdly,
non-private one. That's what you're going to go with.
And thirdly, Fiona, I have challenged you to a structured one-on-one debate for a year now, and you won't take it up. But you're willing to debate somebody in a hangout run by atheists, but you're not willing to have a structured debate, a live one, where there's only you and me and a moderator. And I just think that's telling. So.
Well, that happened in Johnny KZJ's hangout, and what happened there?
I don't know what happened.
Excuse me, now it's my turn to talk. You are insisting on your turn to talk. I'll insist on my turn to talk.
I've already told you I don't know what happened.
Excuse me, I'm talking about your actions. Now, here's what happened. You made your closing statement and then left the hangout. Now, that was pretty much structured. We had 2 minutes each time, and it just went turnabout until we came to the end. You made your closing statement, and then you quit the hangout.
Did I get bumped by Google or something? My internet
No,
connection?
you said, and now I need to go. Good night, everybody, and you left the hangout.
Okay, so you got your time, and I didn't cut you short, and you're complaining about it.
No. What I'm saying is, how structured is it?
Well, that was structured enough. You got to say your two.
I'm talking.
What I want to know is why you can't debate somebody live in a structured debate, but you'll only do it in an atheist thing.
Evan, I was talking. What I want to know is how structured is it if one interlocutor leaves before the end of it and leaves deliberately?
You got your say, Fiona. I didn't cut you short.
How structured a debate is that? When you can just make your closing statement and then you leave.
You got to make yours. What I want to know is why are you willing to debate somebody in an atheist hangout, but you're never willing to debate somebody in a structured debate with a moderator?
Is Johnny KZY an atheist?
Can you tell
No,
me
he's
why
not.
that is, Fiona?
Is Johnny KZY an atheist?
No, he's not.
Fiona,
He's
why?
not.
He's
Okay,
not.
so
At the
so
time,
he's not. Okay.
no, he's not. Johnny's not an atheist. Johnny is
Okay,
not.
so
In
that was
fact,
a structured
Johnny
debate.
was at the time
Was
a
it?
Calvinist.
That's just a debate that somebody started a structure about doing 2 minutes apiece. That wasn't a structured debate. Structured debate is trying to hit a time with a moderator. That's what you won't do. You know, people get 5 minutes each. They get 10-minute opening statements. You won't engage in that kind of debate.
No,
I wonder why is that?
You are full of shit.
Yeah, I'll tell you
Why?
why. Let me tell Nephilim why I won't.
Yeah, tell us.
Because when you have that type of formal debate, formal's the word, rather than structured, because a 2-minute about turn is still structured. It's not formal, but it's structured. But when you have that type of formal debate, it is the ideal situation for a Nephi Gallop or a Gish Gallop. And what happens there is that you can make your opening statement full of so much garbage and bring up so many things that it is impossible to respond to all of them and correct your science illiteracy and still have time to make your own case.
Well, Fiona, if somebody was to Gish Gallop you, all you'd have to do is respond strongly to 1 or 2 points they make, and you show yourself the better person by having solid arguments that actually you're not willing to do that. That is
People have done that. She's done it for years. What the hell are you talking about?
I am not prepared.
Permission to speak here if I can, Steve.
Yeah, Reg, go ahead. But before Reg speaks, I mean, Evan, Fiona the other day did agree to have a little discussion with Kent Hovind for about an hour. It went pretty civilly. I thought Kent relatively behaved himself. I think Fiona, obviously, and obviously Fiona was your usual, composure and did a brilliant job. But with you, Evan, you do not know how to do an interlocutory. You do not know how to address people. You do not have to give a listening. We've explained this to you many times. You don't want a two-way communication or dialogue.
Oh, is that why I debated Dr. Warhammer?
It doesn't. It doesn't matter who. Let me say this. Okay. Here's the thing. Now there's a YouTuber ass clown. I understand people are sick of me bringing this guy up, but Juranism. Now I did a series where he would make one assertion, just one assertion. It took him no more than 30 seconds to make this assertion. It would take me over 10 minutes just to go over what this assertion was because of the level of mathematics involved. Now, when you're talking about this type of formal debate, that's the best debate that can that can work for you because the shit that you're actually going for takes a lot of time to actually explain the complexity of some of the things that go on within that point that you're going to make. Now, when you have a true back and forth, respectful, but a true back and forth, you don't have that. You don't have that cushion to rely on. So, Evan, my question to you is this. If it was a debate, however, it was not structured in the way that you are suggesting it be structured, no opening, just a civil, reliable, back and forth, answer, reply, answer, reply, answer, reply type of deal, would you actually debate her on that?
A structured debate, yes, a formal structured debate.
Not a formal.
No. Here we go.
Like the one I had with Dr.
You didn't listen to a goddamn thing you just said.
I'm
literally just proved our point.
I'm trying
to. Evan, I asked you a question, and I would like an answer to that question if I can. The question was.
Why don't you stop asking so I can respond? I tried.
No, because you
interrupted me.
No, you didn't actually. Question. I'm not sure you actually heard me, so I'm going to ask it one more time.
This is what it is.
The question is, if it was a debate, however, not structured in a formal, which is a 10-minute opening, 5-minute rebuttal, any of that horse shit. I'm talking about a debate where there is a true back and forth.
a back and forth, not structured in the way that you're saying, but a true back and forth with a moderator, of course, would you agree to that debate? Yes or no?
It sounds like a structured debate to me. That's what I've been challenging her to for
Not
years.
structured in the way that you're suggesting.
Wait a minute, Red, let me see this.
Hold on, I'm not done, okay?
I like
you mentioned debates, and you see these excuses that I'm hearing from you guys. Oh, you might just go at me. That's not washing.
Is it a yes or no? Is it a yes or no, Evan? Is it a yes or no? Would you agree to a debate that's set up that way?
Doing it again. I debated Dr. Dan Lawhammer in that way.
Debated before.
And nobody. Hey, and nobody gish galloped anybody. See?
Would you actually agree to a debate in that format? Yes or no?
So it's not about gish gallop. That's just
Evan. Would you agree to a debate?
He's saying he's not going to do it, but yet
guys,
he's just galloping right now.
Evan, you are doing exactly what we are accusing you of doing always. You're doing right now.
I'm trying to respond,
you
and
cannot answer a yes or no question, and you're gish galloping all over the place.
And
then you are saying, this is not what I'm doing. Answer a simple yes or fucking no question.
I'm answering the question. It's just the 5 people.
It's a closed-ended. No, it's a closed-ended question. Yes or no? That's all you need.
I don't qualifier to have yes
or no because of the way I.
Then you're done. Then you're done. It's a closed-ended, and he asks a closed-ended question. You give a closed-ended answer.
You're doing exactly what we're accusing you of doing. It is
I'm not gish galloping anything. You're just talking over me constantly.
Dude, it's a simple yes or no question. Would you or would you not agree to a debate that's structured in a back and forth setting, not a 10-minute opening, 5-minute rebuttal setting?
Well, that's a structured debate you're describing without.
No, it's not.
Would you agree to a debate that's set up that way?
I would agree to a structured debate like any other normal, formal, structured debate.
Is that a yes?
There goes formal again. You can't get away from the
That is the greatest non-answer answer I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
That does not tell us jack
is
shit.
that a yes or a fucking
what
no?
you're describing is the same thing without a 10-minute opening statement.
If it is, then just say yes. Wait, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Red line. Hold on, wait 1 second. So if it's the same thing, Evan, why wouldn't you just say yes? Oh, wait. I'm talking. Hold on, I'm talking.
It's not about gish gallop.
I'm talking.
Maybe you guys will graduate to
I'm talking.
Yeah, rage quit, the usual.
There we go.
Listen, can I play something?
You know what? This is predictable, guy. I mean, this is why I said I don't care if Evan stays because I know he'll be gone in 10 minutes if he rage quits.
May I say something, please?
I know I should
The question that Red asked him, okay, about if it was, structured. That is exactly what we did on Christian Johnny KZJ's channel. That's exactly what we did. And Neffy quit after being allowed to go first in closing statements. He quit after he'd made his closing statement.
And didn't stay for yours?
He didn't stay for mine. No, and Johnny took the hangout off air as soon as Neffy left. Because Johnny didn't think it was fair that I should be allowed to make my closing statement without Neffy in the room.
Yeah, that's basically the way he always plays it. He's trying to put all the cards in his favor, and the thing is that he has a career. I will give Neff, credit for at least one thing. He has his shit down like a script, so he can throw a whole bunch of bullshit at you, and it takes you a while to shovel yourself out. And that's the thing. You can make an assertion, like for example, what I've been doing with Geraniism. He can make an assertion that takes 30 seconds to say, and it takes me 10 fucking minutes with diagrams helping me to explain how he's wrong. So you can never get to all of his stuff at the same time, or you can never get through all of it in the time that you're allowed. And so the only way I'm suggesting that any of us deal with this fucktard in any sort of debate is if it's a true back and forth, and you saw him refuse to answer that with a yes or a no, whether or not he would actually fucking do it.
I think his silence was golden on that, though. He does not want that type of two-way thing. That's exactly what I said at the beginning. He does not want that, Reds.
But I would like to just point out one thing here, live on air. I am not scared of formal debate. I do not do formal debates for the reason that I am not a formal debater. I was a scientist.
Yeah, you want to have discussions, but Evan is not somebody you can have a discussion with.
No, you need the back and forth, because if you have a proper back and forth, it's not adversarial, and you actually learn something from the other person.
Yep.
And I like that. I like to learn.
If anyone wants a debate, then I would suggest Evan can definitely contact me, because unlike him, I'll actually give a yes or no answer depending on what the conditions are. But the thing is that he won't actually come into my room because I'm fair, and I would actually let the other person talk, and I would hide his sorry ass from the broadcast.
Yeah.
But the thing is that when it comes to him, he will not answer yes or no questions. He goes on a fucking tangent every single time. He did exactly what we were accusing him of doing.
I predicted it, and it came true.
Yep.
And it came through like clockwork. So
yeah.
in reality, this is what he always does. He has a history of this. It's like Shock of God doing the William Lane Craig script. He had that shit memorized like his favorite song.
He comes in as a bull bait. He's so predictable. He does this in every hangout I have, and it's not that I'm psychic. I know his personality types. He's like you said, his script is down cold, and
I guess
he runs it all the fucking time.
I guess Craigslist is running a little bit low on the escorts lately, so he needs something to fill his time.
Nice.
What I don't understand is, well, actually, I do understand it. You see, I suppose Neffy can claim that tonight he was just not allowed to talk. Everybody talked over him, and that's why he left. And he can now have a hangout or make a video moaning about it. And
right. Well, that's what he did the other day, right? He came in here. He started some little bit of shit. Then he starts his own hangout, which was private. And then he says the audacity. Well, I don't know Google Plus. I didn't realize I had it private.
He has a very extensive history in YouTube, and for him to not know Google Plus is a pile of horse shit.
Yeah. And the worst of it was, he rage quit your hangout, Steve, and started that one up, and he entitled it Fiona has fear or something, right?
Fiat, he
no,
said.
The first part of it, he mentioned my name in it, about fear. Fiona fears debate or something. I wasn't even in your hangout that he'd raged quit.
Not that one, no.
No,
and then he didn't say fear. He used the word thief, which
he got it right the first time. But I think it said Fiona fears debate, and then I think it was ... and Feith of atheists, something or other.
Yeah.
Have you come across that word, Red? Feith?
Well, and here's another thing. How about this? I'll make my own hangout that says Nephilim Free is afraid of yes or no questions.
There you go. And I bet you can probably make an hour-long video of all the times he's avoided answering a simple yes or no question. And I'm fine if somebody says, you know what, yes, but let me qualify that. I am fine with that. Or no,
but the thing is that he doesn't say it that way. He goes on this tangent and then goes on, oh, well, you know, and not in these atheist rooms. I'm like, when are you actually going to get to the part where you answer my fucking yes or no question? Would you agree to a debate that's structured in the way that I just described? Yes or fucking no. It's simple.
You won't get a straight answer.
He won't do it for obvious reasons.
He's already lost the whole atheist-theist thing, because in my hangouts, I often have a very mixture of theists and atheists. We have no problem. So he's obviously his what he posits is complete bullshit.
The thing is that when it comes, Neff, here's the thing: if you agree to that type of debate, any fucking day, dude. If you really have facts on your side, bring it the fuck on. I'm calling your ass out.
Don't do it, Reds. Don't.
I'm
worried about your sanity.
I can do that, Steve, because I know he's not going to do that.
True.
Well, I mean, he did it with me on Johnny's hangout.
Yeah, that's honestly.
Wasn't.
That's something I won't do. I will not go on Johnny KZ's hangout, because honestly, that dude is one voice in his head away from a fucking massacre.
Yeah,
wasn't Johnny KZ though? Wasn't he a Nephilim disciple?
Something like that.
Yeah, he said. I think I asked him one time.
Yeah, this was in the days before we knew quite how nutty Johnny was. This was when Johnny had first turned up. I just so happened to go into the hangout. I can't even remember why. And we ended up. He'd been wanting to see me and Nephilim debating, and So the whole thing was unplanned, off the cuff, and Johnny decided that because of the way it was going, that we would be given 2 minutes each, no interruptions. And I said, right, that's absolutely fine. And Neff agreed to that as well. And yet, when it came to the end of it, he made his closing statement and then said goodnight and left. Now, what Johnny then did with the hangout, that's down to Johnny. But the fact is that Neff couldn't even be arsed to wait for me making my closing statement. Tells me he's not interested in any formal or structured debate because he's not interested in anything the other person has to say. All he wants is a platform so that he can hear his own voice. That's all it is.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said.
It's true.
That's beautifully.
You have to force him. You have to really force him to answer the stuff. Just like when we had a conversation with him the other day, Fiona, he kept trying to overlook enthalpy, and I purposely did not define it the first time just so he could kind of brush it away. But then when I actually explained what it is, and then you co-signed on it, then he had to address it. Because he would assume that everyone else didn't know what it is along with him. And so that's how I'm going to approach his discussion from now on.
Yeah, Steve, if you do make a highlight reel, make sure that gets in there.
What Fiona said? Or
what Fiona said, because that is so fucking true.
Yeah.
I got some plans for
It shows the blatant dishonesty of that fucktard.
Yeah. I mean, could you imagine the reaction if when Matt Dillahunty and Cy had their conversation, if it came to closing statements, one of them made the closing statement and then left?
Yeah, I would basically call
Could you imagine how that would be seen? And that is what Neffy did to me.
I mean, honestly, what a dick move. Honestly, what a fucking
But you know
dick
what?
move.
But here's the thing. Because it's Evan, it doesn't surprise me at all.
No.
It doesn't
We all
even
know
matter.
he is dishonest.
It's not even up there with something I'm surprised about. It's not even. It's like, oh yeah, it's Evan, of course. He's so freaking dishonest that I expect these kind of things from him. I expect no less.
Mm-hmm. And the thing that pissed me off though was the fact that I didn't know it'd been taken off air.
Yep.
And I think I made quite a good closing statement. It was only after I finished.
All right.
I know it was off air.
Love
And
you
said,
all,
"When
but
did you
I'm
take it
gonna
off air?"
hop out now. I'm getting called into another hang on. I think I took a giant dump on this one enough.
All right.
Thank you, good side, kind sir.
Good.
Speak well of us, my friend. Speak well of us.
Yes, please do.
Say yes. I bless thee in the name of pistons, push rods, torque, and horsepower.
Got it.
Oh. That's me happy. But no, I mean that's I think the problem that even when it was a structured debate, Neffy couldn't hack it. Neffy wasn't prepared to actually play by the rules.
Well, I mean, even if he doesn't have rules, I mean, again, he is so predictable.
Yes.
It's just not worth anybody's time to talk to him anymore. He's been around a long time. He has no pull with anybody anymore. He's an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
I've said from the beginning, I get along with just about everybody that I think of. I mean, I try to. I cannot stand him. It's just something about him is the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just his blatant dishonesty. Like, he doesn't even care. He acknowledges that his tactics that he uses are not necessarily malicious, but I guess less than preferred. But he just considers it just a part of who he is, and that other people should accept it because some random person in another hangout on another time did something to him one day. And that's where you can actually take advantage of him. And I hope he's watching this too, because I have something very special planned for him in our next conversation. Because I've been slowly but surely watching him for quite some time, and watching his interactions with other people.
Ooh.
Oh, I watch a lot of people, and that's how I know how to deal with him, and that's how I knew how to shut down true empiricism. And so there's certain things that I do when I talk to people, and I test certain things, and I test their reactions, and that's how I knew how to shut down true empiricism condescension, and I know how to shut down his Gish Gallop, because he already can't stand the fact that I don't let him talk over me ever. That's why he usually quits. But other than that, I know how to tag him or pull him along just long enough to let him unveil how truly stupid he is. I mean, it's one thing not knowing something, but to pretend to know something and then trying to, condescend to others and, so on and so forth, and then be dishonest, you can't help but to get kicked in the ass eventually. And so he's going to receive further ass kickings from me at every chance that I get. So you are going to be my new Valentine. You, Jason Burns, and True Empiricism. I will make you my bitch 2016.
It's been quite a weekend, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, my financial aid just went through too. I'm going to have some fun next semester.
I think it's I just think it's very telling that we have Nephilim screaming for this debate, and yet we know we can't do it, given what happened in Johnny KZJ's hangout. And we've got Ronnie, who's been badgering Sam, and Sam goes into his hangout, Ronnie boots him. It's very telling. There's a pattern there.
Yeah, it's posturing by him, but people are kind of wise to him now.
Anyway, real quick, just to an update. Our dear friend, I got an echo. Sorry, anybody? Okay. Brandy Nicole is now saying that we cut him off too much, and we didn't answer his questions, and we still believe that life came from a rock. So come on. If that does not...
Who was that, Samuel or Brandy?
Brendan.
That was Brandy. I mean, we refuted everything he had to say. He had ample time to get his point across. He knew nothing of the topic. He didn't understand that rocks do not have genes. He doesn't know what a gene is, I don't think. I mean, what point do I have to say that these people...
Seriously, did he...
Honestly, I was hold on real quick. I was honestly gonna ask him, like, what does he mean by like came from a rock? Does he mean panspermia or anything like that? But I doubt they even understood what definition of that word was before even stating it.
And I don't mind him saying, he's like, you're a lying cow. He's calling me a lying coward, blah blah. And that doesn't bother me. I mean, everybody knows I invited him to this hangout for this very reason, to discuss it with him. And I think the vast majority of people that listen to the conversation realize that he was not even up to a kindergarten level on the topic. So how did he want to have a scientific discussion, which he said, using science and not theology, when he didn't even know what evolution means?
Were you actually serious when you said that he didn't know that rocks don't have genes?
I honestly don't think he does. I really honestly... I don't know if you listened to the conversation with this guy, but it was painful. It was derp beyond derps. And so I have to think to myself, do I really want this low-hanging fruit? It's entertaining, but holy fucking God. I mean, the guy was dumber than a box of rocks without the rocks. And then he kept on asking me, Fiona, he said, well, where did Homo sapiens come from? And I said, the population? He's like, yes. I said, we've diverged from other populations like Homo neanderthals, and we were, we through speciation. Now he's claiming, well, you said man evolved from Neanderthals. I'm like, that is not what I frickin' said. So he doesn't understand the difference between the divergent process in evolution and the change of morphology.
Well, I mean, he misheard you. I mean, you said Homo neanderthalis or something, or some transition, and he automatically went to Neanderthals, which is retarded. But you can't expect.
But I never said Homo sapiens came from Neanderthals. That'd be retarded.
Yeah.
Of course.
According to the big-headed scientist, you did.
This is one of the things you've got to watch for. When you talk to anybody about this, you've got to be aware of, I mean, you can call them pratfalls. It's the various places where they will misconstrue what you've said or choose to misrepresent it. And that's why I speak very, very slowly. I choose my words very carefully. I mean, in normal life, I actually talk very fast. But when I'm in the hangouts, and especially if I'm talking about science, you'll notice I speak really slowly. And you'll see me stop and think. And I'm trying to get the right word that cannot be misconstrued or misrepresented. Because as I said, I've been at this now for it's nearly 16 years, and I've seen what they'll do, whether it's written or whether it's in Hangouts. So you've got to be really careful exactly what words you use, and if you're aware of how they may misrepresent it or misunderstand it, you've actually got to add a caveat in there to say, now that doesn't mean that. You actually have to be aware of what they're up to.
Yes, Fiona, and I did. I clarified it at least 4 times. At least 4 times. I made a very clear distinction that we did not evolve from Neanderthals. We speciated from them. We diverged.
Well, yeah, and see, just the thing is, I think the current thinking on that one now is that Neanderthals left Africa, wandered off, and then another population emerged from Africa.
Yeah, I don't think it was one event. I mean, you're probably right. There's some research done. There was multiple exodus and shit, right?
That we ultimately have our roots in that second population, but we did interbreed with Neanderthals.
Right, and there was a point.
We caught up with them.
Yeah, there was a point where they weren't completely reproductively isolated. There wasn't interbreeding, so there was population mixture of some kind.
Yeah. It's
the dishonesty that we deal with, Fiona. I don't. Again, do I have to place a hard cap on a level? I thought I qualified this guy in the beginning. You know, I'm saying, do you want to have a science discussion? And he said, yeah, I don't want to talk about theology. I want it to be about the science. And he comes in here, and I swear to you, he was scientifically illiterate. He made Neff look smart.
Oh, wow.
That's fucked.
And am I exaggerating? Was
Which
that
guy
guy completely a dipshit beyond dipshits?
Which one are you talking about?
As far as
Brandy.
I'm concerned,
Oh, yeah.
Neff makes sawdust look smart. Yeah.
But anyways, I mean, he's still going on this video, and I'm like, dude, get over it. I have other people to attend to. You got your shit packed in.
That's the thing. You're not going to get anywhere at all. I mean, last night you notice I kicked Jojo, and you know why I kicked Jojo? Because of an inability to actually keep on the topic.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Science without wandering off and can you be sure about everything that you think you know? And I just thought, oh, for God's sake. And I gave him quite a few chances, but I just wasn't having it. It wasn't going to be derailed. It's unusual that you will get a purely science discussion when you try and talk evolution with a creationist, because they can't help but start to appeal to the faith, because that's what their entire rejection of evolution is based on. It's not based on any of the science at all.
In that G-Man hangout, I was trying to say that true empiricism, was it? I'm not too sure. Yeah, I was trying to point out that I was saying, you know, why isn't it in academia and all that kind of stuff, and it's saying, oh, it's all fraud and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, I was pushing on that, and just the conspiracy mixed with fraud and yeah, just fuck.
Yeah, but can you imagine how that sounds to a scientist when you're supposed to have a civilized debate with someone, and one of the arguments that gets brought up is that scientists are frauds? That's a personal insult to scientists.
Should you?
And it can make it quite difficult to have civilized discussions. I mean, it's one of those things that you can't accept that it's going to get thrown at you by them.
Yeah, you spend, you know, thousands, you know, in education. You you devote yourself to learning and that, through the fucking struggles. And then you got people saying, oh, you don't know what you're fucking talking about, that, oh, it's just bullshit. And then you say to them, well, hold on, if these scientific institutions and such was saying, agreeing with you, then you'd be fucking sucking up to their tits, So it's just because it goes against them that they're saying, oh, it's all rubbish, it's all fucking government devil and all that kind of stuff. It's like, well, no, if it's agreeing with you,
There's
then you'd
also
be
Here's the thing I don't understand though. If these people really wanted to refute or falsify evolutionary theory, wouldn't the most likely thing they should do would be at least take a very basic course on the topic, read a book, maybe watch a video. I don't even know. At least understanding the terminology, and then they say, you know what? I know how you use that word. I don't like it because I blah blah blah. Let's try to just redefine it this way, and I'll be like, no, you can't. But I mean, at least they know what the word means.
Yes.
Yeah.
This guy did not know what speciation was. He didn't understand natural selection. He didn't understand adaptation. I cannot have a civil conversation with somebody of that level of ineptitude who wants to explain to me why the entire realm of science is wrong.
That does my head in because I don't know what evolution is. I don't know what evolution states, but it's wrong.
Yeah, for me, I was.
Yes, exactly.
It's like
no
medical
it says, but it's not a theory. It's a guess, and it's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucked, and I had experience with that, going to March Against Monsanto and all that kind of stuff, and I'm saying, okay, well, what's, genetic recombination? How do we do it? All these things, and not a single one of them could explain to me its process. And they're arguing against it. I'm like, you're arguing against the technology you don't have the faintest fucking idea in. Congratulations.
Yeah. See, here's a question. You know how when they talk about GMOs, oh, we don't want to be eating foreign DNA and putting it in our bodies. Has it never occurred to them that everything they eat has got foreign DNA in it?
Yeah, it's like
as in tomatoes have non-human DNA.
Yeah,
potatoes have non-human DNA.
Most of our fucking DNA on us and in us isn't fucking human, and
it's unreal.
And to think that GM poses some kind of risk compared to others, it's like, well, our bodies have actual mechanisms in place to make sure we don't have, we don't turn to plants because we're consuming, fucking grass or whatever, We've got actual mechanisms.
I don't know if you've heard this one. I'll give you a brief introduction to it, and then Drag can explain it to you because I'm going to go and make a coffee. We actually have somebody in the community who believes that cancerous tumours are the body's defence mechanism against toxins, and the function that they perform is to sequester the toxins to protect the body. Therefore, cancerous tumours are good for us.
What the fuck?
This is true. It's true. It's funny, but it's true. He legit. You would think, and I sat and I listened to this.
Who is that? Tommy Hall?
Tommy Hall, yeah, it's Tommy Hall.
Yeah.
And when he said this, I first heard it evidently he's been saying this for a while, but I first heard it myself about a month or two ago in Gus's hangout, and then I just sat and I listened. I said, he's fucking with us. Tommy knows that he can make a rise out of people, and that's fine. You can troll occasionally, but he was serious. He was dead serious, and I just sat and I listened to this, and I'm like, I have two relatives who died of cancer. And it's not, no. I mean, it is funny, but just thinking, I have two relatives who died from it, and I don't know what toxins resided in my aunt's brain, but I'm pretty sure a tumor would not have helped. It's only going to increase intracranial pressure and cause a fucking hemorrhage between the fucking membranes. But
that's why it's posed. How do you know it's
work?
That's stupid.
We know how cancers work on the fucking most fundamental level, and they're saying it's a what?
Let me explain. Here's his rationale, because he had to rationalize it. So he said, because we found different types of tissue and hair and teeth and stuff like that, he gathered from that, and I'm pretty sure other people somewhere, that the tumor was sucking in foreign matter and things that weren't supposed to be there. And so I had to ask him. I said, "Well, Tommy, if we know that tumors are caused by cells that go awry, could it not be that the cells that usually grow these type of things, like hair follicles and teeth, were the ones that went awry?" And he said, "Yeah, that's a possibility, but we know that's not the case." And I'm just like, I'm flabbergasted because of all the years of cancer research. I mean, John Hopkins is like literally an hour and a half away from me. I've driven past John Hopkins, plenty of times, and thought about going there myself. And I'm like, all these people who have, a combined eon of cancer research have, I don't think ever in their lifetime thought of something as genius as what Tommy all saying. So I said, you know what, let me err on the side of caution. Let me ask Tommy, maybe he has some research. Maybe there's something I don't know about. And I said, okay, Tommy, is there any article or something that kind of hints toward this? He says, yeah, there's some articles that say that they found stuff in there. I said, well, is there any article that says that tumors act like the lymphatic system? He's like, no, what's that? And I lost my shit.
What's that?
Well, he had no clue what the lymphatic system was at all.
He's a certified oncologist in his own mind, and he doesn't know what the lymphatic system is.
He has no clue.
Wow.
Had no, and that's the first thing I asked him. I said, so what is the lymph? So so what about your lymph nodes? You know what they do? No.
Oh my god. Does it have any like videos or like hangouts where he's saying that like on air?
I'm pretty sure there's a few that you can catch him saying it. I mean, he could pop it here in any moment and tell you himself. I mean, he has no problem doing it.
Did Tommy make Red's list? Because there was a few things that Tommy said that I think will qualify for the dumbest of the year.
He may have. Let me check Red because he read up.
Because my favorite one, and the only one I might remember would be MMA. But my favorite dumbest comment of the year from him is that he said that in a human, the gulab gene can be reactivated by changing one's diet.
Oh no.
Oh yes, he did. I shit you not, my brother. I am like, oh.
And he thinks I'm mean when I say stick to lawn mowing. Well, but then again, I do a lot of crack, so.
Oh, come on, how can that qualify as one of the dumbest comments of the entire year? To think that you could reactivate the gulab gene and the metabolic pathway because of your diet, just by changing your diet.
Well, he is also one of these people who believe that you can fucking go out there and graze for like 20 days and you'll gain like fucking superpowers. Like he's on that Michael Lamb bullshit.
Greg, after spending a few minutes on Rose's page, I have to say she's worse than G-Man. I was just on something where she was saying ISIS is Israeli secret agents or something. Oh,
yeah.
Fuck.
And you have to be careful. Rose is kind of harmless, though. She, unless if you're in a room where she's not mod, you'll probably be fine. But she'll kick you for disagreeing with her. She's big on people agreeing with her.
I'm not gonna lie. I am not gonna lie about this. She kind of turned me on when she kicked out Matt Slick. I kind of like that.
Well, I mean, but here's the one time Matt Slick thought I am on Matt Slick's side in that scenario. There's a video where Matt Slick is talking to her and going, "You know what ISIS does?" And of course, he's referring to like beheadings and shit like that. And he's like, "No, that's actually the Israeli security forces." And Matt Slick goes, "Is she kidding? Is she trolling?" Like he's legitimately trying to figure out if she's joking with him.
Yeah.
And he says, "No, it does not stand for that," and it pissed her off because Matt Slick told her, "It's like, no, here's what it stands for. Whatever, Iraqi, Syrian, whatever, And so she got mad and booted his ass. Like she is big on.
I would fucking demolish that bitch of shit. Oh my god, there's been so much research in the past few weeks, literally, publication after publication of ISIS alone. And holy fuck, I would rip her a new vag.
I mean, just you have to MMA man. I'm gonna tell you, I've been here for a few years. I'm not trying to pull the fucking YouTube seniority thing because I think it is bullshit. But I found out you will get yourself so stressed out by the level of stupidity that you'll encounter that it will follow you for a bit. And I was like, I would sit at work thinking about the stupid shit that has been told to me. And I'm like, why am I spending my time doing this? Like, what? This is sickening. Yeah. So you have to really take a deep breath and expect it. every conversation expect a new level of stupidity, because if you don't, you will just be disappointed. Like, they keep lowering the bar. Right now, I'm in fucking China about how low that fucking bar is right now. And once you take it there and you learn different people's personalities and their tactics, you'll find a way to navigate that.
Yeah, but I'm kind of keen to like actually have a discussion where she's not moderator, of course, so she won't kick me. Just actually bear witness. I'm kind of excited and like to see her in action because, fuck.
Well, she's fun to talk to. I'll say that. I've spoken to her, and I've kind of hinted to her that I used to work for the Department of Defense, and I know a lot of the stuff she says is fucking false. But she relies on the fact that the U.S. government. Here's one thing: she does do a lot. She looks into a lot of stuff, and she does have like a lot of the declassified stuff from years and years ago, like back when we were trying to assassinate Cuba. But what she doesn't understand is that the government went through American government went through a huge upheaval. And now with these new transparency acts, a lot of this kind of stuff isn't really happening. But yeah, I mean, a lot of it has been declassified, but a lot of it has been barred out. But you know, we know our government does certain things, but since events like Edward Snowden, that kind of thing has slowed down to a crawl, because if there's something, there's now a balance. There's now a huge balance between what the government can or thinks it can do and what the American population can actually see. But folks who are kind of really stuck on this conspiracy nonsense, they don't recognize that now, and so
I keep linking the defense it's the intelligence agency for the defense, DNI. I keep linking to their policies and transparencies page and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, ever since Snowden and all that kind of stuff, I understand the need to keep things secret, and so I'm all for that. But they're so conspiracy and wound up that's like, well, guys, they do have acts and legal things in place for transparency. You know, they're actively promoting the FOA Act and all that kind of stuff to ease the conspiracy shit on there. Like, fuck. So,
yeah, but they believe in some crazy stuff, man. There's Casey Manning, one of the I think whoever she was, she used to work in Intel, I think like S4 or something like that, and she let out some secrets, and then she was brought up on charges and whatnot, and then during this process she said screw it and went from being a male to a female. And so the thing that I was told by one of these conspirators, it might have been Rose, I can't remember, is that the government forced Casey Manning to have a sex change and forced her on camera to say all this stuff. And I'm like, do you realize sending a trans woman to Leavenworth among other soldiers who were there for doing, you know, maybe possibly killing somebody that they weren't supposed to kill? That's a horrible scenario. Like, you know, just to say the government or the CIA brainwashed and forced that upon somebody is ridiculous, because there is no program like that. And if there was, trust me, I would have knew about it. But you know, there are no kind of dirty secrets like that don't get let out, or there isn't a way for someone to find out about it. There's, you know, once you've been in the military, once you've been in the Department of Defense and actually work for the federal government, you learn a lot more secrets than you're supposed to know. And some of that we keep close to the chest, but then when you have folks who are conspiracy nuts who are really fixated on this stuff, you can kind of sift through a lot of the bullshit and recognize that they have no fucking clue what they're talking about.
Yeah. What was you saying about on that topic of like ISIS and all that kind of stuff? What was like evidence kind of, you know, to promote that kind of idea?
I'd actually have to look that up, because I only got a clip of that exchange. She just made the claim and then booted slick. She says she does her research and she knows what she believes, and what she believes is what she believes, and nobody can tell her that.
Hate those people.
I think I know why she got that gas mask on her profile. It's basically she gets it from my ass, and you know it's toxic, so she has to have that gas mask, you know, because all the shit, you know, it's ridiculous. It's lethal.
I just spent like just like a quick scroll on a profile, and I just want to fucking smack my head against the wall, or fucking shoot my foot off a I don't know, fuck. Ugh, chemtrails and everything. It was a funny video I saw. I'm not sure if it was a Poe, but some fucking hillbilly spraying vinegar in the air and thinking that actually worked to get rid of chemtrails.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought that was a poem. I'm still not sure if it is or not.
I saw that when I saw that video. Of some woman made a video. She got her son to film her doing it, and she said, "Look at the sky, look at the chemtrails," and she's spraying it about, and she keeps spraying it, and then her son has to explain to her why they can't stop the video and then restart it once they've gone, because she doesn't understand that it would look a bit fixed. And then she says, there's another bit in the video, and she says, "Look at the sky now. That's been, 10 minutes, and look, they're fading after I sprayed it." And the worst of it was she was standing in the middle of a yard.
Yeah.
Full of dead grass. And I thought, yeah, the vinegar will do that.
God damn. I'm not sure
And
if
it
that
was
was a
tiny,
poem.
you know those wee trigger bottles?
Yeah.
You know, tiny little trigger bottles.
Yeah.
It was one of them she was spraying in the air to get rid of
A
these.
fucking cloud so high up, and
It was the contrails from planes.
yeah.
And she's spraying this silly wee bottle.
I'm really like I'm trying to think of a way to explain how a liquid is heavier than a gas, and that because if you even take the vinegar and vaporize it, there's no guarantee that it is still lighter than all the other gases competing for space in your immediate vicinity. Like, I really can't think of a way to explain ideal gas law to somebody who believes this shit.
Yeah.
There's
those photos on the internet where you see those when they're making new aeroplanes and they're testing, they've got those tanks with water to change the center of balance of the airplane, and they're saying that's where they fucking fill up the chemicals and shit, and they start spraying. Like, no, that's for fucking testing the airplane's fucking center of gravity. You dumb fuck.
And what do they think? They have these nozzle distribution system, even if they were chemicals in there, which obviously not. But I mean, you know how they would have to change the entire dynamics of the plane to have a system to disperse? It's not like some kind of crop duster, okay? They're talking about these types of planes that would have a complete retrofit involving hundreds of thousands of people to design this type of technology to put these kind of nozzles on. And it wouldn't even make any sense to begin with.
You know the photograph?
I don't get the chemtrail thing. I think it's one of the dumbest conspiracy things out there. To me, it's not far away from flat Earth.
You know the picture that they use showing the tanks inside a plane?
Mm.
And they say that's...
Yeah, I've seen them.
Right, you've seen that picture?
That's the water, yeah.
Do you know where it comes from? That picture originally.
One of them was from Boeing, I think.
Exactly. It's the Boeing catalogue.
Yeah.
Showing how they test their planes. Why, if it was chemicals, would they bother to even use that picture and say it was something else? Why not just keep it quiet?
Not to say show it at all. It's like, it's like they're trying to make this mass global conspiracy, like the world's best strategists. We're gonna fucking upload photos of it. Why the hell not? Fuck. It's like the most inept conspiracy planners in the world, strategists and such.
I love how Evan ran off and afterwards he has enough time to, put a little rant in the external chat and then run off again.
I took a screenshot.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be one of the littlest bitches I've ever seen in my life. I swear to God, who does this shit? I mean, what grown man does this? I don't understand it.
Well, he's a drunk bitch, so there you go.
Is he? Yeah, but I mean, I'm used to drunk enough. I mean, that's no big deal. But I mean, is he drunker than usual right now?
I think it's just stupid on the brain.
I mean, it's Mississippi for you, so.
I'm seeing Tommy Hall's videos, and I'm laughing at his quality. Like he's got like puppet shows and shit.
He left the hangout, so you guys can stop responding to him in the chat.
No, I know I saw. I know that he left the hanging on the feed there.
I wonder if he still likes being petted in between, bloviating creationism and shit.
Evolution for Dummies show. Wow. Alex Botton. Jesus Christ. Tommy Hall. Tommy Hall and puppets. Never thought I'd say that.
Yeah, do you not know anything about Tommy Hall and puppets?
Sorry?
I know about Tommy Hall and puppets.
Yeah, I just saw the thumbnails and his.
Yeah, he did a puppet show.
Yeah. A man who plays with puppets.
If
Are
you
they
actually
Bert
go
and
in,
Ernie? Hold on. Are they Bert and Ernie? Because I'm pretty sure that might explain some things.
Yeah.
And like one's like what yellow or some shit.
if you actually go in and watch his older puppet shows that he dedicates to somebody, they're really weird. Like, so we do kind of trolly things, but there's one that legitimately disturbs me, and it takes a lot to disturb me.
Yeah.
And I think there's something really just off about it.
And then there's also the Ozzy.
Yeah,
What?
that. Oh, yeah.
What's this?
Yeah.
I love song to Ozzy Ramses.
I think he has a man crush. I mean, everyone. I mean, we all joke about it, but I think he legitimately does.
On you.
Do you not remember Veckel did a video to somebody, and the music he used in the background of his video was "Loving You" by Millie Ripperton? That was just really.
Yeah, Blake, there's plenty of people who do believe in God and accept evolution. It's not. Francis Collins is one of the more infamous ones.
Yep, and Kenneth Miller.
And Fiona.
I'm not famous. I'm just, as I said today.
Oh, you're totally famous. You know, fucking prize, fucking load. So yeah, it's not.
Oh yeah, I know that there you could say there's thousands, but just the way he approaches it that in that mathematical way, because I know you guys don't believe in God, but she does. So I wasn't sure if maybe that's personal, but if she kind of looks at it, is there any mathematical way that brings you to believe in God, or just you kind of do from your perception?
There's no point asking me about mathematics or mathematicians.
Okay.
Because I'm a maths numpty.
You got it.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, my belief is based on faith and faith alone. That's it. It's faith.
Yeah.
And I'm not scared to say that. I'm not scared to say that. I don't feel I have to start trying to manufacture evidence to somehow justify it.
Yeah.
I would only need to do that if I was intent on having an argument with someone saying, I am right, God exists, and you are wrong, he doesn't. I'm not interested in doing that, because the one thing I always bear in mind is I could be wrong, because I am. So I could be wrong, just like anybody could be wrong.
I see. So I've seen. Sorry.
That's one of the most realistic answers I've ever heard. Holy shit! from a Christian of faith.
Yeah, and the other thing is this. I would only need the evidence if not only was I going to be insisting that I was right and they were wrong, but I was trying to ram it down their throats. And I'm not trying to do that either. You can never force love from someone by force or by fear. It doesn't happen. That's not how humans come to love anybody or anything. And there's no point in continually quoting the Bible at people who are atheists. They do not accept the Bible. Okay, so there's no point. There's no point in quoting it at them, and at the same time, there is no point in preaching the gospel to them either, because do it the wrong way, you force them further away. And just you telling them what the Bible says, as in what the gospel message is.
Yeah.
You're not telling them anything they don't already know.
Kind of like what Joshua does when he says, at the end, he just says, I'll see you on Judgment Day, and he kind of leaves it at that. No one cares because they don't, I mean,
Yeah, but
believe.
he's trying to hit them with a big stick about it. To me, I think it was St. Francis of Assisi. Jade is always using this quote, and he said, always preach the gospel, use words when necessary.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, it should be through your actions. And it's not so much preaching the gospel, you should live it.
That's true.
So you should be demonstrating that you are doing what Jesus instructed you to do. And I keep hearing this thing about it's faith, not works. And they keep saying, you believe in a works-based salvation, so you are damned, and all the rest of it. But Jesus said that we should feed the hungry, and we should clothe the naked. What's that but works? That's actions.
Yeah.
And so you should be doing that. You should be living it. And what you shouldn't be doing is publicly and on videos lying through your bloody teeth and denying that you've done things, and making rubbish up and going with this pseudoscience that when people look at it and they see you're pontificating nothing about it. So can we think the same thing about when you pontificate about the Bible or God? Are you just as ignorant?
All these fucking notifications coming.
And that's what
Okay. Well,
there are a lot of
we've
notifications.
literally lost 90% of
Sorry
our
about
viewers.
that. I'm sorry about that.
He's
No, that's great.
I was asked a question, so I thought I'd answer it.
No, that's cool.
That was good.
Of course. But it is funny, we make every so often we discuss theology, and I'm fine. We're fine with that. But it's funny is that when you get a group of people that have diversity in their viewpoints of theology, and they're atheists and Christians, that doesn't mean they cannot discuss things and have rational conversations. And there's a dialectic between them. People like yourself who are Christian, and maybe Blake and whoever. Nobody who is anti-Christian will ever, fault you guys for that in a scientific hangout, because that's not what the point of the hangout is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Neff comes in though, and he thinks these kind of hangouts where we're talking about evolution and science, automatically it's theology driven, and he tries to bullbit it to be a atheist versus theist type thing, and that just drives me freaking nuts.
Well,
Fiona, have I ever tried to convert you, or have you ever seen me try to convert anybody to be non-theistic ever?
No. And I mean, I've had a few attempt it with me. When they go down the route of, but to have faith you must be completely irrational because you're admitting you have no evidence. And that's great, that's fine, and all the rest of it. I also have no evidence that there aren't unicorns, but I don't believe in them. It's so people have tried to convince me to give up on my faith, but I won't try and convince people that I am right. I have had atheists try and convince me they are right. So I'm not talking about having arguments about what the Bible actually says and things like that, but trying to actually convince me there is no God. That's great, but if you don't want me to ram my faith down your throat, then don't you ram yours down mine. We can discuss it. That's fine. But I stand with atheists when they say, don't bring your faith into the public schools, and don't bring your faith into anything that's got public funding, impose it on us, because I don't want them imposing theirs on me. It's freedom of and from religion. It's up to you.
Yeah, Islam
atheists.
seems to be the big topic right now.
Oh, don't get me started. Got many Muslim friends, and we have some brilliant faith discussions. I've also got some ex-Muslim friends who are now atheists, and we have great discussions all together. And it's not nasty. So we've got ex-Christians, Christians, Muslims, and ex-Muslims. And the discussions are fantastic.
Oh, who's whispering?
It was me. I'm talking to myself now. Remember, I'm unhinged.
Yeah, fuck.
Oh, bugger.
It's a thing you can have rational. With some people, you can have rational discussions and such, which is fantastic to have.
Yeah.
I had a Muslim friend, and we got along pretty fine. You know, he was very relaxed, you know, as well.
I had a Muslim friend too, and then we talked about the Quran not actually being a book that describes scientific fact, and I no longer had a Muslim friend.
Shit. I was watching some show when they were trying to have a science class, and they were talking about that kind of thing, and I'm just laughing my fucking shits. Where they're trying to say how, you know, it's one of the most scientifically accurate things in the world. And I'm just, it's somewhere on YouTube. I think it was trying to promote Islam or something, and nothing wrong with them, but like they were just trying to. It was a very, well, yeah, Islamic-based kind of classroom, and I think it was from Richard Dawkins. I think he was doing a documentary, and he was interviewing the teacher there. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, it was Richard Dawkins, and the teacher was talking about salt water or some shit. Salt water and fucking fresh water. Yeah. So when I say it's scientifically accurate, it is pretty funny. But yeah, these conspiracies with Islam and shit, that's pretty funny. And then people going off on Trump and all that kind of stuff, holy shit. Because I can side with him and I can go against his policies, like, I can see the validity to some of what he's saying, and then I see some other things he says is complete bullshit. So, that's just my personal take on it. Yeah. Because I'm very much for intelligence services and getting more information, being less regulated and that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see the Trump Meister actually getting very far, since he's forming a rift within his own party, and I see more more people moving away from that kind of nonsense, because they're becoming keen to his game, and to the fact that they're looking like fucking jackasses for supporting him, but they really don't have any other strong candidates. I mean, Ben Carson was gaining some
ground
ground
some
area.
stupid shit.
Yeah, he started saying a lot of stupid shit.
Yeah.
Ben Carson fucked himself. He could have just kept his mouth shut and let Trump ruin himself, and he would have did fine. But no, he
Hey, drag. He had to address the hummus, brother. He had to address it. Okay, them chickpeas is they're gonna mess up the country. We have to deal with hummus. Oh wait,
just want to address something real quick. By the way, excuse me, Joe. I know you don't have a mic, and you're in the side chat. It's not a matter of people ganging up on anybody. It's a matter of if somebody makes a claim, there may be more than one person who recognizes that the claim is bad, and they kind of want to like address why that claim is bad. it's not that we're piling up on anybody, but if somebody says something stupid and scientifically incorrect, we're really going to address it, and many of us will say, okay, stop. Let's stop right here and show you why your comment is wrong, if it's non sequitur, whatever it is. That's not people jumping on people. You claim that the phylogenetic tree is purely religious. Well, come on in. We have a PhD in biology here. We're more than happy to explain to you what the phylogeny is.
Well, he wants to talk philosophy.
No, he says right here phylogeny. Phylogeny is not philosophy.
Yeah. Oh, holy fuck.
I can do that as well. Because he mentioned something he wanted to talk about function and purpose, which is a theological argument. But to claim this is what's the thing in my hangouts. If you make a claim, back that shit up.
I'll read off so people, like the 3 people watching, can see. I don't have a mic, so I don't see the point. It sounds like you are all just gonna gang up on me. The phylogenetic tree, or tree of life, is purely religious. Notice how there are no known ancestral species deep into the tree, just empty branches.
What?
I don't even know what he means by that, because you cannot have an empty branch. You have to have a branch has to go to something on the phylogenetic tree. We have to have a reason to have a branching go from somewhere. When you go to the first domain, yes, it gets a little confusing because it's more like a bush because of all the horizontal G transfer. But that does not negate the fact we can get to the first domain. That's what I don't.
What he means is that if you look at the diagrams, the various species are only on the very ends of the lines.
Well, yeah,
that's what he means.
What does
That's what he means, that the branches are...
okay, but so he doesn't understand how to read what a phylogenetic tree is really saying. He thinks it should be all species all the way down, right?
Well, you see, the thing is, he's forgetting that the branches are sort of representing time. Rather than a length.
He really thinks that each branch has to have a associative species of some sort. He's not understanding that there's different levels of taxonomy that they're representing here.
Exactly.
I get indoctrinated enough from my biology class as it is.
So he doesn't want to know anything about it then at all.
Right, but see, this is the thing. When people can explain to him things properly, of course, he never wants to do it. He's going to be like, oh, it's indoctrination. No, it's an explanation with this you have no refutation for. You cannot just basically say, look, I have an incompetent level of understanding of this topic, therefore, you guys are wrong. We want a person who can come in and say, hey, you know what? I don't think the phylogenetic tree is correct. And the reason being is these 2 species here in this branch, if you look at the homologies, blah, 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 I could maybe explain why in the 2 transitional fossils they should be somewhere else related to the basal branches. That would be awesome, because that's what people get paid to do in phylogeny. That's what Aaron Rod does for a fucking living.
Yeah, and I think I think that.
I'm just kidding.
No,
not going to happen.
Probably they're not understanding how the diagram works when they're going on about empty branches, because they're saying there's nothing on the branch. It's only a name at the end of the branch. There's nothing on the length of the.
That's by design. That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, that's just because that's how the diagram's designed.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't know how to read that. How's he going to read a cladiogram?
I'm trying to find something actually.
But anyways, I'm trying not to be testy, guys. You guys don't see testy Steve very often. But hey,
I had to laugh at.
I think Brandy set me off today, though. I mean, that was. I knew that was not going to go well, but holy shit!
When you're dealing with
I did not expect that level of ineptitude.
When you're dealing with people with G-man level of intelligence, you have to remain calm. Like I said, dude, the best thing to do is expect them to say stupid shit. Once you expect them to say stupid shit, it's much easier when you see it, and then you can just address it, because you have the knowledge, you have the ability to really sift through the nonsense and see where they're falling short of portraying whatever the topic is accurately, and then you just tackle it just one step at a time, because clearly, just from what I've been reading from this guy, he has no intention of trying to understand the topic and saying, well, you know what, here are my legitimate concerns with it, because I have heard a few people raise some actual concerns about how the tree is constructed, what it's looked like in the past, and their issue with trying to use it as a basis for how they view the entirety of, every living organism from now until, whenever. And
Taxonomy isn't evidence.
it's just on a basic level, not even basic, just on a skimming the surface of what we've done with it over the past 50 years, I can kind of see how some people can be a bit apprehensive, and people coming from a strong fundamentalist Christian background can find it demeaning. I got that, but I try to at least meet them halfway with that understanding once they've done the homework. But guys like this obviously have not done any of the homework. Oh, he just typed something. Hold on.
Yeah,
And I agree with what you had to say there too. I mean, that's why a lot of people are getting away from the Linnaean classification and phylogeny and moving more into calistics for that very reason.
Taxonomy
Right, do the voice.
Taxonomy isn't evidence. I could have two cars, because cars breed, name one Canis coralis and the other Canis canis. So what that means, the Corolla and the Camry have a common car ancestor? Wow, condescension is rampant with you guys. Animals are alike because we have a common designer.
Just one more conference game. They
Oh my God, you are reading what he wrote. I was actually tapped out to another thing. I thought you were just kind of paraphrasing something. He actually wrote exactly what you just said.
Could I just say, I've put a link in the side chat to a lovely diagram, and I've also put it into the external chat for Joe to have a look at. And I'll also
let me qualify.
And I'll also point out that cars don't breed.
Yeah, we're not trying to be condescension, but holy God Almighty!
If
you're not a biological system, it's a horrible, 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 horrible analogy. They don't reproduce and they don't have genes. They have nothing to do with evolutionary theory of any kind.
And he doesn't realise that they have similar names because of the similar characteristics. But he cannot. I mean, he actually uses the word about common ancestor. But how could a car have an ancestor if a car has never an offspring?
You would think that that'd be obvious since they don't breed.
Yeah, ancestry requires offspring. It requires reproduction, and I mean biological.
Wait, let me read this out. I've seen the phylogeny examples many times. I just learned to realize that it doesn't prove evolution. Taxonomy doesn't prove evolutionary relationships. It just shows how we classify organisms based on their traits.
That up to a point is true, but you see, nobody is trying to claim that these diagrams prove evolution for a couple of reasons. Number one, nothing is ever proved in science. That's the first thing. So he's obviously not paying attention in science class. And the other thing is that these diagrams are showing what the evidence suggests is how evolution gave rise to the diversity that we see now.
Right,
so nobody's trying to say that taxonomy proves evolutionary relationships. No. But the taxonomy is based on the characteristics of the organisms and the genetics.
He just replied to the
names.
He just replied to the link you gave him, Fiona. That diagram showed me has got to be the most religious thing I've ever seen. Not only do they base the dates of the animals by the geologic column, which is complete crap. I'm talking like this because this guy's an idiot. Which is complete crap. They don't even have any gaps filled.
What? Yeah, well, you see, you would actually need to show me, one, why coming to conclusions based on the available evidence is a religion. If you want to make that argument, then you would have to tell me that every criminal trial is a religion.
I guess they caught on to this negative connotation that religion has been gaining over the last few years, which some of it's deserved, some of it's not. I think we need to do a better job of
Yeah.
qualifying things because
Yeah.
I fish religiously. You
Yeah.
know, I love
we
my
know
family
we,
religiously.
but we've also got gaps. We know we've got gaps. And we are slowly filling in the gaps. But here's something that he needs to think about. If you have two organisms, A and B, and you think that B is a descendant of A, if you find one of the links in between the two of them, you've gone from having one gap to now having two gaps. Think about it.
Evidently, he sees education as indoctrination, which I think is very interesting because I think we're seeing the kind of the alter owl effect. You pretend to be an internet warrior and denounce a field that you know next to nothing about, and
Yeah.
then you're forced to fail out of certain classes and then change your major. So evidently now alter
And
owls
you
and
don't have to be
engineering.
indoctrinated to something to know a field. If I want to refute engineering, I need to learn something about engineering. If I want to refute evolution, I've got to learn something about evolution.
Yeah.
This guy, no offense to you, Tim, but you really are coming across, or sorry, Joe, you really come across somebody who doesn't know a jack shit about the field that you want to refute.
Yeah.
Why is that?
What I want to ask him is, how does he define evolution?
Hello, Fiona. Taxonomy? You mean like how Adam named all the animals? Sounds similar. Biology doesn't have to include evolution. You can learn about basic mitosis, meiosis, helicases, RNA, DNA, and have such without referencing to evolution. Evolution is not necessary.
You're so dumb.
If he thinks he knows about DNA, does he understand that DNA replicates imperfectly?
Yeah. It makes everything.
Does he understand that? It's
I don't think so.
imperfect replication.
Isn't there a particular? It's not an
You can
enzyme.
spell DNA. I don't.
There's
We're talking again with a level of somebody who has no, I mean, not even a grade school level of the topic.
Well, that's why I'm trying to go down through the layers here to maybe try and help him out.
What is the checker, the spell checker? Shit.
I don't want him to think I am trying to convince him. All I'm trying to do is give him accurate information on which to base his conclusions.
He said something stupid again.
All I'm doing.
Well, but Fiona, he doesn't want the actual information. He's made it clear any information you give him is considered indoctrination.
Yeah, but also that I remember I said about listeners. There are other people out there that may want information.
Given that we have crazy powerful historic evidence for the dinosaurs living with man, and empirical evidence for the dinosaurs not being millions of years old, like the geologic column says, I think I'll stay free-minded.
Okay,
Yeah.
when did anybody ever hear the geologic column speaking?
Well, what does he think evolution means? I don't think he understands what the word means.
It would be nice if he could give us his crazy powerful historical evidence of dinosaurs living with man. And if he brings up the Paluxy tracks, then he's confused. And also, I would like to know how he is dating anything in the geologic column. If he says it's all wrong,
well, what's his methodology, though?
Yeah, why does he say it's wrong? And what does he think the right answer is? And why does he think it's wrong? If he'll tell us, what he thinks is wrong.
Actually, I got an idea. Let me do this.
Well, did we explain to him what evolution meant? Because I don't think he understands what the term refers to.
Well, see, now that could be a problem, because if he doesn't understand, Oh God, he's heard of
Holy
pterodactyl
shit.
sightings in Utah.
We've gone off the
Texas.
deep end now.
So for those few people watching, I blew up the chat so you can actually see it. He's heard of pterodactyl sightings in Utah and Texas. I have seen pterodactyl porn on RedTube. So your point is met with equal factual evidence and vigor. So you will now concede.
Is he
no,
really being serious?
pterodactyls have not been seen in Utah and Texas. They haven't.
Jojo, I just linked you a perfectly good source to use for learning about DNA if you want. I mean, you're so factually. DNA Learning Center from the Cold Springs Harbor Laboratory is fucking wonderful. We've got a really good summer program if you could get in there. Doubt you would, but
Got a question for him. What age does he think the Earth? How long ago was the flood? I'd like him to answer those two questions for me. I have a reason.
Yeah, he's a confirmed.
Why he's answering that? Can I just make a statement that even if there was pterodactyls, like and obviously I'm not saying that there are. I'm just going from a pure sake of argument. But let's just say there were pterodactyls. How the hell would that still invalidate evolutionary theory? I'd like to know that.
That's a fucking red herring. Okay, so let me say this in my silly voice. Love the sarcasm, bro. What exactly do you guys do with your life? Do you get your degree just to scoff at Christians? Okay,
I didn't.
so
I certainly didn't. I'm a Christian.
Fiona the Christian, who has a PhD in microbiology, certainly didn't do that. I'm actually working on my degree now after spending 4 years in the military, just kind of languishing and learning about medicine. No, I don't think any of us did it just so we can scoff at Christians. My favorite cousin, my favorite person in the whole wide world is a theist, is a seventh-day adventurist. That's what I call him. And so, but he'll be getting his master's degree like next month. And in fact, I'm hoping to help finance it. So I don't get my degree just to scoff at Christians, because there are plenty of Christians that accept science and still have their religious beliefs. So I don't know, you just think that people are shitting on Christians with degrees, and that's not necessarily happening the way that you're portraying it, because there are tons of Christians, tons of non-fundies that are intelligent, that can function in the real world, and are not fucking inept with this kind of nonsense
I really want an answer from him to how old he thinks the Earth is and how long ago he thinks the flood was. I think it would be.
He sniffs Ronald McDonald's butt crack. He is a young Earth creationist.
We do it because we want to learn about the world.
I'd like him to answer that for me, and I think it's quite important that you do that.
What's the name of man's law?
I have no idea, because somebody said they're studying law. So is he going to actually tell me how old he thinks the Earth is and how long ago the flood was? That's what I'd like to know. And that's not a difficult question. He either knows or he doesn't. He's got a number or he hasn't.
Well, I'm gonna detect element 119, Fiona, hand-wavium. I've been seeing it going around here a lot, so I think Nephilim Free left some here.
Yeah, well,
I'm reading what he's posting there too. But I don't think he's answering your question, Fiona. He's not gonna bother. We already know he's the other creationist. But again, I don't understand this reasoning here. Let's say there are. But Fiona, correct me if I'm wrong. But if we had Archaeopteryx, or we had pterodactyls, or we had a species we thought were extinct, like the coelacanth, isn't that kind of to be expected that there are some species that can be found their evolutionary niche? We have them going back all those years. Now, granted, I think that's going back a long time. There's very few of them. I think we would have discovered pterodactyls by now. But the possibility is not zero, correct?
No, it's not. That's the thing. We know that sharks have been pretty much unchanged for a long, long time. But the coelacanths that we see now are different from the ancient coelacanths. There have been changes to them, but it's just not big changes. But I want to, I do want to know how old he thinks the Earth is, and how long he thinks how long ago he thinks the flood was, and I'm going to keep asking the question.
Yeah, we only got another hour to be on air, so hurry up, Joe. Please answer the question.
I would really like to know that answer. And I may add in another one. No, I'm not going to insult you, Joe. I just want to understand who I'm talking to.
She also wanted to know the methodology you came to arrive to that conclusion.
Yeah, but I mean, if we even just leave that just now and we just get an answer to the age of the Earth and how long ago the flood was, that's what I'd like to know.
We won't pay you out, we just want to know.
And in fact, to be honest, the more important question is how long ago was the flood? That's the more important one.
Okay, so he obviously thinks it's 6,000 years old. So.
Do you think it's 6,000 years old, Joe? Yes or no?
Which is asinine. I will explain on that.
Yes, he's saying yes. He's saying yes. 6,000 years ago, he thinks the Earth was created.
So when was the flood then?
When?
I mean, if we go by the 6,000-year-old Earth, we are putting the flood at about 4,500 years ago, I would say. You know, if we are going with the young
Would you agree with that, Joe?
Chronology. Would I'm waiting for an answer here. But I really would like to know, 4,500 years, do you agree with that number? That's what I want to know.
Answer the question, Joe. 4,500 years ago, did the flood happen, roughly?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, is that an acceptable figure for him for the flood? Is that what he thinks?
Yes or no? Yes, we totally dedicate our lives to scoffing at people. Yeah, that's why we did science.
Yeah. I just want.
He doesn't want to talk about the science. He just wants.
Yeah.
Well, he just wants to assert that the science is wrong. Basically, he has no scientific education to do so.
Yeah.
That's it. I believe that the Earth is 7,000 years old or 6,000. Because I have no reason.
That's fine. You can say that. But I want this time for the flood.
Wait, you dedicate your whole life to scoffing, don't you? If evolution is true, then it would type in yes, waiting.
What?
No, evolution is not one of those things that's true and false. Evolution is a fact, just like gravity is a fact. To say gravity is true is a non sequitur. You cannot say gravity is true. You say gravity exists, and that you evaluate as a true statement.
I'm going to invoke Poe's law.
I will now say he's saying waiting and waiting. It seems he does not want to give an answer to the question, how long ago do you think the flood was? And I've got a very specific reason for asking this question.
Fiona, okay, I'm sorry. Joe, answer Fiona's question. How long do you think the flood was? Because you've demonstrated you don't know science, you don't know biology, you don't know logical reasoning. So all of the above, you're kind of done on those things. So can you answer her question about how long ago was the flood, or what year was it in, BC? Joe, please.
Please.
There's a 30-second delay or so I mean it has to catch up. But I mean, it's just like, you know, when you ask a non sequitur question, you get called out for it, then you should think to yourself, maybe that's a bad question. You cannot ask the question, is gravity true? It doesn't make sense to anybody that way. Gravity exists. Evolution exists. It's not true or false.
Still just wait, because I mean, rather than, I don't think it's fair to him to say, well, this is what he thinks. Because we should never do that. We should never assume what somebody thinks. We should ask them what it is they think. I hate it when people tell me what I'm thinking.
Oh,
or
here we
I
go.
believe.
Make an educated guess, and let's
So-
just as we expected, you're just another one of Twisted Hoven haters. You can't stand to see him as well as other evangelists and apologists so successful and filled, so full of so successful and fulfilled that so you go around scoffing. Predictable.
You know what? I'm a big fan of Neil deGrasse Tyson. A
I'll try and
huge.
make it easier for him. I'll make it easier for him. Okay. If he holds to young Earth, the Usher chronology puts the age of the Earth at just over 6,000 years, and it places the flood at about 4,500 years ago. Now that is going with the Usher chronology. So is he happy in going with those figures? So I'm not asking him to give the figures. I'm now saying these are the figures that Bishop Usher's calculation comes up with. I believe that's also the numbers that Kent Hovind uses, and Ken Ham. They would say the flood was about 4,500 years ago. So does he agree with that figure? Now, we don't need him to type the number in. We just need, does he agree
Yes or
that
no?
it's 4,500 years ago?
I don't think any of us have a problem with Ken Hovind. I think the IRS has a problem with Ken Hovind.
Well, I mean, I have a problem with Ken Hovin's scientific
The only person
illiteracy,
probably
and I can,
Hovind-
I can just prove any one of his science claims.
I think the only person that doesn't have a problem with Ken Hovind is Bubba when he was having him wash his balls in the penitentiary. I'm pretty sure that relationship worked out good.
And why do I give a shit if Ken Hovind is successful? His science is wretched. It's demonstrably wrong.
Well, I'd just like a straight answer to my honest question.
I don't think he can give
That's
one. This
all I want.
is what I noticed. They just cannot give a straight freaking answer.
Because if he doesn't give me the answer, I mean, what's he expecting me to do? He's avoiding answering. Right, okay. He thinks, now he says 6,000 years, so does he think...
Idiot.
No,
The flood was 6,000 years ago? Is that what he's saying?
No, I don't know. That's the problem. He's just typed in 6,000 years. And I don't know whether he's finally answering the question to the age of the Earth or to when the flood was. I think he's answering the question to the age of the Earth. But I'd like to know when he thinks the flood was, and I've given him
No,
the figure.
what the hell is zircon decay rate? Zircon is a type of material. It's the isotope. It's helium in the zircon. It's not the fucking zircon. Zircon is a decay. What?
No, just leave him go with that. Let's just get this nailed down. When was the flood?
I put it in the chat so he can directly address it. How long ago was the flood?
On his model that he's using. That's the one thing I want an answer to.
I wonder if he knows Hess's law.
Well, don't even go there, but give him a chance to answer it.
Yeah, give him a chance. I mean, he obviously parried that whole zircon with the helium diffusion rates from rates, which I'm familiar with because I did discuss it with Dr. Jonathan Zabrati. But I mean, he's just literally just parrying it. I'm throwing it out there.
I didn't know zircon.
I'm trying to give him a chance here to tell me what he thinks, because that's why I'm asking the question of him.
Is the zircon he's referring to, is it in an excited state?
No.
Right, we've got an answer. Got an answer. So he thinks it's about 4,400 years ago. Okay, because the oldest desert and largest desert is only 4,000 years old. Okay, right. Now we can go somewhere with this. So, I'm going to have to assume that he agrees that the humans on the Ark were Mr. Noah, Mrs. Noah, and Little Noahs. Okay? And it's a total of 8 human beings. Now, when we think about that, we have 8 human beings who were, it's 2 generations, so it's the father and mother and the children. And, oh God, he's now off an abortion. Right, so anyway, let's get this dealt with. So, we have these people, the father and the mother and the children, and the children's wives. And he thinks that in 4,400 years, from that arose the Chinese, the Japanese, the Indian, the Aborigine, the Maori, African, Caucasian, Native Americans, South Americans as well. In 4,400 years. How does he think it happened in 4,400 years? How do we got all these, what we call races of humans in 4,400 years? From 8 people of the same family, and it's only 2 generations of that family that are there. That's an interesting question for him to answer. I'm just waiting for this answer now.
Pinnacle moment.
Because if you just look at physical characteristics, you can see differences. Right, so 4,400 years is plenty of time. Okay, and how did these variations come about? And some other ethnic groups may have survived the flood. What? So, wait a minute. We have a biblical literalist who's saying that God wasn't 100% efficient.
Yeah.
Whoa. But how does he think these variations came about? And no, saying certain ethnic groups may have survived doesn't cut the mustard when you're talking about a global flood where only 8 people were supposed to have survived it.
I told you, element 119, hand wave him. I knew he was going to do it.
Let's see if that.
And I mean, I'm not worried about. I don't even want to go into the thing about numbers. I'm looking at what we call the races. We were talking about phenotypes here. Yeah, see, he's now going to go down the path of numbers, and he's now not going to address.
Like I say,
how did the races appear? How did that variation all appear? And be fruitful and multiply doesn't answer the question.
What did he say? Multiply? Human population multiplies?
Fine. It's going on population numbers, and he's not dealing with the question that I asked him. He's looking for
did you have any expectation that he was, Fiona?
Sorry?
I've lost faith in these derps. I'm telling
you. He's using anything and everything to deflect from the question I've asked him.
If you have to do that, you know your position's fucked.
So I still await the question. How did these differences arise? He says 4,400 years was long enough for them to arise. I want to know how they arose.
So are you asking for like speciation and mutation rates and
No, I'm not asking for speciation because they're all the one species. I'm just looking at what we call the races of people. We're looking at the phenotypic differences.
You're talking about people. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're talking about
the entire.
We're talking about Australian Aborigines.
Hello.
Africans, Caucasians.
Well, no, they still had speciation. You still have to account for like the like Neanderthals. They had been off the ark too, weren't they?
No, I'm not. Don't even want to. Don't want to even go into. Not even want to go into that one.
Okay, so
I just want to know how he gets from those 8 people on the ark, right, to all of these races that we see at the moment. He says 4,400 years is long enough for it, and I'm asking him now, how did those changes come about?
Fiona, he doesn't know. He's honest. He's now grandstanding and saying he's destroyed evolution, even though he's yet to even define it.
Yeah.
And now so now we actually have a chance to explain to him how biology actually works, because he obviously has not taken time to learn it within the last I don't know how long that he's been in school. Which I mean,
How old is this guy?
I don't know. He's maybe what 16. I have no clue.
I don't know. But here is his problem. He is trying to say that in 4,400 years, all of the different races of humans arose from the original family, Noah and his family. But and I'm not even arguing with him about that timeline there. I'm asking him, how did those races then arise from the
one
8?
family?
What actually was going on so that they ended up with different characteristics? Does he know what is actually behind? And how did those changes happen? And
Yeah, he's just going to change it to something else.
it's now going on about people having people liking having sex out of wedlock. Anything but to deal with the question I'm asking him.
Right. It's okay, Drake. I mean, we only got about I don't know. I think about half an hour more.
Like 16 or so.
Remind me what the question was.
Oh, he was too busy on his bullshit.
This, right. Okay, let me state it very clearly. The question. Even if I grant that 4,400 years is long enough, how did those different races arise? What was the mechanism? Why do they look different? Why does an Australian Aboriginal look different from a Caucasian or an African?
Shit.
Mike, can I have you drop one of yours? You're in here twice, Mike.
Great, now we're on to a conversation about bloody marriage.
What the fuck? Stay to the topic.
Yeah, there's a reason he's staying on that. He can't answer the question. He's even admitted it up top that he can't. He wants us to account for it instead and make his argument for him. That's why he wants it to be real.
Yeah, but he is the one who is maintaining that all of the races have appeared in 4,400 years. So he needs to tell me how that happened.
God gave them distinct traits through controlled mutations. I want you to be a nigga.
Right, so next question. So
that actually be come on that could be up there for a worthy dumb comment of the year.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
so
mutations are controlled. That's why.
Right.
Go
Now,
ahead.
so he accepts that mutations occur. Obviously, then doesn't matter what the cause of the mutation is. He's accepting that mutations occur.
She's got you by the balls now?
And let's wait for this one. I'm just trying to get him to confirm his previous answer. Right, so he accepts that mutations occur. Okay.
What's necessary for it?
And what and individual to cause the mutation, and obviously then, because he couldn't do the same mutation in them all, otherwise we still wouldn't have different races. Now, that actually raises, right, I don't know, it raises a few questions, because then that means that if God is in control of mutations, then giving people cancer now, given that it's mutation that causes cancer. The second thing is the evolution. What he's described in that is that God has caused different alleles of the same gene to arise. Okay? Because he's mutated it in some and not in the other. And obviously, with the population increasing, we find that geographically, we end up getting changes in allele frequencies within these geographically isolated populations over time, which is the very definition of evolution. So what he's actually managed to do is give us a brilliant case for, even in this young Earth model, that evolution happened since the flood.
Right.
Well done,
The
Joe.
creationist model could not exist without evolution. Thank you very much. Good job. Basically, Joe, thank you very much. You've actually demonstrated for everybody that evolution must occur, either in the evolutionary model or in the creationist model.
Which is hyper-speed evolution. He's given us a form of evolution which goes so much faster than anything any scientist has ever claimed. Isn't that
right?
wonderful?
I mean, just hyperevolution, hypermutation, hyperspeciation, that all is incorporated with the art,
Yeah.
whether for biodiversity.
And also, if God is the one that is causing, I mean, Joe has already stated the mutations are being directed by God. And cancer is caused by mutations in genes that control rates of cell division. That's why a tumour grows. You lose control of cell division. And that's caused by mutation. And if God's controlling all mutation, if mutation doesn't happen on its own, and it needs God, and we can actually look at the genetics of particular individuals and look at the genetic changes that have happened.
Individuals,
yeah. And the funny thing about it is, because of the rapid rate of growth in a tumour, you can actually find that some cells within a tumour have mutations that other cells within the tumour don't have. It's not a homogeneous genotype within the tumour. So God is also working inside a tumour and causing even more mutations.
Oh, God's a bit of a cunt.
Wait. He's talking about incest. Didn't Lot? Didn't his daughters have drug him?
Don't let him derail. Don't let him derail.
There's a lot of instances of incest in the Bible. I don't know.
It's called fundamentalism on that.
Yeah, I sort of brought that in there, but
he's all over the place. he's deflecting again.
Now he's on to Tiktaalik. Oh my God.
Yeah, we're not even talking about. The last time I looked, Tiktaalik had absolutely nothing to do with races of humans, and the topic is the races of humans.
It has nothing
Googling says he goes.
And now the cause of mutation. Now he has stated God causes the mutations that has given us the different races. That God causes mutations. They're directed by God. So
let me just say this.
That's why I've asked the question.
Joe,
is he also responsible for the mutation that caused cancer?
How about we just do this, Joe? Can you just on record just basically say you know nothing about biology, and we can move on because this is really kind of getting annoying and embarrassing. Wayne's here, who I just invited. I'd much rather continue a conversation with him because he is a Christian and he's an honest Christian,
so.
and he basically knows a little bit about the topic. And I'd rather continue a topic with him than continue with was it Joe here? Because obviously Joe is not going to admit he doesn't know a damn thing about this topic, and he's just spewing. Okay, is that cool, Fiona?
So now we're backpedaling now. He says his mutation thing was just a hypothesis.
Well, mutations do exist. How they? I guess that's where everybody differs at.
Oh,
Well,
sorry.
not really.
Pollution is the cause of cancer. Man causes pollution. Do you know how pollutants cause cancer, Joe? Because they interfere with the DNA and cause mutation.
And by the way, Joe, she's explained to you what evolution is. Evolution is a change of allelic frequency of a given population species gene pool from one generation to the next generation over time. That is not imagination. That is a demonstrable fact because you are not a clone of your parents.
Yeah.
Simple as that. That is what definition means in evolution, period. There's no other explanation for why you have the genes you have except because of evolution, period.
You know what's funny? In that debate, remember I told you I was going to watch that debate between Hovind and Ross? When Hugh Ross was talking about evolution, he was talking about it in the terms of species, and Ken Hovind was talking about it in the terms of kind. They both don't believe in evolution, but it's funny how Hugh Ross was using species and Ken Hovind was using kind. And I'm like, wow, he's messing a lot of people up on what you guys mean by evolution because you guys don't use the word kind, and so it's kind of like,
Why would you say Hugh Ross doesn't accept evolution? Out of curiosity, he's an old Earth creationist. He does accept evolution.
Yeah, he said for some reason he doesn't believe in it because the numbers aren't right or something like that. I'll look at that. I was just watching for old Earth versus young Earth. I came out after that debate. Scientifically, the evidence certainly does point to old Earth. Theologically, though, I don't know how you would be able to fit that into the Bible. So
I don't know. You have to work into that. But I mean, so would you say on my show right now that you've renounced young Earth creationism?
I'll say that. Well, yeah, I guess.
Go ahead.
I guess scientifically, it wouldn't be a reason for me to be young Earth creationist. So I'll say I'm kind of walking away from that. I'm open up to the possibility of an old Earth or like maybe like 60,000, a lot older than 6,000 years ago, and that's pretty much it. That's the evidence.
All right, let's give it up for Wayne. Woo!
Yeah, well, it's the only way to go because the evidence for the age of the Earth is pretty overwhelming.
Yeah, but you know what's funny? I don't know how long you've been listening tonight, but I mean, if you look at what Joe's saying, does it even sound like it's coherent? Do any of these younger creationists ever sound like they ever have a basic understanding of any science whatsoever?
I don't know what when I was reading in the comments or whatever, or in like the chat, Joe, you said cancer is due to mutations or whatever. I really don't know about that because there's some people who believe cancer is man-made. How you would be able to prove that, I don't know. Unless you got proof.
What do you mean by man-made?
Some people think that
oncology journal.
It's like the AIDS theory. How people think that AIDS was made in the lab. I don't know how you'd be able to prove that or not.
Oh wow.
No, but how is cancer?
Yeah, how's cancer ever be man-made?
Well,
that's a cell that's malignant that has been.
Let me explain this. I've seen this and the AIDS claim in certain very ethnocentric groups in the past, and I've seen it crop up very, very few times. But it's from certain folks, and particularly the folks that I call Hotep, and so they will assert that AIDS was manufactured to kill African people of African descent. I know that is one, but many of them have jumped on the cancer bandwagon as well because they begin to say that cancer is a virus and that there is a virus that causes cancer in the same fashion. That's really all it is. It's a frivolous claim.
Right, what I'll point out is that in chickens and in mice and in cats, some viruses can cause cancer. There's feline leukemia virus. There's murine leukemia virus that causes leukemia in mice. And there's also a chicken one. They've been known about for a long, long time. We know how they work. They know why they cause cancer. In humans, if we take the one most well known to be associated with cancer, it's HIV. And the cancer it's associated with mainly is Kaposi's sarcoma. But it's not the virus that's actually causing it. The reason that they tend to get Kaposi's sarcoma is it's a rare cancer. And it's rare because the immune system usually deals with it, and so the condition doesn't arise. But in patients who have got HIV infection and where their immune system is compromised enough, it can no longer fight it, and so Kaposi's sarcoma appears. But it's a type of cancer that the immune system usually nabs. It's common in other forms of immunodeficiency when there is no HIV infection. So it's not the HIV that's actually causing the Kaposi's sarcoma. And they haven't got any viruses in humans that they've been able to even suggest have a direct link in causing cancer. They look at that there are certain genes that regulate cell division, and if a mutation happens in those regulatory genes, so the control of cell division is lost, then the cells will start dividing uncontrollably, and that it can be a solid tumour in a certain location, or it can be like one of the blood cancers where the cells are multiplying like bilio, but they're circulating within your body. And it's because the control of the division has been lost. Cell and start multiplying rapidly. And some people are more prone to certain types of cancer. There'll be a family trait. I mean, the famous one is breast cancer, and that's with the BRC. Can't remember which one it is. And the reason for that is that breast tumours to rise need more than one mutation to occur. And one of the alleles that some people inherit is mutated in one part. So the probability of them getting that second mutation and getting cancer is going to be higher, because those that get the second mutation but don't have the first, they don't get cancer. But if you need to have two mutations to happen to get the cancer, and you're born with one of those mutations, then you've got a higher chance of getting cancer. But it's mutations being acquired. And the other famous one is retinoblastoma. And it's a recessive gene. And if you're unfortunate enough that you have the defective recessive gene, you now no longer have a backup. And if a mutation occurs in the dominant normal one, you then get retinoblastoma. And many children who are born heterozygous for that do end up with cancer of the eye, because they don't have the backup correct copy to fall back on should it mutate, because there are other ones already defective. But it's all to do with mutation. Does that make sense, or did I just completely lose everyone?
I was gone for most of that. But do you understand? What was the gene you were talking about?
Which one?
The one with the cancer in the eye?
Retinoblastoma.
Ah, retinoblastoma.
Form of eye cancer. I'll type it in the side chat.
No, I left to get a drink. I left when you're talking about HIV.
Yeah.
The cancer one.
So sometimes your chances of getting cancer are higher just because of the genetics that you're born with.
I'm thinking about getting my DNA sequenced, but I'm afraid of what the
No.
results might come back.
It's really not worth it.
Yeah, but it'd still be pretty cool though. See your whole fucking thing mapped out.
There's one that baffled
Pretty
me
cheap now.
For years, and it was Huntington's.
Sorry?
Because it's caused by a dominant gene. And you'd think, well, evolutionary theory would say, if you have a gene that is fatal and it's dominant, surely it should die out from the population altogether. So why do we still have Huntington's in the population?
Yeah.
Tay-Sex.
And the reason is because the symptoms of Huntington's don't appear until after reproductive age. If one parent has the disease itself, then there's a 50% chance of the offspring having it. So half of their offspring will be carrying the defective gene and they will get Huntington's. But because the symptoms don't manifest themselves until after reproductive age, you've already had the kids when you find out.
Oh. I was gonna say it's a bit like sickle cell, but then it's not positive.
But Huntington's baffled me for a while. How could a fatal gene still remain within the population?
Yeah.
And that's how. You find that a lot of the dominant fatal ones are the ones that manifest themselves later in life.
Fuck.
And when you think about it, that's just common sense.
Yeah.
If it kills you at age 2, you won't pass it on.
Yeah. Wouldn't get very far. Do you know the mechanism for that?
No, I haven't looked up Huntington's for a long time. And things are always moving in those fields.
Yeah.
But it's fascinating. But that's why we say cancer is man-made, or there's some sort of virus. No.
That's fucked. It's as
Hey,
bad
Alan,
as
welcome
how.
Seamus, by the way. Seamus dropped in. What's up,
Hi,
my friend?
Seamus.
And then
we don't have a real topic. We're just mixing it up right now. Unfortunately, a person doesn't have a mic, so they're just typing in the side chat about their understanding or lack thereof of simple biology, including like what evolution even means, and he just has this Pokemon version of it for some reason. But anyways,
that just reminded me of G-Man saying Pokemon is like of the devil and shit.
well, that's
I
I
remember
mean, how
seeing
would you
that
describe
video.
that? Like this linear change or morphology that they think is evolution. I don't know how many times they could be corrected on it.
Yeah.
No,
but
that's
it's
not
just
the
saying
Pokemon. That's not
evil.
the Pokemon bit. What he was saying is that Pokemon, Pokemon is satanic. He also declared that the Smurfs were satanic.
Well, I mean, that's a given. I understand what Smurfs are.
Yeah,
He went up to the kids and said, "Oh, it's satanic," and they like agreed with him out of awkwardness, I suppose. But it was just going up to a bunch of random fucking kids and going, "Pokemon satanic" or some shit. Fuck.
No, what he was saying was that the Smurfs, 1 inch high blue people that live in mushrooms. That program on the television is an attempt to make paganism palatable.
Right, it's
and to
indoctrination to
encourage-
paganism is what he said.
Yeah. Now, because he's made, you see, this is what's behind this, is that he was busy ranting in a hangout once, and you know how sometimes his mouth runs away with him. And he declared that Peter Pan was a pagan god. And rather than admit
At the wrong time, I heard somebody saying a pizza pan is God.
No, G-Man said that Peter Pan is a pagan god. He said Peter Pan.
Pan is a Disney character.
No, he said Peter Pan is the god of the forests. He meant Pan, the god Pan. Okay.
He got him confused.
But he misspoke and he said Peter Pan. And rather than admit he misspoke, right? He's now decided Peter Pan, the story of Peter Pan, was invented, written, whatever, to make paganism more palatable to children. Rather than just say he misspoke.
Wrong.
Yeah, I mean, G-Man's so arrogant he couldn't admit that he just made a mistake and meant Pan rather than Peter Pan.
Yeah.
So now he has to come up with a whole different scenario, and now it's, oh, well, you know, Peter Pan's still pagan because, you know, obviously they're indoctrinating kids into paganism because Peter Pan is a fairy tale, blah, 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 whatever.
You know, that kind of scares me because when people are afraid to admit that somebody's right and they're wrong, that talk gets in the way of how you interpret real science, because science is when you have your opinion on certain things, and if you're wrong, you're wrong. You got to go where the evidence takes you. That's it.
Yeah, but he just misspoke because he's more familiar with the term Peter Pan than the god Pan.
Well, he didn't have all his variables right.
The words G-Man and real science shall never be spoken ever again in that way in my hangout. Okay.
But he then,
I don't want my computer to blow up if you say those things strung together like that.
but he then decided to go further with this and add in the Smurfs, because the Smurfs use magic.
Yep, he's got off the full train of the Illuminati bullshit. Everything's satanic. I mean, kids are just being indoctrinated into Satanism through cartoons. That's his new thing, his new shtick.
There's a video on my channel.
Does anybody watch The Vigilant Christian?
That's the devil. Such and such is the devil. Certain things, sure, certain things are satanic, but not everything in the entire world is out to get you.
Yeah.
Like a couple months ago, I went to Disney World, and some people were giving me crap for going to Disney World. They're like, "Oh my gosh, don't you know that Walt Disney was in a satanic what they call it, a Freemason club, whatever?" And just these people, everything is satanic. Everybody's out to get them.
Do those people also support the military?
I don't know.
If they do, call them out, because there are many Freemasons in the military. Many. It's one of the stomping grounds for Freemasons. So if they want to make that argument, you can make it backfire on them, because it's a stupid connection. That's like the whole Margaret Sanger fucking Planned Parenthood thing. It's like, I understand she had some views at the time, but she doesn't run the organization. She's fucking dead. Their business practices are unto themselves, so it's just an attempt to poison the well.
It is.
But what I'm going to do tonight, because I think I told you guys I was going to watch the Hugh Ross and Kent Hovind debate. Hugh Ross changed my mind. He changed my mind last night. So what I'll do is I'll look into like astronomy and stuff like that and see where the evidence takes me. And if it takes me to millions of years, I'll just have to believe in millions of years. So it is what it is.
Well, it's not so
I know what you
much
I know what you watched too, and I thought it was a pretty good discussion too that Hugh Ross had. I did agree with him on everything, but for the most part, like on the science stuff, yeah, he really put Hovind to shame on that.
I'm kind of against.
You need to look into geology.
Yeah, I'm kind of against learning things from debate. I mean, going into a topic, if you're uncertain about a particular subject, I personally would rather just go to a facility for education, and then listen to people discuss it after I've actually learned about it. Because if you go into it not knowing what it is, and you hear someone misrepresent it, and what they're saying is intuitive to you but not correct, how do you know the difference from what you're hearing, from what you want to hear?
That is very true.
Because true empiricism falls into this category where he doesn't understand that we as human beings go through a phenomenon called apophenia, where we recognize patterns and faces and things like that because it's intuitive to us. But the problem is that the universe does not work according to our intuition.
But yeah, I would say to Wayne, if you want to know about the age of the Earth, look at geology first.
Yeah, geology and radiometrics.
And if you want to know about the age of the universe, then you're going to have to go into astronomy and cosmology.
All right, I'll do that. But I'll talk to you guys later. I gotta get ready to go to a funeral tomorrow too, so
Oh dear.
I'll talk to you.
Sorry about that. You take care.
I'll talk to you guys later, though.
Catch you later, man. Yep,
Yeah,
yep,
man.
yep.
I tell you to have fun, but
See, I mean, Wayne is a young Earth creationist, and I get along with him just fine. I actually have the utmost respect for him. But he's listened to our arguments, or I should say, we've listened to his arguments, and they were all refuted, and he goes, "Shit, what you guys? You're refuting my argument. My argument has no water.
Yeah.
Hovind's arguments have no water. They're crap."
He's thinking about it. See, what worries me about young Earth creationism is, let's say we have someone who is very invested in young Earth creationism, and they build their entire faith upon it. If they look at the evidence, etc., the way Wayne has done, and come to the conclusion that it can't be 6,000 years old, then their entire faith will go kaput. Because they then say, what else was I lied to about?
Well, isn't that how Isaiah became an atheist? By the same, exactly the same way. He was a young Earth creationist. He realized that it could not be, and his whole faith got shattered because of it.
Yeah, and this is a very American phenomenon that what they do is they have made the faith of Christianity dependent on the earth being young. Why? I have no idea. But they go on about original sin more than the Roman Catholics do. Because they are so wedded to this idea. If there was no original sin, there'd be no need for Christ. So if they lose the Garden of Eden story, they say, oh, well, there's no need for Christ, therefore that must not be true. I mean, I encourage people to actually think about the world around them. And does what they believe make sense in the light of the world around them? But if it's so entrenched in their mind with this, like an all or nothing response, then they will lose their faith if they lose their belief in a young earth. Because they've made their faith dependent on it. Instead of making their faith dependent on Christ.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think, I mean, if they're Christians, shouldn't they make their faith dependent on Christ and not, what somebody tells them how to read the Bible?
Yeah. And that's why I see young Earth creationism is actually quite dangerous. I mean, there have been so many deconversion stories coming from young Earth creationists.
Yeah, a lot of them you lose their faith, and they do really poorly in school for the most part. Man, I'm just dying now because I was fine there for all day long, and all of a sudden now I got my fever back and I'm stuffed up again. I mean, was I really that addicted to this shit? I mean, I quit before, but I didn't know I had minor withdrawals, but I've never had anything like this. This is like 2-3 days now of actually like a cyclic withdrawal. I'll be okay for a few hours, and all of a sudden this flu thing will like hit me again.
Or maybe you've actually got something. Could
No, 'cause I have not been sick for 3-4 years, and all of a sudden I decide to quit, and I get the flu exactly. They say you get it 6 days after you quit. You develop a lot of flu-like symptoms, and have severe withdrawals, which I never heard of before. Somebody had told me, and I was like, I don't really buy that, but I looked into it, and I'm like, oh, that shit's real.
Yeah, it does happen with some people. If it's really severe, to stop yourself going back on the fags, get an inhalator or one of those electronic cigarettes.
I know. I didn't want to vape. I wanted to kind of give it all up.
I know, but it would give you that little nicotine boost to keep the symptoms at bay, but it wouldn't put you back on to the harmful smoke.
Well, that's the whole thing. I don't want my brain to get tricked into relying on nicotine anymore again.
I know, I understand that, but if you're not able to cope with it, and
well, I mean, I have no choice to cope with it. I'm not gonna go on a shooting spree if that's what you're.
No. But I mean, you can buy those things in different nicotine strengths.
Or he could just get on a new substance like semen. That's much more readily available.
You would like that, huh, Drag?
It's just a suggestion.
I thought it was a bit too damn too late.
Steve, is this your first time quitting?
First time in 20 years.
So yeah, it's your first time quitting. You might not quit this time. You might start up again. I mean, it took me.
I don't want to go through this withdrawal shit again.
Yeah,
well, that's why I'm saying it might be worthwhile getting one of the vaporizers. I've got a couple of vaping things. I haven't used them because when I was in the hospital, I couldn't. I could go outside to have a real cigarette, but I couldn't use any of the electronic cigarettes. It's pathetic. But they do work. The first time I went onto them, I gave up overnight. Never felt a thing. And the only reason I went back on,
right? I mean, you were vaping Nick, right?
But I was able to give up overnight because they give you a throat hit as well. It's the throat hit I need. But unfortunately, when I rolled my car in the field, it broke my electronic cigarette as well. And I went straight back onto the cigarettes once they cut me out of the wreckage.
Uh-oh, our friend Nephilim Free is upset.
Oh, what baby? What baby? What did he say?
He made a hangout called Fiona Robertson Claims Opening Statements in a Structured Debate are Gish Gallop.
He got you, Fiona. Oh, yeah, he done showed you up.
Yeah, well, what we do have actually is, nowhere did I say that opening statements are a Gish Gallop. We have this hangout as a record. What we pointed out was it gives you a platform to use a Gish Gallop. So therefore, we now have wonderful evidence of yet another lie from Neffy.
Oh, the list is endless. I mean, you know what I noticed? So he will come into my hangout. He'll get a little food for fodder crap. He'll go start his hangout. And this is the second time now that he decided to go after you. I mean, I don't know why he's not attacking me. They're my freaking hangouts. And I'm the one that's been a total dick to him the last couple of days. I admit that. But he decides to really have a hard-on with you, Fiona, and I don't even know what the hell you said to piss him off.
I think it's because when we have had conversations, he's been hammered. Because he comes out with such garbage. I mean, let's even just go to the Bible. Remember I linked you to that video by DPR? And in it, Nephilim is saying that when the brown bears attacked the children, it killed half a dozen children. Half a dozen. That's 6 children.
That was DPR's video. Nephilim is insane.
And yet the actual passage says that the bears killed 42 of them. That is 42.
Yeah, and he's all like, oh yeah, God killed a bunch of kids because God is good. And I'm like the prophet, and you make fun of me, God's going to send these bears, and the bears are going to come maul you and kill you because I'm a prophet of the Lord. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude, you sound like a fucking nut job.
Yeah. And then he says that anybody he thinks is being, doing the same thing, like, calling a prophet of God Baldy,
Okay, if
he
he's a
will
prophet of God, I'm
stomp.
turning Satanist right now. I'll tell you,
Yeah,
I will make
he
that
will-
pledge.
He says he will stomp on them. So I don't know whether he's seeing himself as God there, or as an instrument of God, as in one of the bears. But that's scary.
No, I think he compared himself to more the prophet that was being mocked. That, when you make fun of Evan, he basically takes it as, you're mocking the prophet of the Lord, and he has some kind of divine knowledge, and that his science must all be correct.
But the prophet didn't stomp on anybody. It was either
No, the
God or
bears.
the bears.
Yeah. Well, he's not. I don't think he's not the bears. He's not going to go around killing a bunch of kids. I don't think. He just thinks that if God does, that's cool.
Well, yeah, but I just if he thought he was being used as an instrument of God, like the bears were.
That's not how I took the video.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it in a while, but
I'm not quite sure, because he did say that he would stomp on someone.
maybe
So
you know what?
you
Maybe he's the prophet and the bears.
You can't really
Bear prophet.
tell what he means, but it would give me pause for thought.
No, I think I remember vaguely that was something that he said about that he'd be the person that stomps. But I also got the impression he thought he was a prophet of the Lord. And Mr. Seth, how are you? A little bit late.
Hello.
We've got 2 minutes left. So before this ends, I just wanted to thank all my panelists. I'm sorry that Brandy Nicole ended up being a derp to the point of nausea, but it is great entertainment. It was fodder for my channel. He was probably the worst person I ever had on, and this was awesome. So thank you guys. I'm going to stop the broadcast, and then if somebody else wants to start another one or hang out, that's cool. Okay? Thank you guys.